Live and direct all around the world, welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. It is an honor to be able to be with you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from all around the world. My name is Mo Rock, and it is a pleasure to welcome you. I am alongside just a handful of the incredible men and women behind the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit, as well as the Los Angeles Tribune publication. And on behalf of all of the incredible team, we want to welcome you and thank you for embarking on this two-day journey to really ask the fundamental question of what does leadership mean for you? What does leadership mean for you financially, mentally, physically, relationally, and spiritually? And with that, I'm going to pass it off to one of our senior columnists, Joe Ingram, to take off the show. Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks so much, Mo. I also want to welcome everybody to our first annual Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. So I want you all to get ready to engage with the leaders that are from everywhere around the world today that are focused on one thing. And that one thing is to get you the information you need to make sure the rest of 2020 and the rest of your life is going to be led by you. So right now, I invite you to get comfortable, have something to take notes. And I want to tell you, it can be pen and paper if you want to go old school, but we're probably going to be talking about tablets and we're going to be talking about phones. But you got to be ready to take a bunch of notes because we're going to cause an impact today. And that impact is going to push you and move you to the next level that you're there. So it is now my pleasure and honor to introduce to you the person you've seen just moments before, which is the publisher for the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm going to hand it back to you, Mr. Mo.
That's something.
I want you to do it, Mo.
Absolutely.
Go live.
We're going to play some hot potato and we're going to pass it and we're going to have it be passed back. And that's the price of leadership. Sometimes you have to just play a little hot potato. And again, I just want to reiterate that with all of the content and all of the things that are available in this day of age, we want to sincerely acknowledge and congratulate all of those that are embarking on this inward journey. We've had a challenging year globally, and perhaps now more than ever before, it's been proven that we really need a new kind of leadership. I mean, let's be honest, folks. The kind of leadership that's put us in this position is simply not working. So congratulations yet again on embarking on this two-day journey. We want to take a few minutes and just hear from some of the rest of the team. I'm going to go ahead and give it to our host and our incredibly talented host who's going to be with you throughout the whole two-day event. You might remember her from national television when she was a host on national TV, and you might remember her from being a best-selling musician and television personality. And today, this weekend, she's going to be the Los Angeles Tribune MC, Goldilocks. How excited are you, and really what can people expect as they embark on this two-day journey?
You had me at hot potato, and it's been a while since I've eaten, Mo. And that's just the beauty about this leadership summit is, let's be real. A lot of people are watching and viewing, and this is really cool. This is the flip side of the pandemic. You're sitting at home. You've got whatever. Oops, let's cover up that branding. You've got whatever you need to drink. Hopefully, a hot potato, maybe a little hottie next to you. And this is your chance in the comfort of your own home on the weekend to let your hair down and really do realize, as scary as it is sometimes to say a new norm, Joe is a little scary, but other than that, I'm not scared to be here. This is a blast.
You can tell I've already let my hair down, so we're ready to rock and roll today.
There's so many wonderful people lined up for all of you to listen to learn from, to grow with, and it's all across the gamut. I've been having such a blast, Mo, and everyone on the panel, reading about you, reading about our guests, and just combing their social media and being like, wow, aha, like this person, we're going to have access to this person. I know this person. I've followed this person without even knowing that I've known their work. So this is going to be a really exciting weekend, and I'm very honored to be here. Joe?
Thank you, Goldie. And all of what she was talking about was me. Now that everybody, that wasn't really her calling me out to talk yet. That was what she was identifying. It was all about me. But I want everybody to understand, I'm a firm believer that if you are laughing, that means you're engaged and you're learning. And I want to make sure that we're going to have a lot of fun. Now, I've got a cohort in crime over here, Dr. Bill Janishak, with the health and wellness piece, right? Same philosophy. when we do anything together, it's about enjoying yourself. So I want everybody to make sure you're going to get a lot of information. It may come out a little weird, only because I'm talking about it. But and Bill, maybe it's just going to come off a little differently. But when you look at this, guys, it's about you taking the action you need to take, because we've all gone to events, right? And I can tell you right now, if I moved the world behind me, that's Los Angeles Tribune, okay, I'm not actually laying on the street, right, with the camera. No, I'm not standing over a camera. But when you look at this, when you guys are here, understand something. We all tend to buy things at events. We all tend to want to grab information, and it becomes shelf help instead of self-help. Right?
Oh, interesting.
Ooh,
And we're not
like that.
here. We're not even here to say we're self-help. We're here today to say we just want to share some things that are working. And with everything that's happened in the world in 2020, it's almost comical. It's like a B movie. It couldn't even be anything that was real, because they go, no audience is going to believe all that could happen. Right?
Go.
One after the other.
Well, actually, it is happening, right? I mean, that's also, I think, why we're here. And I love what you just said, because we're not trying to sell you anything. The LA Tribune is really here to share information with you, whether it's in our publication or whether it's for 2 whole days where we have these amazing experts. And they're not just going to share how you should do things or what they think is best. They're going to share their stories as well. We all have a story. And this year, 2020, we've all gone through some, I like the word, stuff. And so, how did we work through it? How are we still around? And is there something that might be able to apply to your life? That's what we're here for the whole weekend, okay, from today to tomorrow. So we just want to share with you, and we want to invite you to engage with us. So if you have questions, if you are watching us on Facebook, on YouTube, Periscope, wherever, and you have questions, put them in there. We may not get to all of them, but we will be certain to send your questions also to the panelists and the speakers. So we want you to engage. And yes, please laugh. We're not that bad. We're kind of a crazy bunch of people, but we just want to bring you value. Okay. I mean, you've heard Joe, and yeah, there's Dr. Bill as well. He may not come across as funny right now, but just give him a second and then you'll hear it. Just saying. Okay.
You heard the joke, then.
Yeah. So when I look at this, Natalie, one of the things that's important to note is that we're in the first year of the Los Angeles Tribune. Right. And what makes me feel proud to be part of this and be the senior business columnist is that in the first year, we've already decided it's time to give back.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's not just about, hey, what can we get? What can we get? Can we go grab advertisers? Can we do this?
Absolutely.
No, we sat down. We sat down and said to everybody, you know what? We're going to go and put the truth out there.
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to do it without a bias.
Absolutely. And Joe, we are in the first Tribune of doing leadership summits. As a publication, we have a long history, but as a organization that brings summits and brings leadership and brings personal and business development, we're doing that crossover where we're really letting the world know that we as a group are not just a news outlet. We're also an organization that helps people lead their lives. Speaking of the history of the Los Angeles Tribune, let's go watch a quick 30-second clip and we'll be right back with more.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back, folks. And that's just a reiteration of how long the name Los Angeles Tribune has been in the ethos of the California culture. And now with these new leaders, with these new visionaries, taking it from just a media outlet by way of traditional media to the digital age as well as expanding upon that and having the brand be known for helping uplift and inspire people. Speaking of uplifting and inspiring people, we are going to welcome Brenda Jones in the live stream in just a few seconds here. But before we get there, we want to talk to one of our columnists, Dr. Bill. Dr. Bill, you have a background in helping people heal them with your hands, but also helping them with their mind. Can you talk about that correlation between mind and body and what people can expect from your keynote speech tomorrow?
Well, thanks, Mo. I appreciate it. I'm sitting here and I'm just kind of reflecting on what you said, because we didn't really practice this. And I first want to say that I'm humbled and I'm excited at the same time about bringing all the minds and the hearts together, because we've got experts in every genre just about. And when you first came over, you said we're going to do a leadership seminar or summit. I'm like, what's that going to look like? And this already, we haven't even started, but we've been seeing the behind the scenes stuff. I'm just so excited and bringing stuff to the people. Now, you asked about what I do. So I'm a health guy. I'm a chiropractor, but I kind of fell into the functional neurology and functional medicine, which means we kind of go into the rabbit hole. My whole thing is stress. Stress is physical, it's chemical, and it's emotional. And people leave out the emotional part, and you can break down the emotional part, in a lot of subsections. So leadership and health, they kind of go together, because at no time in history during a time like this that we've got to lead our health and our mind, and it's our mindset that will actually drive the decisions to make the health stuff. The health is just things to do. This exercise is how you breathe. But if you don't have the mindset set in to make that happen, it will never happen. And it's how you show up energetically, how you set up your environment and everything. And Joe, my bro, and everything is exactly right. You're not engaged and laughing because you've never have somebody listen to one of Joe's bad jokes and laugh and not be listening to him. And I'll tell you something else that he does. It says as soon as he drops a joke and people are engaged, they listen to whatever else he has to say.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome because it's the communication style. And Goldie, you're like a legend. And so you know exactly about how the communications goes on. And that's everything that kind of I try to embody and to watch. I couldn't possibly ever do this by myself, to watch all the different people come together and doing this for free. Just giving back. Like you said, this has been a crazy year. This has just been a nutty year. And
we're doing this for free? Did you say we're doing
Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know? Oh my goodness.
Mo, what happened with checks in the mail? Just wait for it. Come on. Yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. And that is a man that practices what he preaches. Joe Ingram helping you make money. But on a serious note, we are coming together, doing this as a community service for the people of the world. Now, first of all, we do want to take a quick second to acknowledge Dr. Natalie Forrest for being the executive producer of this event. None of this would be possible without Dr. Natalie Forrest, and I sincerely mean that. So we appreciate you and honor you and thank you, Dr. Forrest, for doing all the work that you've done to help make this possible. So thank you so much for being the executive producer of this event. Consequently, a lot of other organizations are charging a lot of money right now to help people get grounded, to help people lead their lives. And there's nothing wrong with that. We just did not want to do that this year. We are not judging any other organization that does that. But for us, we just felt that given the circumstances, we wanted to do this as a community service. So we know how times are tough for a lot of people. We know right now a lot of people are struggling, whether that's financially or mentally. And we did not want to put any added pressure. We wanted to actually practice what we preach and do this as a community service 100% free of charge. And with that being said, we do want to bring another Los Angeles Tribune columnist who talks about mindfulness quite a bit in her work on the set live. Welcome to the one and only Brenda Jones. Welcome officially to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit, Brenda.
Thank you so much, Mo. It's going to be a great 2 days. Looking forward to it.
I sincerely agree with that. Absolutely. And Brenda, you have a background as a trainer. You have spoken on stages throughout the course of your career, helping people with being able to appreciate their mind, which falls into one of our 5 categories: financially, mentally, relationally, spiritually, and physically. We talked a little bit on the physical side with Dr. Bill, and I want you to just touch base. What can people expect from your talk later and your expertise on the panel with regard to what is the power of the mind and what does that really mean for today's age? For someone watching, what does the concept of NLP mean, or what does the concept of mindfulness mean from your perspective as an expert?
I think so. NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, but really coming down back to the mindfulness, it's really understanding how and why we work. I think we have gotten so out of touch with everything that's going on, and we walk around saying things like, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why they said that. I don't know why. And getting back down to really understanding how it is our mind works, because it's actually a very simple system. It runs very much like a computer. And the problem is that it's being programmed by everybody but us. And so it's really getting back to, how does the mind work? How can we take back the controls so that we can program it to work for us instead of against us?
And Brenda, you work a lot with something that I struggle with, just to be transparent, and that is self-sabotaging and that yo-yo effect. And even though that you were saying it's how other people are programming, and we do have to look in, especially 2021, like really take a hard, deep look into ourselves on, it's so easy to self-sabotage without even knowing that we're doing it. Don't you agree?
I think absolutely I agree that, and it's funny because self-sabotage is actually pretty simple. It means that something's out of alignment at your deeper core and it's running the show. So you want something, but you have a program that's running in the background. Like if you were to pick up your phone, there's all these apps that are always running in the background. We have all these apps running in the same way, and it has more power than what we say we want. And so that's where that self-sabotage comes in.
I just got chills from that. Like if I got nothing more from this entire summit, the analogy of things running in the background, clogging up your phone the same way, thank you for that. Like that was a true gift for me, and I'm on the panel. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think it's so true what Brenda is saying, right? It's the programs in the back of our heads. It's the hidden patterns. We're not even aware. So what Brenda does in so many ways is help us realize what it is. And it's crucial that we get to the subconscious mind and the latent human potential, because without that, the question I always ask, and I know Brenda agrees, is whose life are we living? Are we just little robots, or how are we moving on? And it's all about self-leadership. It's all about human commitment. And of course, Brenda is a prime example of how to get to that. She's spoken internationally, she's doing workshops, and she just shows us how it works. And that doesn't mean that in our own lives, we don't sometimes also have those challenges, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like, the contractor's house is never built, and, the tailor's kids never have clothing. It's the same thing. And it's because we're still in this earth dance. We still have everyday experiences that come in and build up if we're not constantly maintaining as well.
Yeah. How did you come to the point that you're at right now? Like, what was a moment in time? And I know that we're constantly growing. I think Kevin Spacey, somebody asked him at some sort of summit at a talk. They said, what was that pivotal moment in your time in your career where you knew that you've made it? And he just looked at the person and said, well, I'm constantly still growing and still trying to make it. But we all have like some sort of nugget, some moment where you really realize, like, I've got a handle on this and I've got a gift and I can help someone. How long ago was that? Like, what's your aha moment? I'd love to ask that of you because you're so brilliant.
Thank you. It's fun. I kind of agree with Kevin Spacey. I'm still growing. I don't think we have that, hey, I've made it, because at that point, then I stop towards future excellence. So I'm always growing. And I think at the same point, there were several learning points along the way, probably even before I knew that's what they were. But I think for me, the pivotal moment of I need to do this was the day my older daughter came home and said, Mom, I don't want to have kids, which was like a punch in the gut because I was a stay-at-home mom by choice. And I realized I wasn't showing her that you could be an amazing mom and work in a career that you love, or run a company or a business that you love, or do something else besides just being a mom. And I think that was really the pinnacle switch for me that pushed me into really growing.
You said something so important. And then Dr. Forrest, I didn't mean to cut you off if you were going to make a point.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
You just said that you didn't even really know that you had that moment. And I think that this leadership summit is so important for people because they might have, they will have a light bulb go on. I know sometimes when I listen to other people and I'm like, oh, I was on track. I didn't know I was even on track. And it's just some positive affirmation to know, like, you're not a complete wipeout. Dr. Forrest, you were going to weigh in on something.
Well, the conversation is so crucial. And one thing that popped out at me when you were talking was we all go through that where, I don't have a better word, but where we feel a little guilty, or where we're wondering, could I have done it differently? Should I have done it differently? And I think one very important aspect of our lives is that, as Brenda said, as you said, Goldie, we're evolving all the time. So at any point in time, we do the best we can with the knowledge that we have. Going back to what happened yesterday, 2 days ago, a year ago, is really fruitless. It's done. All you can do is take it as a lesson and move on. So one of the things that I'm very particular about are words. And I know in NLP, it's also a lot about words. So the word should, for example, I try to completely eliminate out of my vocabulary. That's a moral statement that says this is what you should be doing because somebody put this in place. So that's completely different from you actually exploring your own way. And therefore, whenever you feel those guilt moments, and again, I have them too. We all do. I mean, I have a 9-year-old daughter. Trust me, how often do I think, oh, maybe if I had done something, but we can't. So getting that weight off our shoulders of could have, should have, maybe is really, really crucial. And somewhere along these 2 days, you may not resonate with every single thing that is being said, which is why you can, come in and out, why you may want to take notes later again, look at it again. Something, as Goldie so nicely pointed out, will resonate. It happens every single time. And it might be just when you are thinking, well, should I really stay another 20 minutes? That's usually when your intuition, your gut, something guides you to say, whoa, hold on a second, don't leave the room just yet. So think about it that way as well, as you're all coming in, multitasking possibly, but there are some amazing nuggets that you'll get. And I want to give a quick shout out to all the people who are already live on Facebook with us. Feel free to say hi, feel free to share as well. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Goldie and Brenda. You guys are awesome, and welcome back, Joe.
Well, here he is.
Hi, thanks. One of the things, Brenda and I can go run down the NLP rabbit hole for a long way down the rabbit hole down there. And Natalie will just sit up top and go, guys, come on, stop. Come back up. Come back up and sit with us. Come on. She knows where we're going. She's going to go, you should have turned right down there at the end. But when you guys understand something that it's already happened. While you were sitting here watching this, your brain drifted off into something else. Brenda said something, Natalie said something, sometimes Goldie says something that will actually trigger, and your brain's going to go off and do something else. Okay. And you're going to go get stuck in, and I'm going to tell you, your brain does one of two things. It's going to go forward and predict some kind of problem.
Yes.
Or it's going to go backwards to some kind of problem you had and try to rewire it and replay it a different way, which we know we're not going to be able to go do. And so all I'm saying is that when you do catch yourself and come back, and because you're going to miss something if you're stuck in the same drama or the same stuff you're putting out there. So that's what I want you guys to pay attention to. So just try to be present to what's in front of you right now. And as Dr. Natalie said so perfectly, right? Some people are going to resonate, and not everyone's going to be as wonderful as me. I'm just going to throw it out there like that, right? It's just going to be how it is, okay? But when you look at this, well, all I'm looking for is for you to sit back and learn that every person that comes up here is coming up here for a reason. right? We sought out these individuals to say, yes, we want a Sharon Lecter to come out and talk with us. We want Dave Meltzer, right? We want the Dell Bigtree. We want all of these things these people, Lisa Copeland, all of them to come out. Everybody you see on the screen now, we want them to come out and share because we all have that different take on the same scenario. And it's going to be there, but it's up to you to sit back and say, you know what? Not really feeling that Joe guy. He's trying to be funny again. I don't know what's going on, right? It doesn't matter. I'm dropping gold, people. Gold nuggets everywhere.
Absolutely. No, and I couldn't have said it better myself, Joe. And that reminds me, speaking of not just all of the leaders that are participating, we have a lot of leaders in-house that are columnists, that are writers, that work behind the scenes. So we want to take a quick second and play a video of just a handful of the many people that work with the Los Angeles Tribune, welcoming you to the 2020 Leadership Summit.
Well, hello. And welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Goldilocks. I have a column, Goldie's Corner. It is lifestyles, things to motivate you and encourage you and hopefully help you become a better person. Basically, I write this just to keep myself in check, and then I share it with you. So without further ado, we welcome you and we thank you for being here this year, 2020, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Enjoy.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Bill Janishak, and I'm the health and wellness contributor here for the LA Tribune, and I'm so excited that you're here. You know, I guess we can all agree that this has been a really tough year. And when we all got together at the LA Tribune and we thought, you know, what can we do to make an impact for the rest of 2020, is we thought, it's leadership. And so we handpicked the gurus, the best in their fields, to come out and give you nuggets, make the rest of this year the best year ever. So get your notepads out, tell a friend, share the video, and get out and take some action on what you're going to learn today. You're going to get some great truth bombs, and I can't wait to see how this impacts your life. So until next time, we'll see you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Brodsky, a wellness, nutrition, entrepreneurship, and leadership columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm also the founder of Drink Like Co. and an MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson School of Management. I'm so excited to be here for the first ever Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit of 2020.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I'm Gina Cagle, Energy Healing Transformation Coach and Senior Columnist with the Tribune. My column, The Journey-Centered Life, explores spiritual and personal development with helpful insight and tips to support your evolution. I'm so excited to be here and share this weekend with you, learning and growing and expanding together. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful time.
Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Lene Cook-Braxton, and I have the honor of writing a column called Optimal Performance in the Los Angeles Tribune. In my column, I've had a great time interviewing artists, athletes, and other leaders who are quite simply changing the world by using their creativity and gifts. On behalf of myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for joining us and enjoy our Leadership Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. I'm Brenda Jones, columnist here at the Tribune. And through my column, Note to Self, it's my intention to help readers really discover more about themselves, how they think and why they do what they do, how others think and why they do what they do, and then help bridge the gap between the two. Because when you can bridge that gap, you can really make the connection you need in order to reach your highest intentions. So again, on behalf of myself and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune, welcome to Leadership Summit 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Mendoza and I am a lifestyle columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for coming and joining our 2020 Leadership Summit. We are so excited to have you here today and we can't wait for you to hear our leaders, their stories, and their journeys of what they've experienced in their lives. I hope they inspire you as much as they inspired me. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Hi, I am Anshuman Sinha, President of TIE SoCal, and we are partners with the Los Angeles Tribune in this summit. Thank you, Mo, for bringing this and broadcasting this summit to all over the world digitally. There are 20 plus speakers and 7 panels coming to you. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Holly Bartlow. I'm a recent Cal State Long Beach graduate and I'm a lifestyle writer. I recently just joined the team here at LA Tribune and I'm so excited to share with you a new series that I'm working on. I know it's been a crazy year and we've all gone through the works this year, but I'm working on a Silver Lining series which highlights businesses, small businesses specifically, that have been working through this quarantine and how they've come out on top. So excited to share it with you and I can't wait for you to see it, and welcome to the LA Tribune Summit.
Welcome back, folks. And those are just a handful of the incredible people that write and have columns with the Los Angeles Tribune. We really wanted to acknowledge the wonderful team behind the scenes as we get ready now to welcome one of our incredible guests. In fact, I'm so humbled and honored that she agreed to spend time with us. She's a living legend. You may know her from Rich Dad, Poor Dad. My favorite book that she wrote is Why We Want You to Be Rich. But before we bring her on and give an introduction, let's watch a quick clip of her and her incredible new program.
I've had the privilege and honor of working with people in building very successful businesses, well-known brands, and personal fortunes. Through that process, I developed the personal success equation. It's what I have used in building my own global brands like Rich Dad and Talking Children's Books. It's a process, and I want to share that with you, what you can do today to accelerate your success and create your own personal success equation. So visit right now, www.personalsuccessequation.com, and get started.
Nice.
Welcome back, guys. Now, before we introduce her, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about why people watching may want to stick around. As we go through the 5 categories of this leadership summit: financially, mentally, relationally, physically, and spiritually. For that first category, we have this incredibly powerful, legendary woman. Let's start with Natalie Forrest and then just go around and talk about her before we bring her on for her keynote.
Of course, I am so honored. I could not be more excited. I've had the pleasure of getting to know Sharon in a number of instances, and she's always inspiring. She always has a message that fits the moment just right. And her own life is an example of how you turn your life into the best possible representation of you. Whether she shares my big passion about education and how to help teach our youth better, whether it is helping women lead, there's so much about this woman that is inspiring and that is just hard to put into words. And obviously you've just now seen the little video, but once she starts talking, you will see and she will engage with you. I know a virtual, that doesn't matter. She's got that special touch. So I could not be more excited, and I'm so happy that she agreed to do that, because she is speaking, she is teaching, she's coaching all over the world at all times. So I could not be more grateful that she just jumped and said, yes, of course I'll come and help your audience, your participants.
Absolutely. And that is the testament of a true leader, where right now more than ever before, perhaps in our lives, people really need to focus on that financial component. Joe, what is it about our upcoming special guest keynote speaker that you're excited?
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm over here getting a little fanboy-ish. Right? I'm over here going, oh, it's Sharon Lechter, right? Social media, we ping each other back and forth and what have you, but I'm like, I'm so excited. I'm going to be on the same screen for like 10 seconds with Sharon Lechter. But when I look at this, all I'm going to tell you right now, and again, we haven't talked prior to this, I'm telling you, go buy Outwitting the Devil. Okay? That book is absolutely amazing. And again, it's stirred so much inside me and got me to wake up to the things that I'm doing that, like Brenda talked about earlier, which is the self-sabotage, which is the programming that's going underneath. But Sharon put it out there, and she took all that information from the Napoleon Hill Foundation and put this book together, and it is absolutely amazing. And I love her to death just for that. Now you add all the other things that she's gone and done in her life and put together for us. It's just, again, I'm completely excited for it.
I couldn't agree with you more. And Goldie, really, what is the importance right now of focusing on the financial category of our lives, especially with everything going on? Real briefly.
Oh, you're going to ask the out of work musician? Thank you.
You know what? Perhaps artists actually have so much potential to make a lot of money because of their creativity. So I think that maybe in today's talk with Sharon, something will spark within you to really take that creative energy and apply it to your life and apply it to your business. But really, how important is it to have that balance in life, Goldie? Because I know as a musician, as an artist, just, I know you were joking, but on a serious note, a lot of creative people do have a tough time making money. They might be very talented, they might be very skilled, but they just haven't been able to master that financial category, which is why today's keynote is so important for musicians, for public figures that are artists such as yourself. How important is that for you in life? And by the way, you have been on national TV for something related to money, but we won't get into that today.
Yeah. Okay. You.
Wow. That was really good, Mo. Just jump out as soon as you throw the little dig. Let's go. That's an open loop. We're all going to be curious now.
So important. And one thing about entertainers or creators in that realm, content creators, musicians, artists, is we forget, I don't know, sometimes we just kind of get so buried in the blinders are on, Mo, even though you're not on, I know you can hear me. The blinders are on and you're not thinking about simple things like paying yourself first, or as a band, we have a fifth band member that money goes to, and it's in an account far, far away in Minnesota, Mo, where I can't touch it because I don't have an ATM card there. It's far away in Crow River someplace. There's so many things that we just don't think that they apply to us. And that's why it's important. And everybody's talking about outwitting the devil. There's all of these things that I've known throughout my life that Sharon has done. But the thing that's exciting, and I'm gonna put you over, wrestling term, and you're gonna pop for this again, Mo, wrestling term, is, I listen to your passion when you're setting everything up, when you're speaking. This is your baby. This whole leadership summit is your gimmick, wrestling term again. It's your deal. And Sharon, she has her deal. She's written, she's spoken, but like now I get really excited hearing about her saying, because she doesn't need to, like, I'm going to create this whole new program. Like the authenticity, is that the word?
That's such a great point, Goldie. That's such a great point, because she doesn't have to do what she's doing right now, but she's doing it as a public service. So I love that point. And, I think we've done a good enough job of really exciting the people watching.
I have to jump in here. Okay. At the bottom of the screen, scrolling by, says you can still register over at the tribunesummit.com. Now you're saying, why? I'm already watching it. If you are getting the sneak peek from those of us that shared it on Facebook instead of registering, you need to go register so you can get access, because what Sharon's about to share with you, you're going to say, I wish I had saved that.
Yes.
I wish I could see that again. And again, it's just going to keep compounding all the way through this weekend. And so I want you to make sure, get over to tribunesummit.com, type in your email and get it so that we can notify you when the recordings are up and where to go see it.
Absolutely.
I think I just hit my microphone. Don't yell at me.
That's a great point. And go ahead and do that real quickly. And if you don't do it now, do it later today, so we have your information so we can send you all of this powerful content after the fact. With that being said, let's go ahead now, Joe, and welcome our special guest, the legendary Sharon Lecter. Welcome, Sharon. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm on the screen with Sharon.
Take a picture.
Okay, hold on.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Joe. Take that photo.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So, Sharon, I know you've been listening to a little bit of what we've been talking about as a team. And for those watching, how important is it right now, with all of the things going on in the world, to take time and evaluate a person's personal finances?
Well, I think it's beyond important. You're either in control of your money or your money is in control of you. And this summit is about leadership. Well, if you can't lead yourself financially, how can you lead others? And so what's happened in the world this year has been a great indication of the fact that we have to be in control of what we're doing financially, because if we let somebody else control it, the rug can be pulled out from under our feet. Whether you are a musician or a doctor or lawyer, we've all been impacted by what's happened this year. And so understanding the power of money and looking and seeing where you are now. And there's this word, my favorite word. I want everybody to write it down: assets. I'm going to talk about that today. Leadership is creating assets that work for you, income producing assets. Too many of us, we are our only asset. If we don't get out of bed, we don't make money. So that's what I want to talk about.
Absolutely. And before we give you the floor, I want to take a quick moment to acknowledge some of your work. Of course, you're best known for Rich Dad, Poor Dad, almost 40 million copies sold. But there's another book, and I mentioned it earlier. It's my personal favorite work of yours, Why We Want You to Be Rich. Now, first of all, that book, I think, was kind of underappreciated by a lot of people, especially today. It's sort of, I don't want to say forgotten about, but it's not really as remembered as some of the other works. But it talks about two things that are really powerful. One, the predictions of that book that you wrote all came to pass, all came to true. And we can see how the middle class is diminishing faster than ever before right now with this great transfer of wealth. So you could read that book from years ago, and it almost is as if you wrote that today. And consequently, why it's important, why the mindset needs to be set where it's okay to be rich. It's okay to want to make money, because I know this is a problem that a lot of people have for various different reasons. But can you just touch a little bit on that book? Because I know you're probably not asked too much about it, but the message of that book, how it came true, both from the mindset standpoint as well as from a statistical standpoint.
Well, absolutely. The book, mindset is important. Let's think about when we were growing up as kids. All right. We weren't taught money in school, which is one of my biggest angers in life. And so you learn about money at home. So you hear the phrase, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. And so that we really delve into that in that book and understand that as you grow up, you hear things like money doesn't grow on trees, pinch your pennies, save for a rainy day. And my age group, who do you think we are? The Rockefellers, not so much anymore today. But again, you grow up money negative, money negative, money negative. No wonder we end up fearing that we're never going to have enough money. And when you become successful, you're afraid you're going to lose it. And that mindset becomes a mindset of scarcity, and it's in our subconscious. And as adults, we have those things plugged in, and that mindset causes us to react when we don't even realize we're doing it. And so once you can recognize that, think about what your parents said about money, you can release it and realize that we truly live in a world of abundance. But it starts up here. This is your greatest asset, and it's also your greatest stumbling block. So we have to work on both to create financial independence. And that's why why we want you to be rich is understanding, getting inside the science of money, but also the science of your mind and your thoughts about money.
Absolutely. And thank you for touching base on that. We know you have a powerful keynote that's going to elevate the minds of people. So the floor is yours, Sharon, to really help uplift people. Of course, most of the people watching right now are entrepreneurs, really in a time period where they're, quite frankly, a little worried, a little scared. This year has been challenging for everyone. But as you know, Sharon, great leaders are born out of challenges. It's in the midst of a challenge that greatness can be fostered. And so we're super excited to hear some of the insights that you have. And with that being said, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so delighted. What an already fantastic event. I love everything. And I thank you so much for those wonderful comments. And it's actually going to change some of the things I'm going to talk about based on your lead-in. I want to talk a little bit about outwitting the devil. But I want you to understand that we're here for you. We're here for you to find that one thing that can take you to the next level. It's about leadership of yourself as well as leadership of others. And so, raise your hand if you're an expert. Yeah, I might not be able to see you, but everyone is an expert. Raise your hand. You are an expert. Nobody's had your successes. Nobody's had your learning opportunities. But we don't see ourselves as experts. And you are. But what we want to do is take that expertise and help you become the authority. Now, the Play Big movement was just being number one in your field, living your legacy and creating maximum impact. And so I want to support you in doing that. But you can't do that if you go to bed worried about money, if you're stressed out about paying the bills. And so taking control of your financial life. And the first step is figuring out where you are. And even if the picture isn't pretty, at least you feel confident because you've done something, taking action. And so we talk about the personal success equation. That's actually from the book 3 Feet from Gold, my first book with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And that is talking about your passion. Now, your passion, you say, do what you love what you do. Well, my passion came from anger. I was mad we weren't teaching kids about money in school. And your talent, my background is in accounting, lots of publishing. And most of us stop there because we think we have to do it all on our own. But true success comes from the power of association. This event is a testament to the power of association. You're going to hear from many of my dearest, dearest friends as part of this in the next 2 days, right? Passion, talent, power of association, taking action. How many times do we know what we're supposed to do? We just don't do it. Anybody feel busted? I do. It's human nature. Passion plus talent times association times taking action plus F for faith. Having faith in yourself, having faith in what you're doing, having faith that is needed and necessary. And in 2020, and in many entrepreneurs, that F is actually fear. It holds us back. It keeps us from creating the success we deserve. Now, I really appreciate the introductions and everybody's wonderful comments. But for those of you who may not know me, let me just give you a brief background, because my background relates to you as well. It may. I grew up in a very lower middle class home. We lived in an old tiny house between my mom's beauty shop and my dad's used car lot. We had rental properties that at age 11, I had to scrub out bathrooms between tenants, and we had orange groves. I swore I would never be an entrepreneur. I wanted to be a sophisticated professional. So I got my accounting degree, first generation to go to college in my family. Started my career in Atlanta as a young single woman. Boy, hot stuff. I loved it. About the ripe old age of 25, I'm rapidly going up, one of the very first women in public accounting and doing very well, but I was working very long hours. And I thought, if I'm going to work this hard, I should be working for myself. Any of you feel that way? And so all of a sudden, my parents started looking a whole lot smarter. And I got a phone call. Now, every phone call can change your life, from a client inviting me to join him. He was purchasing the company out of bankruptcy for some new technology. So I went back to my condo and did the old pros and cons back then. This is well before PCs and even cell phones, and old yellow legal pad, pros and cons. And I could argue both sides. Ever been there? Didn't help me a bit. But my hand kind of took off and wrote across the top of the page, why not? And I want you to write assets and then why not underneath it. Why not has become my mantra today, as strong as before, because that comes from within. If you're asking why do something, you're waiting for someone else to tell you. That's not leadership. Leadership is why not do something that hasn't been done before? Why not take the path less traveled? Why not solve a problem or serve a need? The most successful businesses all solve a problem or serve a need. And I think we have a few around today. The greatest businesses started out of the Great Depression. Many of them started in 2008, 2009, and many of them are going to start right now. And I want you to be one of them, because we have lots of problems. We have lots of needs. Let's create the future that you deserve. Let's have the success that you deserve. You have every opportunity right now to seize the future and create the success that you've dreamed of. But so I made that decision. I said, why not? So I made the decision to leave. Have you ever made a business decision? It was the worst business decision of my life. It really was, even many, many years later. But as Napoleon Hill says, out of every adversity comes a seed of an equal or greater benefit. When you make a mistake, most of us define ourselves. It's not a definition. When you make a mistake, it's an occurrence. So write that down. A mistake is not a definition. It's an occurrence that we can learn from. But I was scared to death when I got there. I found all kinds of corruption. So I ran away for a while, came back, and the company had been involved in some litigation. So I came back and I met a young man that was there, a lawyer representing somebody that the company had sued. His name, Michael Lecter. We just celebrated 40 years of marriage last week. And I share this with you because, as Napoleon Hill said, out of every adversity comes a seed of an equal or greater benefit. My worst business decision provided me the best life decision. And so everything that happens to us, every obstacle can be turned into an opportunity. If you have the right training, the right vision, you have the right mentor, because too many of us walk through life with blinders on. We want to stay in our comfort zone. I want to blast you out of your comfort zone, get you moving forward, stepping outside, finding that mentor, taking that path less traveled to create the life you want. So we got married. We have 3 kids. Today we have grandchildren. Best thing on earth, best job I could ever have. And fast forward, our kids didn't like to read. I was not happy. I happen to be a book person, as you can probably tell. And so I found the inventor of the first talking children's book. If you remember these, this again, before kids had any electronics, anything. And so well, how can we get parents to trust us? That power of association and my success formula, every success in my life has been through the power of association. So we aligned with Disney, Warner Brothers, Sesame Street, Marvel Comics, and our company exploded around the world because we understood that in order for people to do business with you, they needed to know, like, and trust you. Well, they didn't know or like or trust us, but they knew Disney. They trusted them, they liked them, and vicariously through that, they became our customers. And so again, understanding the power of association is so important today. Aligning with the right people, having the right people on your team, having people on your team who are strong where you are weak, having the right mentor, having the right people, turning your raving fans into your best marketing tool. It's what I teach with all my clients. I go through that personal success equation, passion plus talent times association times action, and having faith. And invariably, a new client needs a little help in the power of association and self-confidence. And we elevate that. And when you have the strong associations, it automatically elevates your self-confidence. Don't do business alone. Business is a team sport. And so we sold that company in 91. We moved to Arizona, and our oldest son went off to college in 1992, got into credit card debt. Didn't even know he had a credit card. He left home in September, came home in December, asking us to bail him out of $2,500 in debt. And he'd spent $2,500 in a savings account he wasn't supposed to know was there. He had a really good time his first semester in college until the bills came in. So we haven't always made the right parenting decisions, but we refused to bail him out, and he had to earn his way out. And he's as passionate about financial literacy today as I am. But that was December of 1992, and that's when I dedicated the rest of my career to financial education, financial literacy, and supporting you, supporting entrepreneurs in creating the lifetime of financial freedom that they deserve. Because the better you can do, the more you can help others. But we weren't taught how to do that. And so fast forward a few years, I've been working in the school systems, kind of why the white hair is white, if you ever tried to work in schools, and getting financial education into the school system. Got a phone call a few years later by my husband's, again, phone calls. He said, Sharon, I met a guy today that has what you've been looking for. I'm going, so if your husband called you and said that to you, I met a man that has something you've been looking for. I still remember where I was when I got the call. So, okay, honey, tell me more. And Robert Kiyosaki had gone into his office with an idea for a game on a piece of paper. So I met him at a beta test. And the paper, this little idea of a game called Cash Flow, was just drawn out on a piece of butcher block paper. But I was the only one that got out of the rat race during the beta test. And I said, I love this. I'd love to help you, because I had all the contacts from the talking books to help commercialize that game. And so in doing that, he asked me to be his partner. And he told me he wanted to charge $200 for this board game. Many of you may be familiar with it. And I said, well, that's a little pricey. We're talking 1996, $200 for a board game. Tell me more. I said, maybe we should write a brochure that talks about the philosophy of the game. And most people don't know the inside information is that brochure was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. All right. The original Rich Dad, Poor Dad, we came out in 1997. We never realized that it would take on a life of its own. We thought our brand was cash flow. The world said, oh, no, it's Rich Dad. So we had a 10-year partnership. We were co-owned the company. I was the CEO. We took it around the globe, 100 countries, over 50 languages. And it was a success because of you, people like you who read the book and shared it with others, because it was actually before Amazon, before the internet. So this true viral success was people sharing it with other people. But again, when I built this company, I said, I want to build the company that other people want to align with. So instead of writing those big royalty checks to Disney, Warner Brothers, Sesame Street, people will want to work with us. And so that's what we did with Rich Dad. We built it, and Warner Books came to us. They wrote us a check. They wanted to help us get the word out. Time Life for infomercials. All these companies came to us, which allowed us to accelerate our success, that power of association. And so sit down and think about, who are your associations right now? What additional associations can exponentially increase your reach, your impact, and your profits? Because that's how I want to guide you. As at thepersonalsuccessequation.com, I have a guide for you to go through that will allow you to really think about your passion, your talents, your associations, the actions you may need to take, but also where you are up here, that confidence. Now, the second book that we wrote in Rich Dad, because I know I have 20 minutes, so I'm kind of talking fast, was the cash flow quadrant. And I think this is so pertinent to what we're talking about today, right? The cash flow quadrant talks about the 4 ways we earn money. Right? We earn money as employees or self-employed. The musicians are down here, doctors, lawyers. All right, this is what school teaches us. This is us exchanging time for money. And we get tired. And if you don't get out of bed, you don't get paid. But this is where the vast majority of people live. Right? The right side is having businesses, having assets, investments that work for you. They become economic engines. Now, the amount of money you make on the left side is finite. So many hours in the day and only so many days in the week. But on the right side, the amount of money you can make is infinite by buying, building, or creating income-producing assets. And what stops us? Lack of vision, lack of understanding that we have the opportunity to take what we know here and create assets. Write a book, create a program, solve a problem, invent something. The greatest success and the greatest wealth in the world is coming from your thoughts, solving problems and serving needs. Now, but what's happening this year is a global reset, the pandemic. Now, when I left Rich Dad, I was asked by President Bush to be on the first President's Advisory Council for Financial Literacy. And then I also served President Obama. And then I got the call from the Napoleon Hill Foundation, because we know what happened to the economy in 08 and 09. And that was life-changing for me. But I would not have gotten those phone calls had I still been at Rich Dad. And I share this with you because I'm asking you, is there a door in your life you need to close so other doors of opportunity will open? That's leadership. I made a decision to leave at the height of our success because he and I were no longer aligned. But making that decision, I did not know what was in the future for me. I thought my legacy was Rich Dad. I was writing 15 books. It was a big company, height of our success. But he wanted to go into franchise, and I didn't agree with it. And so I made the decision to leave, to be true to who I am and what I wanted, not knowing what was in the future. But had I not made that decision, I hadn't made room, taken off the blinders to open myself to those opportunities. So again, I challenge you. Is there a door in your life that you need to close so that other doors of opportunity will open for you? Take a moment and think about it, whether it be in your personal life, your professional life. It stops us. But my work with the foundation has been incredible. What an opportunity. And I'm so happy I made the room in my life for it to happen. Because in 2009, when I released my first book, 3 Feet from Gold, I'm going to talk about this because Joe was talking about outwitting the devil. I got another call from the foundation saying, we have this manuscript. Think and Grow Rich was released in 1937. It was a lifelong project by Napoleon Hill. But when he released it, he said, even though I'm sharing what people need to do to become successful, they're not going to do it. And he was frustrated by that. And so in a few short months, he sat down and wrote Outwitting the Devil. Now, the title scared his wife to death. She worked for the Presbyterian College. She forbid it from being published. It was put in the vault for 72 years. And they called me and said, Sharon, I have this manuscript. I don't know what to do with it. And I go, oh, it's a little kind of negative, Outwitting the Devil, but send it to me. So I ran away to San Diego where I do most of my writing. And I read it in a few short hours. It transformed my thinking, the way I looked at life. It was so impactful to me. I said, we have to share this. We have to get the information out. Now I'm only the fourth or fifth person to read this transcript. It's typed on a typewriter, manual typewriter, and with handwritten notes from Napoleon Hill. Oh, what an awesome experience. And so as Joe indicated, I released Outwitting the Devil. And I did not mess with his information, but I annotated it. So there's separate typeface and things where I talk about the difference between 1938 and now, and what an incredible outlook he had. He just knew things that have come true and come to pass. But in the book, it's an interrogation of the devil. And he says, you can believe it's the real devil or a man-made devil. Will you derive any benefit from what I share? But what's interesting this year for all of you is on page 61, he talks about fear. He talks about the fact that the devil uses the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death, those 6 major fears. But then he also says, of the 6 fears, which do you use most often? And this gave me chills earlier this year when I was rereading it. The first and the last, poverty and death. At one time or another during life, I tighten my grip on all people through one or both of these. What's happened in 2020? Fear of the illness, the virus, fear of the economic destruction. And let's add in a little fear of isolation from the quarantine. So many people have been stopped in their tracks. And it's time, that fear can paralyze us. That's what fear does to us, either paralyzes us or motivates us. And I help people transform that fear into focus, that focus into fuel, and that fuel allows them to refire, adapt, adopt, and find those needs that need to be served, those problems that need to be solved, to create the next best chapter in your life. But it starts with you taking stock on where you are financially. What decisions are you making? Now it's never been a better time to start focusing on assets, focusing on how you can move to the left side, to the right side of the quadrant. And where are your friends? The people around you. In the book, Outwitting the Devil, Napoleon Hill talks about how to get out of that fear. And I'm going to end with this definiteness of purpose, knowing what you want. He talks about drifting in the book. 98% of the people are drifting, don't really know what they want. They say whatever, go with the flow. And those are the people he messes with. But he doesn't mess with those 2%. Only says 2% have control of their own minds, knowing what they want, definiteness of purpose, self-discipline, mastery over self. A lot of people have been doing day pajamas to night pajamas. Not a good idea. Okay, mastery over self, learning from adversity, It makes us stronger. It gives us the opportunity to help others, prevent them from having the same problems we have, because we have the opportunity to share. And then mastery over your environment. Now, congratulations, because you're with us today. So you've chosen to be in this environment. What a great environment. Thank you, Natalie, for spearheading this. It's just an incredible opportunity to bring wisdom together, energize each other. But then I want you to take action. And then the next step is understanding and managing your time. The only precious resource we have is our time. Are you spending time, or are you investing time? That's leadership. When you invest your time, you are leading yourself and setting an example for others. Every step of the way, you can become more confident, taking control of your life, understanding how to convert your beautiful talent, if you're a musician, into something that can serve others. Recordings that people buy, all right, writing a book, solving a problem, all of that. The intellectual property assets include businesses, include real estate, rental real estate, great time in various areas of this country for rental real estate, and intellectual property. What's up here? Creating those economic engines that can support you. So I challenge you to sit back and think about where your money comes from in the cash flow quadrant and what you can do to buy, build, or create assets. And in the interim, some people say, well, I don't know how to get started. And so one of the greatest ways to get started is to find somebody you believe in and support them through an affiliate program. It gives you cash flow to get started so that you can build your own business in the process. But it comes back to you taking action. Are you ready to take action? Are you ready to do something different? And I'll end with, people are saying now, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I go, stop it. Because when you say, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, you're waiting for someone else to bring lightness into your life. Become your own beacon of light. Take a position, take action. Even if when you look at your financial situation, it's not good, you'll feel better because at least you know where you are. My dad used to say, a map doesn't do you any good if you don't know where you are and where you want to go. And then seek mentorship, that power of association. Surround yourself with people who want you to be successful. Surround yourself with people who are as energized as you are, that are also willing to step outside their comfort zone. Each of you, we are still here for a reason. It's been a tough year for a lot of us, but you've survived it, and things have stopped us in our tracks. Well, you're still here, and there are other people that can benefit from what you know, benefit from what you've been through. Find a mentor for yourself and become a mentor for someone else. And together, we're going to create a greatest economic comeback. But let's start in our own wallets by taking control of our own life, because you are the CEO of your own life. And I thank you so much for being with me today. You can reach me at info@sharonlecter.com. I'm on all social medias, LinkedIn, Facebook, but I would love to hear from you, info@sharonlecter. And don't forget, personalsuccessequation.com.
Thank you so much, Sharon. That was such a powerful keynote with so many golden nuggets and golden gems. And I sincerely hope the people watching, wherever you're watching from, whatever country you're watching from, took notes, because there's so many golden gems to revisit and revisit and revisit. We want to take a few more minutes of your time, Sharon, and just go over a little bit of what you talked about. I know Joe has some insights into that incredible speech and has a question for you.
First off, Sharon, I have the audiobook. Can you just sign it for me?
I'd be happy to.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sharon, thank you. It was absolutely powerful, and I love it because what you can feel is your actual genuine desire to help people, and I just want to say thank you for doing that. I have a couple questions that I've always wanted to ask. So you and I share a couple friends. One of them's out there typing into the comments, which is Bob Donnell. Okay, and so with
Bob, wonderful. Yep.
Yes, and so I won't ask my traditional question because then Bob's going to roll his eyes and go crazy with me because he gets frustrated. He taught me to always ask questions that aren't your traditional questions, and then he regretted telling me that. But and then of course there's Lisa Copeland, and so that's when I look at it, I'm like, yes, this is amazing. But what gets you to start the next book? So you yourself, there has to be something that pushes Sharon to go, I need to put another book out, right? And my question is,
when I find that I'm getting the same question over and over again, it's like, okay. And so we're actually doing an event in November called Grace with Purpose. And it's been something that's been percolating in my brain for several years about the fact that we need more grace in the world. Less divisiveness and more grace. And so I'm probably going to write an ebook on it, and I'm going to do this event. It's part of the Assets Are Sexy event, and go to assetsaresexy.com. But it's like, I just feel the need. And when I feel the need, I write the book. So.
Ooh, that's fantastic. So Goldie, Asset, me, Sexy. Seems like a team.
Once again,
right? I'm just putting it together. Sharon dropped it. I'm just picking it up.
If Sharon could only see all of the notes that you're writing in the private chat about just how awesome it is that, you and she are on the same page, Joe.
We're on the same page right now.
Absolutely. No, but that is definitely a good point.
I've got notes.
I love it. Send me a
that's
picture.
great.
Send me a picture of your notes. I love it. I'll post it on my page.
Yes.
Yes, Sharon. Yeah.
And so Sharon, as we go into the final quarter of the year, how important is it for people to really evaluate where they are? And my second question is, as we know, whenever there's a great transfer of wealth comes a lot of great opportunities. And so right now, for the person that's looking to get into business, how should they look at this space right now? Because on one hand, you could look at it like it's doom and gloom, but on the other hand, there's a whole host and a whole myriad of opportunities. And so, and again, going back to why we want you to be rich, I know there's some people that might be listening to that and thinking, well, is it okay to make money or to expand your assets or to position yourself in a way to excel when it's a time of crisis or when there's chaos? And I know that this is a mental roadblock, especially people that come from middle class or lower middle class or working class families do have. How can people go past that roadblock, or what do you say to the people that are in that position where it's like, should I make money right now given the climate that we're in, given all of the chaos? Because I know that this is something you've written about, and I do think that's an important point right now for people to hear.
Well, we go back to people saying money is evil. If you go back to the Bible, it's the love of money that's evil. And so are you wanting to be successful for your own ego, or are you wanting to be successful to make a difference in the world? And so there's nothing wrong with doing well, particularly when you give well. All right. And so part of it is the more successful you become, the bigger difference you can make. My Play Big movement, the Facebook group is being number one in your field, living your legacy, and creating maximum impact. I don't talk about money. And so my definition of success is how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror. So it's not about money. It's about who you are. Are you making money because you're solving a problem and serving a need? Then that's a good thing because you're helping other people. Growing up, my dad would ask me each night, Sharon, have you added value to someone's life today? He's been gone for 14 years, but I still ask myself that every night. And wouldn't the world be a better place if we all concentrated on making an impact on someone's life every day?
Awesome. Amazing. What a beautiful soul, Mo. You got that, Miss Dr. Forrest. You're bringing on such awesome people.
Well, Sharon, thank you so much. I think what especially resonates is when we're honest about our own stories that inspired us. So I want to particularly thank you for sharing a bit of your personal story, because not everybody knows that. I think there are a lot of myths out there, about overnight success and so forth. And by you being willing to share that as well, I think everybody's learning even more. Not to mention all the nuggets. I mean, I think it's so important. I love always the quote, "Why not?" I learned it first. I believe Robert Kennedy was using it a lot too. So that's always my reference as a historian. But it's one of the most crucial questions you can ask. So I just want to thank you. I'm very, very grateful, because there's so many nuggets, and if anybody missed it, they have your information. So please reach out to Sharon. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much. And I invite everybody to contact me, because that's what we're all in this together. And we all, I didn't have a lot of time to share the rest of my story, but we've all had things that stopped us in our tracks. Mm-hmm. And I lost my son 7.5 years ago, and I went into neutral and numb. And all of us have been there. Something happened, whether it's a death or a divorce or a financial setback or an illness. But you're still here. I survived it, and I realized that I'm still here for a reason. Yes. And it took me a long time to get to that point. And so I want to help other people get past those and turn those obstacles into understanding that that's you didn't choose that to happen, but you survived it. And your survival skills and what you experienced and how you got through it can help you help other people going through the same thing.
Mo, can I ask a question, please? Captain
Absolutely,
Mary?
Of course, please.
Notice I asked Mo and not Joe. This is for Miss Lecter.
I'm going to start humming.
You actually made me cry. I was glad that I was backstage. I had to go fix my eyelashes. You brought me to tears, and I'm going to tell you why. Miss Brenda and I were speaking. She's on the panel. She just left for a moment, and I asked her when she knew, when she had that pivotal moment of knowing, like, I can create a program or a book or something to help people. And she said that she had been figuring things out all along, but didn't know that she was figuring things out. And you said something about focus into fuel, and that made me cry, because I've spoken to kids in schools, and I've always come up with my own willy-nilly program of turn your fear into fuel. And then you just reiterated that in a different way, and it made me feel like I was okay. And I thank you for that. And like, maybe I might know what I'm speaking about. We all need to have that little pat on the back, and you indirectly gave me one, and I thank you for that. And my question to you is, there's people that are listening right now, and we do want to have you go look at every program that Miss Lecter has. Like, go reach out and follow and support, because she's giving her time today, and that's a big deal. But number two, for people that are hearing like, oh, okay, Miss Sharon, don't be afraid, or turn your focus into what's the first step for somebody right now listening who is tweaked out and scared about what's going on, whether it be emotionally or financially or whatever during the pandemic? What's one simple thing right now that they could do to adjust or to shift, to not be afraid?
Reach out to someone right away, because the biggest problem we have is that fear of isolation. And when you're fearful, you want to kind of get under the covers and turn off the lights. So for instance, I share growing up as a kid, you might have heard your parents say, we can't afford it. You may have said it. You might be saying it to your own children. Well, what happens when you say that? It's a negative statement. It closes your brain. It closes your mind. You do want to kind of turn the lights off and get under the covers. And so the power of your language is so important. And Goldie, is what you say can change your state of being. So instead of saying, I can't afford it, okay, change the word, say, how can I afford it? And do you feel the difference? It triggers your entrepreneurial spirit. It triggers the creativity, and you will find a way. And so it's how we speak to ourselves. That stinking thinking can go away if you change what you're saying. Same thing with your children. Instead of saying we can't afford it, say, Johnny, Mary, you want that? Okay, how can you afford it? And you will be amazed at how creative they become to earn the money that they want to do what they want. Plus, you will see their self-esteem rise right in front of your face. But it's all in the power of your language. Right? Instead of saying, I can't afford it, ask yourself, how can I afford it? The power of the question.
Thank you for that beautiful answer and soundbite that I can use also to promote you. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So, Miss Sharon, thank you for everything. I was busy taking a ton of notes. I'm that person that always takes notes everywhere I go. With that, as a mom, and I have an almost 8-year-old, she'll be 8 tomorrow, and an almost teenager, what biggest piece of advice would you give to parents on helping to shift that for their kids, especially because they're kind of in that double whammy right now where they're experiencing everything we are, they're seeing all their parents freak out, and they are kids, so they don't necessarily know how to process all of that?
Well, so many kids today, we don't realize their entire lives have been turned upside down with what's happened in 2020. But it's so important for our kids to build that self-esteem. And I do believe we're living in a world where we're putting our kids in bubbles and we're not letting them, learn how to scrub up their knees and rebound. It's so important to allow them to set a goal and achieve it. This instant gratification is actually a double-edged weapon because our kids need to learn how to set a goal, work towards it, achieve it, and then celebrate. That's how they build self-confidence. That's how they build self-esteem. That's how they build self-worth. I often will share the science fair story where you go into a science fair and you can automatically figure out which kids, their parents did the projects, not the kids. It's automatic, And so your kid is thinking, if you do it for your child, you think I'm such a great parent. I'm helping my child. I'm doing this. Well, your child is saying, my mom doesn't think I can do it. And then next year they're going to say, I don't need to do it. She'll do it. And all of a sudden you've got somebody that's a child that's drifting at a young age. We want to give them the opportunity to create, to be accomplished. Yes, don't be an enabler, be a mentor. Support them, but allow them to do it. And it's so important in today's environment. I have, don't intend to pitch, but I have a game called Thrive Time for Teens. It's perfect for your kids that teaches them that every choice they make drives them towards success or not. And it's not just about money, but it's how they spend their time. It's got a lot of humor in it, real life decisions, dropping your cell phone in the toilet, those kinds of things, but it gives them the real life experience in a short amount of time about the power of the decisions they make and the course that will go in their life if they make good decisions. It's called Thrive Time for Teens, and you can go to my website or it's available on Amazon.
Incredible. Thank you so much. What an honor. And, we appreciate you taking the time to share these golden nuggets with all these people. Thank you, Brenda and Goldie, for that powerful moment. I mean, what an inspirational moment that was to capture live, how you touched Goldie like that and you really moved and inspired her. And that's just one person that we can see. Who knows how many people out there have felt that without being able for us to acknowledge them right now. So what's incredible, though, yes, exactly, Joe. Now, what we want to know, Sharon, in closing is, a little bit now about the experience of the Los Angeles Tribune Summit. And obviously, our vision. Just to sign off, what is your personal testimonial about the Los Angeles Tribune's vision and mission to help inspire and grow leaders, both this year and beyond?
Well, from the very beginning, as you can imagine, I get invited to participate in a lot of different summits, but your vision for wanting to create a 2-day experience that helps people take control of their lives has been the utmost professionalism as well as the utmost and high energy and appreciation. So you have my gratitude on how you've handled this. My team is incredibly happy with working with you guys. And I just in listening to the you guys before you brought me on, you've already provided tremendous value. So I highly applaud and thank the Los Angeles Tribune for creating the Leadership Summit and for including me as a participant. And I look forward to tuning in during the next 2 days to learn from some of my dear friends as well.
Thank you so much, Sharon. I do look forward to speaking with you soon. And with that being said, we know you're very busy, so we appreciate you swinging by, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you so much. It's been my honor, my privilege, and everybody have a fabulous day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How powerful was that, guys? I mean, if you guys have not gotten the Sharon Lecter material. We highly recommend you do. We're going to play her commercial one more time. And I don't even want to call it a commercial. I'll just call it a inspirational message from her on where you can find out more information from her. Check this out.
I've had the privilege and honor of working with people and building very successful businesses, well-known brands, and personal fortunes. Through that process, I developed the personal success equation. It's what I have used in building my own global brands like Rich Dad and Talking Children's Books. It's a process, and I want to share that with you. What you can do today to accelerate your success and create your own personal success equation. So visit right now, www.personalsuccessequation.com, and get started.
Incredible. And coming up next on the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Summit, Goldie, we have a gentleman. I think you might know who he is. His name rhymes with me. But before we get into that, can you just talk a little bit about this gentleman? And first of all, your personal experience with him, and just a little bit about what people can expect from his keynote coming up.
For Joe, is that it rhymes with Joe?
Absolutely.
Joe is someone new to my life. He is the hot potato that is the center of my universe. And I'm going to be honest with you and transparent. I'm still learning the many joys and the many talents of Joe, because I don't have my copy up, and I'll just let you know right out of the gate. So I'm just going to shoot from the hip and let you know that, as Ms. Lecter was saying, the professionalism and the enthusiasm that has gone into creating this event, Joe has just been beyond helpful and kind and a hot potato. And even today, earlier, when I was asking on our group thread on how to pronounce some countries and people's names, because I do research and I find contradicting pronunciations, he took the time in his busy morning to go ahead and help me out. Like, Joe is just somebody that wants to help. He made a great point earlier, Mo, about humor. And I was watching an interview that Joan Rivers was doing on some talk show with an interviewer, and the woman was antagonizing her, and she finally got mad. Joan Rivers had had enough, and she left the interview, and she said, you know what? I'm not commenting on somebody's ugliness or they're ugly. I'm commenting on their ugly dress. She said, I am a comedian. I was born here to make people laugh, much as Joe was saying in the beginning of the summit. And I think it was Winston Churchill that said, when you make somebody laugh, even if for 30 seconds, you give them a vacation. So without further ado, we are going to bring you a speaker who is going to give you more than a 30 seconds vacation. If you listen long enough, you'll probably be laughing way after the summit has concluded. So this is my introduction to you, Mr. Great Looking, What Would Joe Do? Hot Potato. That's it. Mo, take it from here.
I'm going to question right now, is hot potato body shaming? I'm just looking at that right now to say,
if it is, you can deal with it, bro.
Is that where we went with this? Yes. Thank you, Goldie. I appreciate you taking the time to wing it as we go through. But I thought it was kind of cruel that Mo was like, hey, you that's known him for 2 days, right? Go for it.
I did it.
Yeah, you did. You probably did better, because he was going to bring Bill in.
I may interject, just because in life as a leader, you sometimes have to right your wrongs. Let's go ahead and do a secondary introduction from a man that has known Joe for many years. 1 minute. Go ahead, Bill. And then the floor is yours, Joe Ingram. Bill, go ahead and give another informal introduction on what people can expect. By the way, you are on mute, so go ahead and you might want to unmute yourself. And then we will go ahead.
Because I was going to say nice things about Joe. I wanted to get the truth. So one of the things about Joe's my best buddy in the world. We get along famously because of the sense of humor, and we find everything funny. And so when you see Joe out here in public, you're going to be oh, that's the funny guy. That's the funny guy. It's all true, but that's only the tip of the iceberg, because Joe is funny. He's always good. But deeper than that, you guys get your pens and your pencils ready, because he's an intellectual. He goes deep down the rabbit hole. The humor stuff is so that he can talk to the mortals that are not quite yet led at the level and the deep thought that he has. He's an expert in human behavior. he has a way to look at different situations and put them together. He makes the complex simple, and he puts it in a way that you understand. He is not the sunshine and roses and unicorn guy. He will tell you just what's going on straight between the eyes and straight to the heart and with his heart. And so he will slap you and kiss you at the same time, but he will always, always deliver the best version of yourself to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. I think that is a very fair assessment. Now, another person that has known Joe for quite some time and has seen him in his trainings and has spent a lot of time is Brenda Jones. So real quick, Brenda, what can people expect as far as value, as far as the value that they can receive in their pursuit of leadership attributes and qualities? What is it that you believe the next 30 minutes or so with Joe Ingram will give them as far as tangible qualities of leadership?
Well, let's give you Joe's actual approved bio here. Because we can all talk about how amazing he is, how smart he is, and how real he is. But let's look at what he's actually achieved as well. So Joe Ingram helps business owners convert virtual prospects into paying customers. With over 3 decades of sales and marketing success under his belt, Joe has doubled sales revenue for companies in the automotive, software, chiropractic, dentistry, mortgage, and real estate industries. Joe can help any sales organization to maximize their lead to sales conversions by removing the trust potholes that are inherently damaging the road to the sale. And he's going to be talking about leading in the virtual world. I will say that Joe is phenomenal at following Sharon Lecter's success formula, especially in that putting the community together and bringing in not just himself as the expert, but as any good leader does, bringing in other experts as well to not only help lead the group, but also to help him grow as a leader. So with that, I am very excited to have Joe Ingram take the floor.
Thank you so much, Brenda. It was not like you read that at all. It was beautiful. Like, I'm glad I wrote it to put it in there, but thank you so much. I do enjoy the game of sales, and I have for a number of years. And you say he's done it for 3 decades. That means he started when he was 5. Yes, it's true. That's where I am. But when you guys look at this, what I want to talk about today is leading in a virtual world. And if you're going to lead in a virtual world, there's things you're going to have to do. And it's going to take leadership clarity. And I'm going to do this really quick because I know you can go back and watch the replay and get stuff. I'm also going to give you access to my actual presentation where you can go in and get all the stuff that I have to gloss over just to make sure I'm respectful of time for all the speakers that are here. So when I look at this, we'll load it up on your Facebook page for the Los Angeles Tribune so you guys can go back and grab that when it comes through. Leadership comes down to me, 3 steps. There's 3 things that is required of you if you are to be a leader. Okay? It's going to be your expectations, your evaluation, and your feedback. This is what it takes to actually lead people. So I'm going to break those 3 down. Again, expectations, evaluation, and feedback. So expectation, what are you expecting from your people? Right now, we have a dilemma in the fact that most of our employees, most of the work teams that we're putting together are remote. So they're all sitting in a different spot. We don't have the ability to walk down the aisleway between people and course correct them during the day, which means it's absolutely crucial that they know exactly what is expected of them. They want to know, what is it I'm supposed to do for, number 1, not to get in trouble, and number 2, to excel. You as a leader, it's your job to maximize the income for every individual that works for you. And if you're going to do that, you have to know every step that's along the way. So I'm going to tell you, we're going to document the results. So when it comes to expectations, I need to know what is the minimum expectation I require from you. Now, what everybody typically does, and especially in the sales organizations, we sit back and say, okay, I expect X amount of widgets from you this month. And then maybe once or twice during the month, we stop and go, okay, where are you at? Where are you at? What do you got for now? And when you look at that, that's only going to hurt your team, because in order for them to get the results, there are certain things they have to do, and that's the activities. So there are activities that we know as managers, people that have walked the walk, we know that there are activities that lead to the results. So rather than just tracking results, you need to track the activities that lead to those results. Now you have the ability to track somebody daily, weekly, all the way up to the end of the month. You have the ability to do that, and you can go put together a roadmap for them. So I like to convert virtual people, which is somebody through email, phone, text, or chat on your website. I love converting those people into an actual paying customer. And that's going to take a lot of different modalities. It's going to take a lot of different wording. It's going to take a lot of technology with videos and things that you can help somebody to feel comfortable. What is it that my sales process is really easy. Okay. It's like, listen, believe, and buy. So the first step is like. They like you, they can listen to you. If they listen to you, then they can believe you. And if they believe you, then they can purchase from you and actually make that buy. And they have to buy into you. And I train people all over the US and Canada, and I'll explain that to them. And I go, now what's the most important step? And all of your salespeople go, buy. And I'm like, no, it's like. Without the like, you don't get through any of this. Okay. And so we got to like, listen, believe, and buy. But you have to put together the actual expectation of how many steps they need to accomplish of each one of those steps in their sale. If you look at that, so I want you to say, I'm going to lead. Now, if you're not in a sales organization, it doesn't matter. Customer service, how many calls are you taking? How many heat cases did you generate? How many times did you have to elevate it to tier 2 or to tier 3? All of these things, you have to set expectations on what's supposed to be. You can also set limits and say, okay, if you are continuously flipping over or extending the amount of time you have people on hold, these are things you have to track. So the expectations need to be crystal clear. And if somebody's working remotely, then you need to pipe in throughout the day, letting them know that you're checking on what it is they're doing. And I'm not saying micromanage. It's something you could tell them, hey, text me where you're at. Text me where you're at. I want a text from all the employees at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock before we leave. So I'm going to get everybody into this accountability program. They know what they're supposed to do every day so they can do it. Now, if they do beyond, that's great. Okay. One of the things I'm going to tell you is that a lot of times we set an expectation, but then we never explain how we're going to evaluate. And that's where you get to the evaluation step. You need to actually tell everybody, this is how I am going to grade you. This is how you are going to be listed as pass, fail, or exceeding. And we tend to forget that an awful lot. And so we'll sit back, run a report that nobody else has access to. And what kind of leader are you if all you do is walk out and thump on people? Right? Nobody wants to work for you if every time they get a text message from you, it's you putting them down because they're not doing anything. Have you invested in them enough to know what it is? So I like to sit back and say, okay, here's what I expect from you today in the activities that I know that generate a sale. Okay, here's the activities I need from you that I know generate good customer satisfaction scores. All of this stuff is critical for you as a business. You can't get repeats and referrals, which is going to be your lowest advertising cost for a company, if your team doesn't deliver it correctly. And that's what I want to put out. So I'm going to tell you, course corrections are possible with a virtual team. Why is it possible with a virtual team? If everybody is checking in, okay? I will tell you, for this whole event that we put on, right, Dr. Natalie Forrest put together, just for today, it's like 12 pages worth of an agenda, notes, everything that puts together. Why? So that we all know what page we're on. We all know where we're at. We're communicating all the time through this. Are you doing this with your team? Are you putting your team's actions as a priority for you to monitor? Or are you just sitting back at the end of the day and hoping that you're going to end up with sales, with good customer satisfaction, with people wanting to come back to you as the supplier of whatever the product is they're getting? It's not going to happen. Okay. You have to develop what is punishments for failing to reach those minimum expectations, and they have to be delivered the same way every way. I understand you go, well, this person's my top salesperson, so I'm going to tell them I don't care about any of the activities you do. That ripples the wrong way through any organization. Okay. If they're your top person, they're not going to have a problem with following the guidelines, because if your guidelines are contrary to the top person selling, you probably have some screwed up guidelines. And I'd rather you actually stopped and modeled after somebody that was doing it right than to go ahead and take their legs out from underneath them. But is there a reward for reaching your minimum expectation? And is there a reason to go beyond? And all of this stuff, you're going to say, Joe, this is all pretty basic. I go, I know, but then why aren't you doing it? And I go into businesses all the time. I do evaluations into customer relation management software and find out that people are requesting information and never get a reply back from the company. There's lists that are sitting there. I went into one organization where I started calling their recorded numbers that they had for advertising. I clicked on it. I called into one of them. It rang into a voicemail. It said, this voicemail box is full. And it was the person talking saying, hi, leave me a message. Boom. And then I went back to the management and I said, who's this person here? And they're like, hasn't worked here in 2 years. And I'm like, so you have an advertising number that's published and it's going to come into a voicemail that was there. There was 164 voicemails before it actually maxed out. So in 2 years, how many people called from an advertisement that they were still running to all of a sudden say, oh, I'm paying for an advertisement, it's going to a voicemail, and now I'm going to expect my prospect to go around and try to find a different number by searching my company. Shame on us. Okay. Now, my next step is in the evaluation process, I believe in public accountability. So I'm going to put together all of the minimum requirements and I'm going to post it regularly in a document. So you can use any cloud service you have so that everybody can see that document and what it is you're tracking. But everybody needs to be on there. So if it was our whole panel, then it's going to show Mo Rock, it's going to show Brenda, going to show Goldie, show Dr. Bill, Natalie, right? All the other speakers. It wouldn't show Sharon because I wouldn't do that for Sharon, right? She's a superstar. But when you look at this, it's going to have everybody on there and everybody's going to see what did they do yesterday? What did they do the day before? What did they do? What are they tracking weekly? And it's all going to be there. Evaluation. I have huddle ups. At the beginning of every shift, everybody's required to log on to a Zoom call and we're going to sit down in Zoom and we're going to go over and you're going to tell me what you did yesterday. But you know who else you're telling? Everybody else you work with. So you're going to have to get up there and go, yeah, I was here 8 hours and I did work really, but I only made 4 calls and sent like 10 text messages. And you say, that's what you were able to accomplish in 4 hours? Let's check your phone time. Let's check this. Let's check that. And all of a sudden you realize you're paying for people to not do the work because you didn't set up that evaluation process correctly. And so I want everybody to understand expectations are clear and they're outlined and everybody signed off on expectations with minimum requirements. I'm going to show you how I evaluate it. I will tell you what reports I run and I will say, here's the evaluation and this is what we're doing. Okay. And this is what's expected. Here's the punishment if you don't. Okay. Here's the reward if you do. And all of that leads me to the fact that I'm giving you feedback continuously. We're going to sit down and do activity reviews with you. Okay. So if you're sitting in front of me at the beginning of your shift and you go, you know what, boss, I do know that you said I have to do 25 phone calls, 10 text messages, and 10 emails today. And I'm going to go tell you right now that I did 10 phone calls yesterday, and that's all I did. Then I'm going to say, you owe me 15 from yesterday plus today. You owe me all the text messages and you owe me all the emails. So go sit down and you're not going to be able to talk to another customer. You're not going to be able to do anything other than sit down and do your 40 phone calls, 20 text messages, and 20 emails. Because my prospects deserve to realize that the customer that or the actual company that they reach out to cares. There's nothing worse than you go click on something and say, hey, I'm interested in buying this, and no one ever reaches back out. And how many times does that happen in your company? How many times does that happen? If you're a sole proprietor, how many times did somebody give you a referral and you forgot to do it? I know periodically I have to go through my text messages and I type in people that refer people to me, and I have to go back through and go, oh, I did miss this guy. Let me go out and apologize and go through and reach out to that person. But I'm going to do activity reviews at every beginning of the shift. And then I'm going to sit down and say there's a monthly evaluation. And that monthly evaluation is going to be me saying whether you were red, yellow, or green. Did you do it or did you not? Yellow, you better be careful. Red, 3 months in a row, guess what? Bye-bye. I'll go grab a new person, bring them in and put them onto that one. Okay. Now I'm going to give you 2 things and I'm going to bounce out of here. But as far as feedback for every one of you that has employees, every time you have a conversation with your employee about a course correction, something you need to do, you should be emailing it to as a minimum of yourself. I would recommend you email it to, if you have an HR department, you email it to them. Okay. But if I sat down, so if somebody walked in today and came in 10 minutes late, I would not be, let me go crack a whip on them. I'm going to say, look, coming in late is not acceptable. That left everybody covering you for the last 10 minutes because we expected you to help with the workload. Okay. It can't happen going forward. And then I go pop up an email, send it to my HR department, said, talked with so-and-so today, verbally discussed that you can't come in late. Because we have it. Now I'm out here in California, okay, which is a very litigious state. And so if you don't have everything documented, then you're going to get burned. And what I've always found is a problem employee will always document. And it's our management staff that doesn't document. And as a leader, it's your job to document everything. How would you know that somebody actually needs coaching, training, and mentoring into a program unless we have some kind of way to evaluate and track them? Okay. Now, one of the biggest tips I'm going to give you, this is the last thing, and then I'm jumping out and let's move on with the program. Okay. 93% of all text messages are read within 5 minutes. If your process does not include texting the prospects, you lose. Okay. We all know when a text message comes in, we're going to go ahead and you're going to read it. Doesn't mean you're going to reply, but you're going to get that information. So I always text first. So when I grab my sales department or my customer service department, I will go ahead and say, text the person first with your name. And then when I dial my phone, okay, if I was going to be calling Bill, right, he has me blocked, but if I were to call him, if I text him first and said, hi, Bill, this is Joe. I received your request for additional information on XYZ. When I dial the phone, you know what the iOS system puts up on their phone? Maybe it's Joe. It doesn't come through as potential scam. It doesn't come through as unknown number. It comes through with a name, and now they have to stop and go, who is Joe? Why is he not stored in my phone? Even though it's only been 60 seconds from when I did that. But recap, expectations, evaluations, and feedback. Everything needs to be publicly put out so that everybody can see what activities they're doing that lead to results. And with that, I wish you all a successful event, and I hope that it's actually helped.
Thank you very much, Joe. Super exciting to hear all those golden nuggets. We sincerely appreciate you taking the time. And can you, before you go, let people know a little bit about the column and the video programs and the future business columns that you do plan on writing to help the Los Angeles Tribune community expand their mind from a standpoint of business, and what you believe the vision and mission as one of the leaders of the Los Angeles Tribune will be finishing the year and heading into next year.
Thanks, Mo. So I will tell you that one of the things I like to do is give back. And what attracted me a lot to the Los Angeles Tribune was the no games, no spin, right? No hidden agenda. It was all about, can we put out information? And so when I got the opportunity to sit down and meet with management and we started talking, I said, this can go places. This is something that's going to be fantastic. And I don't have an issue with writing facts about business. I don't have an issue with giving my insight on business trends and where things are going. So I was honored to be brought in on the program. Now, we also have a video program, Mo, that you are aware of, that the Los Angeles Tribune actually sponsors a weekly sales call that we do for free. So instead of me monetizing it, the Los Angeles Tribune sponsors this call. It's every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Pacific, and it's called the War Games Group. And it's strictly sales information. Some companies don't believe in actually training their salespeople. And as part of my give back, as part of the Los Angeles Tribune wanting to give back, the answer is, how can we give the information to the people? Sales is my game. I love it. And it's a game that I excel at. And that's what I want to do, is give back. So I bring in guest speakers. I bring in different people. For example, Lisa Copeland, who's going to be on tomorrow. She is one of the people that I brought in. I brought in Gene McNaughton, who's gone through he was a sales trainer within the Tony Robbins group, things like that. So I brought in like Brian Gauke, brought him in on facial recognition. And all of this has been put up on the channel, and we give access to you through the Los Angeles Tribune. So you can go back through, watch it, and learn from it at your leisure. But every Wednesday you can attend live by going to wargamesgroup.com. We'll put the link into the Facebook group for the Los Angeles Tribune, right? And you'll tell as soon as it pops up, it's got sponsored by Los Angeles Tribune. And it's another way to give back, because if everybody can sell more, and we're all in sales, would you agree, Mo?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Every time two people meet,
even a 3-year-old child is in sales.
The 3-year-old child is way better at sales because they don't hear no and they don't get discouraged by it. Okay. They're like, yeah, whatever. Keep asking. You'll wear down. Right. Which is not the sales approach I'm going to say is part of it. Go back and watch what I just went through. Okay. But that's what they want to do. Right. They want an outcome and they go after it, just like Sharon Lecter said, which was that determination. Right. The outcome was already defined, and that's where they're going. They want to go to the zoo, and they will ask you every day, 10 times a day, right, for weeks until they get to that. If it's Brenda, they're going to want to dance, and Brenda's going to have to take them. Right?
That's
all
true.
Of her kids.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate you sincerely, and what an incredible honor it was to hear all those golden nuggets and all those golden gems. And Joe will be part of the 2-day event. You haven't seen the last of him, but that was the end of his fantastic keynote. But you're going to hear much more from him over the course of the next 2 days. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mo.
Now we'd like to go to a part of the event where we're going to take a short break, because we know that you guys have been so gracious with your time and spent so much time and energy to focus and sit down. So now, one of the benefits of having a doctor and having somebody that happens to own a very successful and popular chiropractic clinic, who happens to also be one of our affiliates, the Yorba Linda Family Chiropractic, is Dr. Bill. So Dr. Bill is actually going to come on now for a couple minutes and show us how to properly stretch. We know that you've been sitting down in your seats for quite some time. And after he's done showing us how to properly stretch, we're going to play a couple real brief, short videos that are only a couple minutes long. And then we're going to start our next expert panel. So Dr. Bill, we appreciate you coming on. If you want to go ahead and just give people a little bit more information about your background, about your specialty in 30 seconds or less, and then spend 2 or 3 minutes and give people a proper stretch, because we know a lot of people don't stretch properly and they're sitting down right now watching this program. So please help get the blood flowing for them and get them up above their seats while we take this short visit with you.
Well, awesome. Thanks, Mo. I really appreciate that. Well, like Mo said, I'm Dr. Bill Janczak. I am a chiropractor. I practice functional neurology, functional medicine, which just means that we try harder. How about that? So, of course, and especially during this special time of our lives, that more and more people are living their lives on Zoom, and they're sitting down. And although sitting and computers have been a part of our lifestyle, never before as much as they are now. We're always in our seats, and we have to be very aware that sitting is not good for you at all. In fact, they say that sitting is the new smoking. We could talk for hours about the problems with sitting. But one of the things I just want to cut to the chase so you guys can get usable information right now is we're sitting in a chair, even though if it's a wonderful racing chair like Mo has or something else that's going on, it's ergonomically correct, it's still not good for you. Doesn't matter, our bodies are not made to sit for long periods of time. So give yourself about 20 minutes. If you guys have your wonderful iOS device or one of those inferior ones, I'm just kidding. I want you guys to set a timer for about 20 minutes. After about 20 minutes, you're on Zoom, for God's sakes. You guys have a little of autonomy that you guys can move around. But I'm going to give you a stretch that I've been doing for a long time. And you can do this sitting or standing, but every 20 minutes, I want you to get down and do this. I call this the Fonzie stretch. So obviously that dates me, but for all you people that, or most of you people that are younger, Fonzie was a character in Happy Days. And Fonzie used to say, let me see if I can do this on Zoom. Hey, he would stick out his arms and it would look just like this. You can't even get that. Put your arms out and thumbs up. And I want you guys to stretch out. And I'll try to get this going. And bring your arms back. And I want you to take a deep breath. Hold it. Pinch your shoulders to your ears. Hold them just like that. Bring your shoulder blades back together. Get a nice stretch right into this area over here. And I want you to feel your shoulder blades come back together. Once you do that, I want you to blow out all the air as you reach down and try to touch the floor in the chair. So I'm trying to do this in your chair because everybody's in their chair. But if you do that 3 times in a row, and it should look like this. That's going to reset the musculature that you've been seeing in your body going forward because of the interesting topics that you've been exposed to here on the LA Tribune. You're going forward. What happens in the neck musculature in the chest as well as the back? It rolls you forward. It rolls you back into that ball. That is the fetal position. You don't want to go back into the fetal position. If you had such a great time in the fetal position, you'd still be there. We want to keep our chest up, our heads up, and balance our body and keep those muscles going. So that's just a quick thing that we can do. I'll pop in and out throughout this thing, and we'll try to give you some more little nuggets to help you live life and enjoy the LA Tribune Leadership Summit just a little bit more. One more thing that's really going to help the stress on this is take this out and share it with your friends, because now you can stretch with them and it gets this information out to more and more people, and it'll keep them going. So there you have it, Mo. Any other questions?
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Bill. We really appreciate that, and you will be popping in to make sure that the people watching this at home stay active and stay stretched. We're going to go ahead and watch a couple quick videos of the team welcoming you guys and some affiliates and friends, and then we're going to start our exciting new panel coming in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Goldilocks. I have a column, Goldie's Corner. It is lifestyles, things to motivate you and encourage you and hopefully help you become a better person. Basically, I write this just to keep myself in check, and then I share it with you. So without further ado, we welcome you and we thank you for being here this year, 2020, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Enjoy.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Bill Janishak, and I'm the health and wellness contributor here for the LA Tribune, and I'm so excited that you're here. You know, I guess we can all agree that this has been a really tough year. And when we all got together at the LA Tribune, we thought, you know, what can we do to make an impact for the rest of 2020? Is we thought it's leadership. And so we handpicked the gurus, the best in their fields, to come out and give you nuggets to make the rest of this year the best year ever. So get your notepads out, tell a friend, share the video, and get out and take some action on what you're going to learn today. You're going to get some great truth bombs, and I can't wait to see how this impacts your life. So until next time, we'll see you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Brodsky, a wellness, nutrition, entrepreneurship, and leadership columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm also the founder of Drink Like Co. and an MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson School of Management. I'm so excited to be here for the first ever Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit of 2020.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I'm Gina Cagle, Energy Healing Transformation Coach and Senior Columnist with the Tribune. My column, The Journey-Centered Life, explores spiritual and personal development with helpful insight and tips to support your evolution. I'm so excited to be here and share this weekend with you, learning and growing and expanding together. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful time.
Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Lene Cook-Braxton, and I have the honor of writing a column called Optimal Performance in the Los Angeles Tribune. In my column, I've had a great time interviewing artists, athletes, and other leaders who are quite simply changing the world by using their creativity and gifts. On behalf of myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for joining us and enjoy our Leadership Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. I'm Brenda Jones, columnist here at the Tribune. And through my column, Note to Self, it's my intention to help readers really discover more about themselves, how they think and why they do what they do, how others think and why they do what they do, and then help bridge the gap between the two. Because when you can bridge that gap, you can really make the connection you need in order to reach your highest intentions. So again, on behalf of myself and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune, welcome to Leadership Summit 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Mendoza and I am a lifestyle columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for coming and joining our 2020 Leadership Summit. We are so excited to have you here today and we can't wait for you to hear our leaders, their stories, and their journeys of what they've experienced in their lives. I hope they inspire you as much as they inspired me. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Hi, I am Anshuman Sinha, President of TIE SoCal, and we are partners with the Los Angeles Tribune in this summit. Thank you, Mo, for bringing this and broadcasting this summit to all over the world digitally. There are 20 plus speakers and 7 panels coming to you. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Holly Bartlow. I'm a recent Cal State Long Beach graduate and I'm a lifestyle writer. I recently just joined the team here at LA Tribune and I'm so excited to share with you a new series that I'm working on. I know it's been a crazy year and we've all gone through the works this year, but I'm working on a Silver Lining series which highlights businesses, small businesses specifically, that have been working through this quarantine and how they've come out on top. So excited to share it with you and I can't wait for you to see it, and welcome to the LA Tribune Summit.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hi. Just put it all on me.
Incredible. Okay, guys. So, and we wouldn't do that to you, Goldie. So we are ready for our next panel. And Goldie, we know that you're going to be hosting this panel. We have so many exciting speakers that are going to be on this panel. This is actually one of the ones that I was really looking forward to today. I'm so excited. And Goldie, you know, can you just let people know a little bit about what they can expect with this new upcoming panel before we bring all the guests on?
Before we do that, because I'm going to bounce that back over to you or Dr. Forrest, just because I've been putting some notes in. Before I do that, Mo, since you put me on, am I still on? I wanted to make sure that we thank the sponsors, team members, everyone today who's helped produce this incredible content, this event, so that we can bring you insights, solutions, and guidance from the best of the best right to you, and hopefully a very comfortable place in your home. And we appreciate the stretches that Dr. Bill just gave. I know I was making my way through it, and when we take our lunch break, I'm going to be executing those even more. I'm going to let you introduce that next panel just because I've had a few technical difficulties.
Absolutely.
But still excited to be here.
Absolutely. No. Hey, in the year 2020, technical difficulties have become a part of life.
I know it.
So it's become the new norm, and we're totally okay and understanding and appreciative of that, as well as all of our media partners, our affiliates, and all of the people working behind the scenes to make this all possible. The next panel is really a panel focused on self-leadership, and we have some really incredible, exciting people on this panel, and we're going to go ahead and start bringing them on one by one, and we're going to do a quick roundtable. Welcome everyone, and we're going to do just a quick roundtable where everyone, one by one, 30 seconds or less, go ahead. Obviously, all of the people watching have the program, so they know who you are. But in 30 seconds or less, speak a little bit about your mission, your vision, and your intention for how you can help the people watching all over the world right now feel inspired with this upcoming panel. And then we'll have Goldie go ahead and lead the way.
Absolutely. How about who are we going to go with first? We're going to go with Brenda. Brenda.
Okay, I'm up.
Top corner.
Hi. Hey, I'm Brenda Jones. I'm one of the co-founders here at Belief Company and one of the journalists here at LA Tribune. And it's really my mission, my vision, and my intention to really help you get to know and understand yourself better so that you can program yourself for success and unprogram all the stuff that everyone else seems to have put in there without you, so that you can reach your highest intentions and we can raise just the collective vibration of everyone that we have around us.
Very good.
Passing the torch.
Gina. I'm reading about Gina. I know about Gina. Gina is absolutely breathtaking in every way on the inside and on the outside. And she does work with a lot of internal things to make you holistically better. Gina, who's feeding back? I apologize if it's me. Gina,
I hope it's not me. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Give us a little bit. Give us a little bit about you, Gina.
Well, thank you so much for that wonderful intro. I am, in my non-Tribune time, an energy healing transformation coach. So I work individually with people to release emotional baggage from this life, past lives, and ancestors' lives that are adversely affecting their physical, emotional, and energetic well-being in this life. And then we go forward and apply that to overall physical well-being, to businesses they want to create, to lifestyles and relationships they want to create. So my mission is really to raise the vibration of humanity. At this point, it's one client at a time, and their ancestors as well who come along for the ride. With the Tribune, I get to expand that message and introduce ideas to our readers that will help them begin and continue their own spiritual and personal journey. So I get to talk about awakening spiritually, what that means, what to do with that, with realistic and small steps that can be taken right now, wherever you are in your journey, to move forward.
Absolutely love it. And Dr. Paula?
Hello, it's such an honor and a joy to be here.
You're so cute.
Yes. Thank you.
You are the founder of the founder and CEO of the Women's Information Network. This is a big deal.
Yes, I am. I started that back in 2008, and since then I've co-presented over 400 events in 152 nations all over the world. And it's been a magnificent ride. I'm honored to have received awards from the past 3 presidents of the United States for my global work that I do. My mission is to increase the level of love, prosperity, and peace on earth. And I teach that through total life excellence. So I help women in every area of their lives, mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually, financially, and in all their relationships. And speaking of relationships, I'm the mother of 8 children and 24 grandchildren.
Oh my God. Oh my. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say about that.
You know what? You and I have something in common, because for 12 years we performed professionally. And all 42 states throughout Europe, at the United States, at the United Nations. I received my doctorate in education when I was 50. So I tell women, you can do it all, just not all at the same time.
What was your gift? What is your talent?
Keyboard and singing. Yes, vocal.
So
and
you are a true hybrid. That you're not just. I shouldn't say that. I can't say that. I can play the music.
Just and it'll be perfect. Yeah.
No, I mean you. That's. I say that you're a hybrid. That you really can do it all. You made a very good point, Doctor. That you can't do it all at the same time.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Let me.
A lot of years to do it. I'm honored, blessed to be 71 and still traveling and working and teaching and loving and laughing and learning. So,
oh dear Lord, you look amazing. So I'll let everybody that's listening, everybody that's watching know that with me are 4 experts in the field, all of whom you can pay close attention to the aspect of self-leadership, as we just heard from the doctor and the other beautiful people on this panel. A couple of hopes for our panels. We have a few questions prepared for you, and we want to use these as conversation starters. You don't have to feel obligated, but there's just a few things that we'd like to ask each one of you and weigh in however you feel. And if the spirit moves one of you before the other, you don't have to go in any particular order. Pardon me, I've been up all night, and my face looks like I don't even know who I'm looking at right now on the monitor. Do you ever have those nights where you're like, who is that? Roll with the flow, go with the flow. Let's be transparent. So what do you all consider self-leadership, and why does it matter in life, and particularly in business? Who wants to go first? Gina, you energy woman.
Sure. Well, for me, going back to the beginning of my career, fresh out of college, 23, 24-year-old, I found myself running a very successful program at a large nonprofit in Los Angeles. And I didn't know myself at all. And so my leadership style was the leadership style of others. I did what I was told to do. Checklists in leadership books, and taking on the persona of other people in the organization. And it didn't work. And of course, once I left that, I had a little bit more breathing room without the structure of what other people were telling me to do. And one way or another, I got around to discovering myself and my truth. And applying that to my own spiritual development. But of course, that leads to leadership development. So now in my family and in my businesses and in my entrepreneurial ventures, I get to move forward in alignment with who I really am. And that translates to healthy boundaries, healthy relationships, healthy communication, and internal energetic good hygiene. My energetic hygiene and connection to myself that comes first and lets me lead from a heart-centered place and from a self-knowledge centered place. That applies across all categories.
Beautiful. Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Doctor, we'll pass the question to you. This is an
Thank you. Thank you so much. So self-leadership, this is governing, managing, controlling yourself, right? And I believe that people will be powerful, successful leaders in direct proportion to how they can self-govern. And really, this is critically important in every area of your life, and especially in business. Because I think it was Albert Schweitzer who said there are three ways to teach. The first is by example, the second is by example, and the third is by example. If you're out of control, if you can't control your thoughts, words, and actions and do all the things that people who can self-govern themselves do, then you're never going to be successful in any leadership, including in the home, in your business, in the community, in the nation, internationally. And this is a prerequisite, really. Self-leadership is a prerequisite, one of the many prerequisites, though, to success at the highest level.
Beautiful answer. And Lene Braxton joins us. Are we going to ask you the same question, or have you been coming? Are you coming in for? Do you want to answer that?
Hi, everyone. I apologize. Technical difficulties, as they say. The show must go on. Goldie, could you ask me the question? I'm not sure what it was.
Absolutely. I thank you for letting me know what was cooking. I was ready to go with the flow. The doctor and Gina have already inspired my pants. Or skirt,
awesome.
I say. Okay, so here is the question. What do you consider self-leadership, and why does it matter in life, and particularly in business? And you definitely are, girl. I was just looking at your beautiful graphics. You definitely are the quintessential leader. And let's ping that question to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Goldie. I am Lene Braxton. Just introduce myself. I have a master's degree in exercise science, specializing in sports psychology, and I'm currently working on my PhD in mind-body medicine and another master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. I teach movement and body-oriented somatic approaches to psychotherapy. So self-leadership, with saying all of that, I believe is really the spirit of equanimity, of achieving a state that allows you to manage all of your goals and achieving them, as well as manage how you move through life, moving from a place of soul, impetus, and inspiration, and knowing that no matter what, tuning in and being authentically yourself.
Very great answer. And Lene, I know that you work with, a lot of like the doctor before the doctor was the doctor. You work with a lot of, artists and athletes and celebrities. Is it harder to be a leader to them than it is to just, me when I'm off stage? Is there something that we can learn from your leadership to maybe more difficult people? And I can say that too, because I'm playing all of the cards. I'm just looking at all of the things that you've done and all of the people that you need to be a leader for and to. Tell us a little bit about that. Like, what are some of the challenges that you might face, or what are some of the things that we wouldn't expect to hear? And technical difficulties.
We lost her.
And she's this is a beautiful human being that I've gotten to know over this week. Somebody that is absolutely embodying a leader by being humble and being kind. And I would think dealing with those types of people, and doctor, you know exactly what I'm saying, that you have to have an extra, as my mom used to say, Goldie, you need to eat a little humble pie. She was always big on humble pie, and I didn't want to eat any. But Brenda, let's kick the same question. We'll ask it again. Just, what do you consider self-leadership, and why does it matter in life, and particularly in business? And we've heard from you today, and let's hear from you again, and let people really dive in and find out who you are and what makes you tick, and why you are so incredible.
Thank you, Goldie. Self-leadership's an interesting thing, and I think it's come really more to the forefront as we are shifting of this culture of everybody just, go to school, graduate, get good grades, things like that, and then work for somebody else. And really stepping into owning our own future, owning our own path. But I think the big part of why self-leadership is so important is that there really is no reality outside of yourself. You only project yourself out on everybody else. So until you can govern yourself and become that leader you wish to see in others, you won't be able to see it in others. So really being able to take that back on, you cannot affect the things that you're at effect of. And so in that, being able to come back and saying, where can I take control? Where can I take charge? How can I grow myself as a leader? So not only am I able to lead others, but I'm able to then recognize other leadership around me that maybe I couldn't recognize from when I was inside my box of a problem where I couldn't see it even in myself.
Really good point. Gina, you remind me of an agent that I had years and years ago when I was a child model. You are the spitting image of her. And ironically, you the same job, even though she was an agent. I remember showing up one day and having her say, and I remember that day, I was late. I think I just had my driver's license. I was stressed. I was just a mess, and I was a hot mess. And I remember her just looking at me, and she wasn't being condescending. She just said, Goldie, your vibe is like really off. And I mean, I didn't know, this was years ago, I didn't know what a vibe was or what off was or whatever, but I knew it really penetrated my soul to have this agent just kind of put me in my place and just say, there's something very, very off about you. And I was embarrassed that something was off, and I was embarrassed that I was called out. And that brings us to this next question, because you are an expert in this field. Like, what are the changes that we need to see to get us ready for 2021? And it does have to do with vibes and just self-reflection. And I know you've been thinking about this question inadvertently or on purpose. Like, what are your thoughts on this? Because I really want to hear this personally. I'm looking to find some answers from you and take advantage of the fact that I get to ask the question to you.
Well, it's a great question, especially now when there are so many logical reasons to live in fear. We talk about vibes. Another word for vibes is emotion. In the spiritual world, we sometimes call that frequency.
Okay.
Your energy. It's all the same thing, different words for the same thing. And it's something that can be controlled, but the old paradigm would have been to squash it down. I'm feeling stressed, but I'm going to squash it down. I'm going to put on a brave face. I'm going to be happy and chipper, and no one will know that I'm stressing out and freaking out. And that's not healthy. When I work with my clients in individual sessions, very often we have to go back and release that stuff because it builds up over time. So this time on the planet, not just in our nation, but on the planet, is an excellent opportunity to explore ways that we can interact with our emotions, recognize them, feel into them, understand what message they're trying to convey to us, and evolve through them, not evolve or exist in spite of them, or do our best to work around them or ignore them, but evolve through them. So I'm feeling fear about something. What am I feeling fear about? What is that reflecting to me about where I feel insecure in relationships, in my finances, in my life purpose, and what can I do about that?
That's really good. And I noticed that I was a real pain in the rear end when we started half an hour before, when we were all in the room getting ready, and I started to puff up my chest and flail about because I'm having technical difficulties, and I don't always know what I'm doing, and I want to not look like an idiot, Gina. And I noticed myself getting like all, a little flustery, and Mo was trying to like tone it down, and Joe, God forbid Joe back into the conversation. These guys did a really good job of just helping me see like where I was. So yes, self-reflecting, but it's nice when people kindly, patiently back exactly what you were just saying. And Doctor, it's Fellingham, right?
Yes, Paula Fellingham, and everybody could find me at paulafellingham.com. But I love, Goldie, that you are so authentic and real, that you're just so willing to say, hey, this is the way it is. And I've been on since the conference started. I've appreciated that, because I work with women, and not all women want people to see that side. And I just honor you for doing that.
And that's one of the things, before you answer this next question, that I was going to ask you, because here's, a wild woman keyboardist in the West, you're doing your thing. And then we transition into, you look like you could be the next first lady with, maybe more, accolades. So here you transition into this. Is there ever a moment, and you're a doctor now, is there ever a moment where you just really feel like what's your 2021 looking like? Do you ever freak? Are you always solid as rock?
I'm so excited about 2021. I have to tell you that we're putting on the largest gathering of women in the history of the world for International Women's Day. I'm blessed to own internationalwomensday.org, and 42 nations of all the 195 nations that are ratified and recognized by the UN. Only 42 out of the 195 do not have International Women's Day as a national holiday. But here's the really good news. Even though we're one of the 42, there is this beautiful rising and awakening in the women of the world that's more fast-moving and far-reaching than anything that's ever happened in history. I see so many blessings in COVID. I see families getting stronger. I see people taking care of each other more. And I'd like to just pop us up to the 50,000-foot level and answer that question by saying, I see that there is actually right now an increasing of the concern for others, the love for each other, the care for each other. And we see this. And families are spending more time together, and people are reaching out. And I see all the good things. I'm counting these blessings and seeing that, my 2021 looks like I'm going to be with 10,000 women, COVID permitting. But even if they're not there, we're going to have our entertainers and our speakers and our celebrities there. So, they're going to be putting on like we're doing this, and we don't have 10,000 people physically here. But what I love is that we can do this, and we're live streaming out to 195 nations. And we have so many women already involved with this. So I'm excited, so excited, because what I see with this rising and awakening of the women of the world is also a confidence that's never been there before. Now, remember, I told you how old I am. I was born in the 40s, and I grew up in the 50s and 60s. So I see women today, and all you beautiful women, that there's an increased confidence. We can do this, and not in a militant beating our chest, but rather a place from loving, and just coming from that beautiful spot within that we don't have to go search for. It's inherent, our love, our joy, and all these juicy emotions that are part of who we are because we're children of God, right? And I just love the space that we're in. I'm so sad for the ones who are experiencing the death and the sickness, and this has hit some of my family members too. I don't want to minimize that, but I do want to say that there are blessings from COVID, and that we need to focus on that because, of course, we understand the law of attraction. The way you focus on, you get more of. I could go on, but I'll let the next person talk.
Before you do that one more time, I'm going to make sure that all of you gals, pardon me, get a chance to say this one more time. Where do people find you, Paula?
PaulaFellingham.com.
Great. And speaking of that, we have Miss Brenda Jones, who's going to answer the same question. Why am I feeding back? Belief Company. We're going to ask what your 2021 looks like and what you think that we need to focus on.
Coming off of what Dr. Paula just said is that you get what you focus on. So you need to focus on what you want. And I think, everyone couldn't wait for 2020. 2019 was so horrible. We're going to see clearly in 2020, it's going to be better. The problem is, in order to be better, you have to focus on things not being where you wanted it to begin with, because that's what you're comparing it to. And that's what you're attracting, going back into that law of attraction. So I look at 2021 as being more of the amazing that 2020 actually is. Because yes, I can look at all of the things of 2020 that were stressful, or all of these other things that people would deem bad or negative. Or I can choose to focus on the things that were positive. Like both of the speakers have said, the connections that are coming, the rise of the female energy, more time with family. Although I think I had less time with family, even though they were in the house. It was a weird dichotomy. And, looking at, I get to choose every single day. And I came up with this last week in a training. It's like you're going to a buffet of 2 million different foods, and someone plates 126 of them for you, knowing nothing about you, and they're everything that you eat. You're going to say this is a bad buffet. But you actually get the chance to go back to the buffet and plate a new plate. And we work the same way. We are aware of such a minuscule part of all of the information. I get to choose what I put on my plate. And maybe it's going to be all chocolate mousse today, right? It's going to be whatever I want it to be. So if I'm looking around to find the negatives of 2020 so that 2021 is better, I'm just going to find proof of that. But if I look around at all of the positives of 2020, and say, where can we take that into 2021 and expand it, then I get to attract that.
I love it. And where can people find you? Make sure we call that out.
We are at beliefco.com.
Perfect. We had a question come in from one of our panelists that I want to address. And again, something super transparent that you were just saying, the doctor again, and you, both of you, there's something to be said about faking it till you make it. And even if it feels funky to say my 2021 is going to be great when maybe right now it's not. I swear, if you're listening, if you're watching right now, do what I do what women do everywhere. Fake it until you make it. And just the fact that you are positively using the language that we've heard from other speakers, you're positively reinforcing yourself. Is silly as I know some of my followers who are watching. You're getting a slap, and you need to wake up, and you need to choose better words, and you need to be like Doctor was saying, like you're just looking for the blessings, look for the silver lining. We had somebody that was talking about their silver lining program. Who was that? Was it you? It was earlier. Somebody had a silver lining program. Yeah. I don't know if it was Sharon. Somebody said it. Somebody's coming on. We want to focus on that. And that being said, somebody asked a really great question over here that this panel is all women. Do you find that self-leadership is easier or harder for women? Who wants to answer? Just go ahead.
I think it's more difficult. And Brenda, I have to comment on what you said. You're such a kindred spirit. My fifth book was Believe It, Become It. So I love what you're doing. The more of us who can talk about the believing and becoming. But this is, the number one thing that I teach to women all over the world, and I've done this for almost 40 years. I've been traveling and teaching and learning from the women of the world and loving them. But the number one thing is that they don't love themselves enough. And you can't have a management and a control of yourself and self-govern if you don't have that love for self. And women, once they do and they don't feel guilty about loving themselves, then a world opens up to them and they can make, as Brenda said, better choices. So I think it's more difficult for women because we sometimes have the disease of the 3 C's. We compare and we criticize and we complain. And I help women all over the world overcome that disease of the 3 C's. We're really good at guilt too. And we do this to ourselves. We self-impose these things where we can just say, you know what, I'm making better choices today. And hey, I'm getting better and better every day. And we talk to ourselves like that. And it's such a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Great points. And something that just came to mind when you were talking about the compare, criticizing, and complaining, the 3 C's. This is just some little thing that I made up on my own. And when I find myself having a pity party, ladies, and when I find myself complaining or even comparing myself to, I find that I have too much time on my hands and I need to go find something to do. I don't care if it's cleaning out an underwear drawer or the garage or sweeping or listening to a podcast or whatever. But the minute that darkness starts seeping in, go find something to do.
Yep.
Miss Brenda Jones, what do you think? It's easier or it's more difficult being a woman in leadership?
I can probably argue both sides. I guess maybe I should have been in debate club as a kid.
That's good.
I think it is what you decide that it is. If you decide that it's going to be harder because you're a female, or you decide that it's harder because you grew up in this city, not that city, or in this side of the neighborhood, not that, I think you'll create that. And I think, even with everything my family went through, I didn't have that filter. That was not one of those pieces that filtered that plate of food for me. So for me, it's been so much easier that, yes, we did have the guilt and things like that. But at the same time, I never equated it, because I'm a girl, I can't. That was never a thing for me. And so I think for that, it really just comes down to, I think, men or women, or even those that don't identify as either gender. And, however it is they identify, it all just comes back to, like she was saying, that self-love, that self-worth. And we find that, all the roadblocks that people have, if you dig deep enough, it almost always, if not always, comes back to self-love and self-worth.
Yeah.
I love that. And one of the things as a woman that I have to find myself that I sometimes battle is when I come across another woman. I love building chicks up. I dig it. I love helping empower and motivate. It's something that I just intuitively, it's in my DNA to do. But every once in a while you come up with that girl who she just is a little over the top and you just think, I wish reality would kick in a little bit for this girl. And then I have to stop, and I want people listening to take this nugget home and just think, all right, you don't know what that person is going through. You don't know what their day has been. And for the love of God, let them pump themselves up, because maybe that is what they need to not do those 3 C's. Give people the benefit of the doubt to be the best people that they can be. And even trick yourself into going over there and giving her an extra compliment. Even if you think she's over the top, she might need 100 compliments that day. You don't know. So err on the side of kindness whenever you can. And Miss Gina, warrior of energy, what is your weigh in on this question? Do you think it's easier or do you think it's harder?
I think the question is wrong. I piggyback on everything that's already been said, but from the start, I don't feel like it's healthy or helpful to compare one way or the other, men or women, or however folks identify. personally, perhaps it's a place of privilege, but I've never happened to be in an industry or lived in an age where gender differences in my own professional experiences have been an issue.
I love it.
So there is that, but also, I mean, there's so many things that I just want to say. Yes, what Brenda said and what the doctor said and what Goldie said, all of those things. Yes, please. It does come from, I find, the place of confidence that doesn't see gender as an obstacle. If you just sort of take that off the table, and focus on what you are bringing to the table, then let's just one less hurdle, please.
That's a really, like, I gotta watch my mouth on this because this is professional. Almost got a little rock and roll wrestling on you, but a very bad arse, I will say, approach to that question. And that's the cool part about asking questions to 3 different people, is you get 3 different, you know, takes on it. And I love that you're not even going to tolerate the question. Like, that's cool. I dig it. And thank you to everybody who is weighing in. That's a really interesting way of just seeing it, Gina. And that's why I dig you. So let's see, are there any changes in the concept and the execution of self-leadership that you would have noticed in the last few years? Are there any changes in the concept and the execution of self-leadership that you have noticed in the last few years? Who wants to go? And before we do that, Gina, where do people find you?
Thank you. So I have a couple different websites. I'm a busy lady. So I put them all together at ginakegel.com. So my last name is like the exercises, Kegel. Ginakegel, and I want to just do a shameless plug.
Of course.
On that website, you'll find a link to my book.
Wait, what book is this? Come on.
This is The One That Makes Me Yawn. It's a children's bedtime picture book that follows the adventures of a yawn, and it uses the power of suggestion to get readers yawning and get them sleepy for bed. And I have not to sleep, I've read this to classrooms of busy, excited, happy kids. And by the end, they're all just sort of laying on the floor. And the teacher has to say, guys, up. We still have a full day of school. Get going. So The One That Makes Me Yawn is available on Amazon and also barnesandnoble.com. It's a bestseller. So please check that out. And go to Gina, Ginakegel.com for all my shenanigans.
I absolutely love it. And make sure we still have a few more minutes. We're going to answer those questions. And then ladies, women, whatever you prefer to be called, bad arses. If you do have a physical copy of one of your books or your programs, please make sure that that gets held up and that we parade that around and that you find this stream, this, what would you call this when it's passed? When you find the Leadership Summit at a later time, and I want to ask you to find the nuggets of you talking about your book, Gina, with us here, and clip that into a 60-second Twitter or Instagram or social media. That's just so important. Like, you all are here giving of your time and your knowledge and your wisdom. And I know that you're donating that, and we're so grateful. So make sure that you do take that, because that was a really good plug. And I'm yawning just thinking about it. Joe did a banner that all of his books put people to sleep, and that wasn't even the intention. Go ahead and answer the question at hand. Do we need me to ask it again? It's an interesting one. Are there changes in the concept and the execution of self-leadership that you would have noticed in the last few years? Who wants to go first and answer that?
I think I will.
Great.
We have, there has been an awakening, particularly among women. I think it's undeniable at this point that women are waking up to some of the nonsense, to use a professional term, that's been going on through the course of our country in so many different categories. And we're recognizing our ability to do something about it, with or without the approval of the other gender. But I also don't want to ignore the role of men in this new evolution of our country, because there's a common misconception that it's women's power and it's the age of the woman and men don't have a place in it. No. And that's not true. We need men who are aligned and plugged in to love and support the powerful women in their lives and help them to grow. I'm so blessed to have a husband who, the more I grow in my power, the more he supports me and cheers me on. And that's what we need.
God bless him. That's good to hear. Miss Brenda.
I'm going to piggyback on everything that Gina just said. I think that is that critical piece that it's, women are finally, yes, stepping into their own. And I think it's not women. I think everyone is really starting to step into their own. We're hitting that part of the pendulum swing where we're really swinging into that authenticity. And people, like Goldie said earlier, she's like, I'm going to share my mess, where we're able to be our authentic selves. And in that, recognizing more of who we are, appreciating who we are, and all of the great and not so great of that, and then being able to take that and move that through. So I think it's more this new age of the kids who are coming up in age that are being raised differently, that's really shifting the self-leadership, because they're no longer just doing what the adults said. They're really stepping into their own and saying, no, we're going to do this different. So while older generations may look at, oh my gosh, those millennials or whatever it is you want to say, there's this energy shift, I think, globally to really just start stepping into individual power, because when we individually have power, then we can have collective power.
I love it. That is a really great point. And before we hear from Paula Fellingham, I wanted to do a quick little public service announcement to a lot of the gentlemen that are listening and viewing. We want to make sure, as powerful women, that we acknowledge you and that we thank you and that we don't demasculate you and that we applaud you, because I don't have a husband or a boyfriend per se, but I've got a lot of male bandmates. And I have to make sure that in my let me roar moments that I still make sure to give them things to do that they're great at, and don't just say, I can do it all and I'm this and I'm, just make sure that we acknowledge and that we take moments during the day to realize that even in our power, like you just said, you have a husband that the more you grow is supporting you. Just make sure that we're supporting them back, and that we do give things that matter to them to do, that they might do a better job. Sometimes I just feel like I can do it all. I got this. I got it. And it might be good and a better role in my leadership to delegate and say, yeah, I can do this, and I might be able to do it better than you can. But you know what, Bob? You got this one. You give it a try. So I know I've got a lot of really cool bros, and a lot of people on the Vince Russo brand that are listening to this. And I appreciate you coming over to this other audience and expanding your horizons with all of these beautiful people, especially these gorgeous ladies. And we just want to make sure that we take a quick moment, a public service announcement, if you will, to acknowledge you and thank you for your support when you see the women in your lives going through maybe some different transformations than you signed on originally when you married us.
Oh, I love what everybody said. I love what your comments that you've made. This morning, earlier, I had my monthly training with the International Youth Parliament. These are 4 young people from 195 nations, so 780. And many of our young people, their ages 15 to 30. So many of the young people this morning were on from Africa. And some people think that's a nation. It's 54 nations. It's a continent. And so these magnificent young people, and most of those who were on the Zoom call were young men. And these are young men, and most of the ones who are on were in their 20s, and they're university students, and they're just starting their businesses. And we talked about this. So I love, they said, how can we even look at this? We see these women, and it feels like they're actually dominating sometimes now, that it's like a reversal. And all these women, and I said, we don't want to walk in front of you. We just don't want to walk behind you. We want to walk beside you. Can we all walk beside each other? Can we do that? And that's exactly, what they want, these young people to whom I spoke just this morning. And they said, well, what do we do about these women who are saying, we want equality? And one of them said, but they want equality, but they're not as qualified. Some of these women who say, well, I've got to be equal, but they haven't gone to college and they don't have leadership positions, but just because of their gender, they feel that they need to, be the leaders. And it's pause for thought, and it's wonderful, juicy things to think about and to have discussions around. I've been married 49 years, and to my sweetheart, grew up in LA and met when we were 12 in Glendale, California. And so I have 3 sons, but what I've noticed is that there is a beautiful rising, like our sweet girl said, rising and awakening of the women. I just don't want us to take it so far that our little boys, our youth, our young people are seeing that we are we can do it kind of a thing. And that was great for World War II when they needed to do this. But we need to be constantly sensitive to each other. And I love what Gina said, and I love your book, by the way. But I love what she said. It's why are we asking this question, and why do we say? I just hosted the Future of the Black Man in America, and you would think, well, why did you do that? I was invited to do that, but they say, why do we say that's a Black woman? Why can't we just say she's a woman? Why can't we just say she's a leader? She's a leader, not, she's a woman leader. And so I want us to just be very sensitive about this. And it all, again, as Beth said so beautifully, comes from that place of love, of having a generosity of spirit, that we're so inclusive that we're noticing the children. We're noticing the youth. We're noticing that 25-year-old who feels like now the women are actually dominating. And what do we do with that? And so it all, and that's why I honor the LA Tribune so much for this beautiful summit, because it gives us the opportunity to ask questions, to, just be in the conversation that helps us move forward in our thinking and in our lives. So thank you.
Beautifully said. And we are actually at the break point. And I want to thank all of these guests, and also make sure that we thank Leanne. I know she was having technical difficulties. Lene, Cook Braxton, Brenda Jones, Gina Cagle with that amazing last name, Dr. Paula Bellingham, all of you. And it's always so important, no matter what anyone says, be it when Gina was like, well, I don't even like the question. I like your honesty. Good. Okay. That you don't like the question. It doesn't hurt to say your opinion. And it also doesn't hurt to judge somebody for their opinion. We can all learn something from listening to a different viewpoint, or somebody else's, just the way they see the world through their lenses. Just take a beat and listen, because you've had 3, 4 almost. We had a 4th. Extraordinary ladies on this panel. We can't thank you enough. Is there any last thing in closing in the next minute that we can talk about your book? Once again, hold it up, Gina. Let's see what it is. Where's the book? Get it? This is the Yawning book. It's on Amazon or places. I'm going to put it on my best-selling. Okay. Great.
It's on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. I do want to give a quick shout out while we're talking about men, and to just point out that one of my favorite things about the leadership of the Tribune is that it's chock full of men who love and support women and want to raise us up and help us be at our best, and women who are just like rocking their socks unapologetically, being themselves. That's a really powerful collaboration that we have going on here. So I just want to shout out to Mo and Joe and the men on the Tribune team.
Very, very cool. Dr. Bill has been amazing as well today to me. And Dr. Paula, lastly, what can we've got just in a nutshell.
Yes, I would invite anyone to come to paulafellingham.com, and on that, I have 11 websites up, but I have so many programs that they're all on paulafellingham.com, and you could click to each one of the programs.
It's perfect, and that's why I was stumbling. I was like, we've got Women's Informational Network. We've got, come on, she's got it all. Miss Brenda, what is a program, a book, something that we can promote right now? That's why we're here. I want to hear about it. What is it?
Our big thing right now, Goldie, is our certification programs, taking everything that men have actually taught me. All mentors were men, but taking all of that, putting my own spin on it, and rebringing it out into the world, and really helping both men and women really excel and understanding themselves, understanding others, really finding that new connection. So you can find everything on our website, which is beliefco.com.
3, 4 almost wonderful women, great viewpoints, great things to say, food for thought. And here's the King Daddy right smack dab in the middle, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that
Program
was
of the hour.
so powerful. And I am so inspired. And thank you so much, Gina, for acknowledging that we're really all in this together. And it's really our responsibility. It may not always be our fault as men, but it is our responsibility. So we all need to always step up and really lead the charge. Speaking of powerful, dynamic women, we have a speaker coming up in just a few minutes who really feels it definitely fits the bill on that. But before we get into that, I want to thank Goldie, Gina, and Brenda for doing such an incredible job on this panel. I'm going to spend a quick second and just ask Dr. Paula a question, a follow-up question. Thank you, guys. And
Sure.
Dr. Paula, that was so inspiring, and we had so many people leaving comments about some of the great things that you said. I wanted to just let you know real quick that the vision and mission of the Los Angeles Tribune's Leadership Summit and the work that we do is very much aligned with what you do. So what is it that you can say as a testimonial for the Los Angeles Tribune and the team and the people as far as how you resonate with your movement and your experience thus far with the Los Angeles Tribune?
I applaud the Los Angeles Tribune for not only this leadership summit, but for their vision to be able to see, let's have a conversation. Let's get the dialogue going. Let's open up hearts and minds to the possibilities of what we can do collaboratively together. And having grown up in LA, I love Los Angeles. That's my home. And I just love that you're there and that you care and that you're willing to put yourselves out there in a way that allows everyone's opinion to be looked at and embraced even by some, and giving people the opportunity then to share their message. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you so much, Dr. Paula, and definitely we'll be in touch and we'll help spread your mission and your vision out to not just the people of Southern California, but the people of the world. We have people tuning in from all over the world right now. So we certainly appreciate the great work you do and much gratitude.
Thank you.
So coming up next, Brenda, we have somebody that is a really powerful, unique, visionary. Really, what I love about this person is they are very skilled at something that I think people take for granted, and that's selling in front of the camera. Okay, and there's a art, there's a finesse, there's a skill. She has so many things that she has done, but that's one of the many different things that she has done. She sold, I think, at least over $2.5 billion worth of merchandise, much of it being in front of the camera. And that is a skill that, especially in today's day of age, is really needed, because when she was selling billions of dollars worth of merchandise, she may not have known, I mean, who could have, that in just a few short years, now all of us are in that position where we have to count on Zoom for our business. We have to count on virtual meetings for our business. So while everyone else is catching up, this next guest has been doing it for so long. So her transition into the quote unquote new normal must be so easy. She's a friend. She's an incredible person. She is Forbes Riley. And before we bring her on and introduce her, let's play just a quick video of a quick 1-minute video of Forbes when she was speaking at a big conference that you guys may have been a part of.
I gotta tell you, this has been 4 months in the making and a lifetime to actually get here.
When I heard her story, it just touched my heart.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving.
She brought the house down.
Forbes Riley is amazing.
I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only the best, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going,
It took everything I am as a human being over the last 4 months to get right here.
How powerful is that? And that is so exciting. Brenda, go ahead and give the official introduction before we bring her on.
Well, it is my honor to introduce to you not just someone I know from TV, but someone who I actually can call a friend. Forbes Riley has created a trusted brand name for herself and is recognized internationally as an award-winning TV host, spokesperson, celebrity fitness and lifestyle expert, keynote speaker, and author. By sharing her inspiring philosophy that demands the integration of fitness, nutrition, and behavioral changes, Forbes empowers people everywhere to define and reach their personal goals, both physical and psychological. She's the true embodiment of dreaming it, believing it, and achieving it. The dynamic Riley may only stand 5'6", but her energy and charisma can fill a football stadium. She radiates and communicates in a way I've never seen before, a true blessing to behold, as said by motivational guru Les Brown. She is a very passionate speaker that loves helping people achieve their goals and to get more fulfillment out of their lives. Forbes truly understands the psychology of success. She says, long ago, I realized that success leaves clues and that the people who produce outstanding results do specific things to create those results. It's my honor to bring to the stage the beautiful, the fabulous, the phenomenal Forbes Riley.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And welcome, Forbes Riley. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit.
What an amazing intro. I want to meet that woman. She sounds amazing.
Absolutely. I get the fortune of meeting her all the time. So definitely I'm blessed.
Oh, no. I didn't mean Brenda. I love Brenda. I meant the woman she's introduced. I meant me. She's like, that's a killer intro.
Oh, wow. Well,
oh my gosh.
You know what? I'll take either one, Forbes. I'm not a greedy man. If I have an opportunity to speak to any one of you guys, I would love to do that. So absolutely. Welcome to the Leadership Summit, Forbes. Before we give you the floor and let you rock the house with your keynote, I wanted to just ask you real quick, how important is it right now with all that we're going through to really focus on leadership of the self, leadership financially, mentally, physically, relationally, spiritually? That's the theme of this 2-day deep dive. And with all the chaos going on for a lot of people in the world, how important is it what we're doing, what you're doing with us today? How important is this mission and vision?
Well, I equate leadership with finding your own personal direction. And so whether that's leadership in yourself, with your family, in a business, certainly moving forward and not accepting what people are just telling you. That is the difference about being a leader. And I think it's a quality that anyone and everyone should embody. You know, I've always been somebody who's asked questions. I've always been somebody who's a little bit out of the box. And I'll talk about that today, about it. When everyone goes left, I was going right because I didn't know any different. And I think one of the things that we can do with programs like this is listen to what thought leaders are saying and be aware of that, but stop the noise of the average chatter. There seems to be always an average chatter of fear, and whatever generation that is. This is not new. I think one of the things that allows me, and I think you even said it, was to excel now is because I've faced fear, death, and danger long before this moment. And so to develop a relationship with that is a smart idea. And I love what you guys are doing. Thank you for putting together an amazing group of people. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now. Wait, did you just leave me on my own? Is that my intro to my speech?
Oh, no, sorry about that, Forbes. You know, I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, absolutely. I think that you really get that right now it's so important. And you mentioned that you've gone through so much, Forbes. I mean, one of the reasons why you are able to shine with your greatness is because of the challenges that you faced. And this is something that is such a powerful message right now for the world, Forbes, because people right now are facing challenges. In many cases, challenges for the first time in different sectors of their life. As somebody that has conquered those challenges, and you know better than anyone else that greatness is born through challenges. How can you double down on that message for people that are really going through those challenges to realize that that is an opportunity for greatness to be born from?
Okay, so I want to take the time that I've got with you guys and share a message of hope. One of the things that I've seen that's come out of the last few months is a lot of fear and desperation and anger and frustration. And I think we allow that to happen to ourselves. I'll give you a little brief history of who I am, some of the things that I don't really share in public, and more that I'm sharing now that I'm sitting here in a living room in a Zoom call and don't have to fly all around the country. But I grew, you know, a lot of people look at me and go, whoa, you must have it all. How wonderful for you. Let me tell you something. At 60 years old, this is a very interesting life, well led. It started out very lonely. I had two beautiful parents. And I will tell you, of all the things that I would wish upon people is to start life with someone loving you. One of the things that we see, the hatred, the frustration, there's a level of distrust that usually can be traced back to parents. not being loved, being molested, being told that you were not good enough, all the things that can happen to a child. And the mission that I'm on at the moment is I teach and coach a thing called Breakthrough, where I have now talked to people who have gone through some of the most horrendous things you've ever seen, but there are mechanisms that you don't have to live with them, just to be very clear. And I urge you to seek out this kind of help. I don't believe in sitting on a couch. I don't believe in therapy. I have a 2-day training, and I know Brenda has experienced this. You're in, you're out. There are things that you can clean up like that, so let's get it done. But beyond that, I did have 2 loving parents, but at 8 years old, I got hit in the face with a baseball bat, and I had a very odd, crooked, broken nose. And I had braces for 8 years of my life. Imagine that. You got a cute little 8-year-old girl, and some very evil orthodontists put full railroad tracks and a tongue crusher, so I took like this till I was 16. So when I would look in the mirror, the image that would look back was very unattractive. Awkward nose, full braces, frizzy hair. I lived in Long Island, and my mom was 260 pounds. I was young when fast food was first introduced. And so I was bullied for a lot of different reasons. But as I've gotten older, and I urge everybody, if you have a chance to speak, and I don't care if you speak to a high school group or the local Kiwanis Club or corporations, start speaking. It allows you to kind of dig into your history to find out what made you the way you are. Well, it turns out that I was very smart. I don't even think I realized this, but smart enough to skip year of high school. And in college, I actually graduated with 2 degrees in just 3 years. Most people do 1 in 4, right? But it led for a very awkward, lonely childhood because I don't remember having friends at all. I was smart enough that I was sitting in Professor Kilroy's, the principal's office, doing linguistics when I was 7 years old, and built my first computer when I was 8 years old with my dad. Full schematic, trying to explain solenoids and how magnetic relays worked. I mean, it was pretty bizarre that an 8-year-old girl would be talking about all this. So the problem, though, when you're an 8-year-old girl, all you want to be is pretty. All you want to be is popular. So being weirdly smart and not being able to communicate with other kids and always talking to parents put me in a very different category. Well, ironically, as I'm now looking back on it, and I do believe life happens for you, not to you. So I'm not complaining. What I'm going back is figuring out, wow, how did that make me who I am? So 2 things happened. One, I would get schoolwork done very fast. So I spent a lot of my free time watching television and movies. And that led me to the concept of dreaming. I wanted to be James Bond. I set up on that path when I was very young, and I've lived out that fantasy. This is the part of manifesting and dreaming that I now teach and coach, because my entire life has been about dreaming about things that no one thought was going to happen, right? I didn't make the cheerleading team. Wasn't a big good actress. I couldn't catch a ball to save my life, but I wanted to be James Bond. Well, I'll tell you what, I have snow skied and water skied and crazy, went to Monaco. I've done all kind of crazy things because that's what was in my head. The other thing was, beyond this concept of dreaming, is that if you don't have anyone telling you that you can't, you somehow think that you can. And I had these 2 parents who, my dad was a magician. He was an inventor. So nothing was impossible for my dad. Now, but we were the fairly odd family. We had an 80-foot CB radio tower out the back door. We would communicate on our CB radios. I was shooting guns, and my parents were president of the gun club by the time I was 6 years old. I know, really? And he even made a go-kart for me out of half a garbage can, a lawnmower engine, and paper mache. Yeah, I know it sounds cool now, but back then, when you're in the middle of it, you're like, nobody likes me. They think I'm so odd. So 1, I'm dreaming, and 2, I think nothing's impossible. So even after college, I had decided I wasn't going to go be a lawyer. And I tell a lot of these in-depth stories you can hear me speak about a lot of things, but right now I just want to talk about that nothing should hold you back. Your limitations are solely what you make them. Doesn't mean you're not going to hit obstacles we put down, but if you have a vision, and I know I've done this with Brenda before. I actually have a quote from Brenda about this word called permission. And it's my newest book about what it means to grant yourself permission. And you don't need anyone around you to believe in you or think it's possible. It takes a lot of internal fortitude. And I'm going to be the one to grant you permission that says, look, you can go off and do anything. And I'm not kidding about anything. I own a television studio. I've got 2 beautiful twins. I'm in love again with somebody 17 years younger than me. This ability to manifest and dream and really go for it is what I'm about. And I don't know many people who talk this way. I have a blueprint for how you should do it. And I will actually supply you with some tools, because odds are, because I've met you, you're playing too small. Odds are somebody told you, oh, you couldn't do that. Who do you think you are? You don't really believe you're enough. And I'll tell you what, even though I am who I am now, it's been a really, really, really long road. I raised a beautiful young man for 12 years of his life. I got Dexter when he was 8 years old. He was murdered on his way from haircut to church on a Sunday morning. Yeah, Dexter was very black. I'm very white. I very clearly understand the race issues that are going on because I spent time in his neighborhood down in South Central where I was the only white face. And I got a sense of that. I'm sad for what's going on. And I wish that a lot of people could walk in somebody else's shoes before they start being so judgmental. I also had children when I was 42. So I was an older mom. My daughter, in the last couple of months since COVID hit, has launched a business. She's 17 years old. In 8 weeks, she's grossed 6 figures. She hasn't finished high school yet. She has no college diploma. In fact, the biggest issue right now is we're deciding, does she go to college? She runs a company, has 4 employees, and figured it all out. One, by watching me, by watching great mentors. She does know Les Brown. She does know Adrian Morrison. She's been around when I've done speaking. But I'll tell you what, she took the bull by the horns and created everything that we are doing now online. I didn't do that. I show up and I'm the face of it. I get to teach. She is the brains behind it. She's 17. So one of the things I'm talking about is you can do anything. So I'm sorry, my mouth is real dry. I'll give you a little story about McKenna. Many of you will say to me, oh, I don't have a product. I don't know what to do. You know what? She teaches a class on Thursday night. I would hang out with her. Here's what happened. She was 14 years old. She didn't have a product either. We're driving. Facebook Live had just come out. It's sitting on my dashboard and I'm driving, right? And she turns to me and said, hey, Mom, if I sell something of yours, can I have 50%? I'm thinking, sure, babe, whatever you want. Then she starts talking to my Facebook Live, right? And she says something like, hey, my mom, you know, when she talks, and she talks a lot, we actually make money because of this. She coaches and teaches. I've learned a lot. I'm going to sell my mom's 1-hour rant calls. Oh, in fact, McKenna, come here for a second. We're actually live. I am talking about you. Here, come sit. Come here for a second. I'm actually in the middle of talking about how you're 17 years old and you're right there and you created Forbes Riley rant calls. And I'm just talking about it. Okay, tell them right there.
Well, I think I did that when I was like 14 or 15.
Right.
What do you want to know?
Well, so I finished the story so that we know it's true. So we're driving and you start talking about these things and started saying it's going to be $1,000, right?
Yes.
Then what happened?
So I was like, for $1,000 for 1 hour, a bunch of you guys can hop on a call with Forbes and she'll just talk. And like 4 people hopped in and it was cool. And I was like, all right, this is kind of working. And I said, who wants a year of her time? Because I know my little mommy loves to talk and help people. And so I said, who wants a year? And I said, how much would you charge for a year? And she was like, 8,000. And I was like, all right, who wants 8,000? And one lady was like, I do. And
in fact, she's still in our lives. Yeah. Dr. Cindy Cork, this is like 4 years ago.
And we were driving to an event or something. And I was like, okay. And I went on with the Zoom.
No, wait. I'm going to say, wait, I stopped. At that moment, I pulled over because I kind of figured out what you'd done. I'm like, how much money did you just gross?
12,000.
Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, we don't even have a thing called rant call. She had to go home and build the funnel for that.
Yeah, right when we actually got to that event, I built the funnel for it, and I got 1 8,000 sale and 4 1,000 sale.
But then she goes, Mom, remember you promised me 50%. I'm like, wait a second. You just made $6,000 as a 14-year-old, and I have to do all the work, sister. So I'm talking about the fact that anything is possible and that people don't realize if you just have a vision. So we're talking to a pretty large audience right now, Kenny. And I didn't expect you in here. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Will you give them one word of, or one thought of, what does it take to be successful, do you think?
Focus and perseverance and just execution is really the biggest thing. You can have dreams and ideas forever, just like my mom does, but the actual act of executing them is what's the difference, and focusing on it and deciding that this is what you want to be doing. Because I think a lot of time kids my age think that people like you got so successful overnight. Like you didn't work 20 or 30 years for it, like hard, people telling you no after no after no. Because all we see is people successful on Instagram and Facebook and they have it all. And we think this is something that's easily attainable, which it is with hard work. And actually, you just got to put time into it. And I think that's a big misconception about work, but the payout of it is awesome. When you truly work hard and are passionate about what you're doing, there is nothing better than that. That is what life is really all about, including your family. But being passionate about something is what keeps you alive, moving, healthy. It makes us who we are.
I love the fact that this chick is 17. She only has 4 more months. She's not 17 anymore. How did you come to this outstanding philosophy?
We started in the last 4 months since COVID started. We have started a 6-figure business, and we actually hit 6 figures in our first month of business because we decided, we focused, and we were like, we're going to do this. We're going to help people learn how to pitch, get their ideas out to the world. My mom, Forbes, talks about her dad and how he could never get his inventions out to the world. He always wanted to. And that's essentially what we teach in pitch class now. And this beautiful structure of trainings that just completely transforms people's lives. We've put this together, and I'm just so excited that this is what we've been doing over COVID. Because instead of letting this horrific event in our history just demolish everything we're doing and working for, we decided to look at it as something we get to stay home and work now. We get to focus on something. There is nothing to do. And so instead of looking at this like, oh, our lives are destroyed, we use this as a motivator to go, look, when COVID is over, we are going to be here in life instead of being sad that this whole event happened. And so I'm just excited to see what happens.
This would have never happened. It's interesting. Everyone's viewing this time their own way. There was a time when we didn't get along, when we were about 12 years old, and we had this time where you kind of grew apart. And one of the things that happened, I have to thank Southwest Airlines, because they gave me this companion ticket, and you were willing to come with me for an entire year.
I love you.
But I didn't know that. It's funny. I didn't love me as much as you love me. I love you more than I love me. It's just crazy. I will tell you, though, that she stepped up and changed everything. When COVID hit, one, you couldn't leave the house. April was my birthday. I had the best birthday party ever because both of my teenage kids, she's got a twin brother, had to stay home during my party, which I thought was just cool. And it was all on Zoom. And I love the whole Zoom concept. But it was really you coming to me and say, because you know what's funny about kids? You work really hard. You've got classes like eight classes a day, all these different subjects. As an adult, I don't work nearly that hard. Mm-hmm. And you literally said, Mom, if you're willing to focus, I'm willing to do this. And I have discovered my absolute best friend. I actually work for her. She runs the company now,
we've got to that point. Well, because it really comes down, and it is right. School taught me how to juggle 6 different things all at once, to focus on them, do all the homework, and essentially work like a 12-hour day, even though school is only 6. And with this, and with COVID happening, I couldn't go out. I couldn't go see friends. I'm staying at the house. I could watch TV, muddle around, fix stuff, do whatever, watch TikTok, or I could work. And so I decided that working and making my mom's dreams come true was the next kind of phase in my life of, we have nothing to do now. Might as well make her dreams come true.
Well, I was just going to share something that I am looking at a lot of people out there. I don't realize I am so freaking lucky because I'm a little bit older than the generation here about phones and computers and apps. And you came along and you know all this stuff. Candace said something fascinating. She said, Mom, I'm getting tired of all these people who say, oh, you teenagers, you don't know anything. She's like, you give me this in 15 minutes and I can do anything in the world. And there was like, oh, wait a second. You really can, can't you?
Mm-hmm. And I've been marketing for the last 5 years, and it's really awesome because my mother is the $2.5 billion host, and she's always busy. Always, next thing, always, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And I'm like, oh my God, can you ever just stop and focus on one? Let's just blow one aspect up. And we couldn't get it together. And COVID hit. And everything started to slow down in her life because a big part of what she does, don't you say you travel like 2 months out of the year?
Yeah, I figured out I was traveling 200 days a year, which means for 2 months, I'm pretty much sleeping on airplanes doing nothing.
And so we were like, well, you can't travel. She wasn't getting the work she used to. I said, and finally one day she's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm ready to do a project with you. And I said, great, let's do this. And we blew it up because we were focused, we were determined, we had the time, and it really is. You got to put in the time. I still do. I do 18-hour days from Monday to Saturdays when I work, 18-hour days from right when I wake up right to when I go to bed because I have a goal and I know when COVID ends, I know where I want to be. And there's no reason I shouldn't be working 18-hour days because I have nothing else to do. I can't go out. I can't see my friends. I've got my computer. I've got my house. I got my family, and I'm going to work.
What do you say to other kids who have no idea what you're talking about?
I would just say find a mentor. I say my mom's one of my biggest mentors. A lot of people I follow. I mean, I wouldn't be where I am without my mentors.
Well, you've had a little bit of good fortune, but you took advantage of it. Mm-hmm. So you've met Les Brown and you met Adrian Morrison and Russell Brunson shouted you out in front of 9,000 people. Are you money driven or what is the deal?
I am driven to help the people I love. And I love my mom. I love my dad. And I help him with his business. I help my mom with her business. And my dream is to make your dreams come true. That's essentially, we kind of figured that out today. We were driving back from the office from a meeting. And I was like, you know what? My dream really is to make everything you've ever wanted come true. Because my entire life, I've watched this woman get beat down by horrible people in the acting business. And I've watched Spin Gym go up and downs from everything that's happened. The reality show when you were one of the most hated people on the internet. And I watched that. I said, you deserve the world. So that's what I'm here for. And now I'm crying. But I love this woman more than anything. She is the people's lives she's changing is extraordinary. Like watching people who have been raped their whole lives and been told they're worth nothing to come up the 2 days after breakthrough and be like, my life has changed forever. I'm not going to let these horrible things in my past control what I'm doing now. And actually really cool, like a month ago, we met someone who went through one of her first Forbes Factor Live classes, and her life is completely changed. She owns her own business. She has a real estate company, and she does this cleaning thing, all because she went through Forbes Factor. I wouldn't be where I am without you helping me through all these horrible limiting beliefs I had. And it really is about you. There is nothing limiting you, for real. And just the fact that she knows how to it's just a tiny shift can really change your entire life.
And so what she did was she gave me the platform to do this. And the truth is I have been screwed over a lot. I'm very trusting. I wanted people to help and support this. I know that I've been on a mission to help a lot of people, and you are the only one who not only gets me, but treats me really well and just gets that we're on a massive mission to help people. And that's what we've been able to do. You guys.
So it's really exciting because I've been able to give Forbes the platform. My mom, I call her Forbes because we work together.
Okay. I call you McKenna.
Because I've given her the platform to do this for everybody. And I just want everybody to take advantage of this because my dear mom is 60 years old. She's not going to do this forever. I'm trying to figure out a way for her to spread her message with everybody without having to do it one person at a time because she is so extraordinary. So take the opportunity now to hit her while she's still open to hitting each person individually because she cares about everyone so much. And after, it's just watching her after she's done with her trainings come out and be like, I can't believe this is happening. We talk about each individual person. She knows your name, your business, what's happened. She cares.
I will tell you that what's changed for me too is you can see me on stage in front of 5,000, 10,000 people. But now that we can do Zoom trainings, I am made for this platform. I made all of my money through a television camera. Whether it's infomercials or home shopping. But now that I can see you guys all on a Zoom, I have the ability to interact with people. I love doing it. This is absolutely my medium. We own a television studio, but we built a whole setup at the house so that we can really handle people. Let me just throw this out to you because I do trainings all the time. If you want more information, go to Forbes360.com. I will teach you how to pitch, how to master your message, how to communicate, how to stop talking and get things done. Did you even, one of the things McKenna did, she learned by example. She came to me, you were what, 14 years old for the boat?
Yeah.
And she said, Mom, I want a boat. I'm like, yeah, okay. She said, no, but I said, what's the pitch? She said, well, I want to help other kids who are disadvantaged, take them out on boat rides. And I thought, okay, well, figure it out. Because one of the things I've thought as a mom is you're not going to get everything you want. You have to work for it. And so you went ahead with all that pitch. And what did you do?
Well, I raised $10,000 to take physically disabled kids and just financially just lower income kids who couldn't afford to go out boating because when I was younger, I loved boating. I grew up on boats and I used to see people on the side, like on the land being like, why doesn't everyone come out boating? Well, little old me didn't realize how expensive boating is. And so I said, well, this isn't fair. Everyone should get to experience the wind in your hair, the freedom of gliding across the water feels. And so I decided, I was like, I'm going to raise $10,000 to get a Boston whaler to take these people out, to take people on boat rides all around the Tampa Bay area. And so we put it up. We're just about to hit 10,000.
So she started a GoFundMe on her own. She shows me the video. I've been doing video my whole life, but I didn't realize how good she was. And I looked at her and she said, how'd you get so good? And she said, have you met my mom? So what can I'm looking at us. And if I wasn't us, I would go, damn, they're an amazing team.
We are.
We are. Well, I'll tell you what, this is the best part of my life. I struggled a lot. I suffered a lot. I have been through a lot. And I think what McKenna has been, she's certainly given me the best part of my whole life. And the best part for you watching is that I get to give back, because it isn't about just me. It is about taking you, not only giving you a pitch, talking about business, how we've gotten where we are, but I do a training. One of the things that she's talking about is called Breakthrough. It's a 2-day training. And I designed it because I'd been through so much pain. I had seen people who were raped and molested and hurt and put down. And somebody gifted me an amazing example of who I could be in this world when I was in my 30s. And I have made it my mission for the last 30 years to pay it forward. And that happens every month. You can find me on the internet if you want to see how we can get in touch with us. But that training is what she's talking about, how we're taking people.
I thought that's what you're talking about. Sorry.
No, you know what? They don't actually all know what we're doing. In fact, Christian just popped on over there. And he's actually putting down the links, which is amazing. I think that's, what is it, Forbes Riley?
Sales secrets.
All I know is we are touching people. Here's my last thing, and I think I want to do this for McKenna. I look at all the male role models out there. There's Tony Robbins, Gary Vee, Grant Cardone, Zig Ziglar, you name it, right? How many women are motivational? How many women are out there and not just teaching other women? My clientele, my people, men and women of all ages. There is no one avatar, is there? Which is, have you ever seen that before?
Ever seen, what do you mean?
That a woman can reach that kind of an audience.
No, I mean, I would love, and Oprah is nice, but she's not the mentor I'm looking for. I'm looking for a powerful businesswoman who's got it going on, who's got the family aspect of it, who knows the pitch, that's helping people in their business. That's what we're looking for. And I think as women, girls, all of us, if we had someone like that, it would be over. We would rule the world, just like Beyonce has always said in her.
Well, that's what I'm creating over here. I'm creating the next generation. Well, honestly, between you and whoever else is going to run for office, you could, who knows? All right, last but not least. So you also grew up, and this is kind of weird. So you grew up with, this is your little brother, I think, because everywhere I go, what would I do? Explain to them, because it's.
Everywhere we go, my mother spin jibs. There's a reason, actually, a funny little thing. I don't get embarrassed. There is literally like little to anything anybody can ever do to embarrass me, because you can't imagine what it's like to be 6 years old in an airport or a grocery store, having a line of people behind you wait as your mother is spin jimming with the clerk behind the desk holding up the line of everyone going, what's going on? What's happening? And she's like, let's spin gym, guys. And I'm 6. I'm like, oh my God, Mom, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mom? But eventually I began to love that about her, because one thing I learned from her is life's a pitch. And so everywhere you went, if you're passionate about your business, you've got to sell. And so it's Spin Gym. This is a fitness product. Mm-hmm. It's Forbes' fitness product. And we've sold 2.5 million of these things. You were there actually on day one. We did an infomercial in Europe. You've just been like the best friend. I remember I started out telling people that I didn't really have friends growing up, which has been a little hard to explain to her. But you became that. You are absolutely one of the most. She has no friends. You have no friends.
Don't say that.
I'm your friend.
No, that and our work in Spin Gym and your brother. We're good. We've got this going on. All right, I think my time's almost up. We may have been. So thank you very much for popping in, my girl.
That is so powerful, and thank you to the both of you. I can't believe she left. I wanted to ask her a few questions, but it's okay. I mean, this is just such a raw and real. Welcome back. Welcome back. You know, had we known there were going to be 2 speakers, we would have made a little extra time. But nonetheless, I just want to thank the 2 of you for sharing such a raw and such a real moment with the LA Tribune community and the global audience. I mean, a lot of people, you know, when they asked us what this event is about, we said, well, let's tell you what it's not. It's not a business conference. It's not just a traditional, normal, everyday conference. This is a 2-day transformational event. Those are real emotions that you're seeing. Those are real tears that you're seeing. And those are real breakthroughs that are being shared to inspire the rest of the world. So I want to just spend a couple more minutes with the 2 of you to continue to inspire, because this is a raw and real moment with the 2 of you that we want to capture. And this is exactly what the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit is about. So I just want to ask the 2 of you, what do you guys think about the Los Angeles Tribune, the Los Angeles Tribune's vision, and the Leadership Summit that's helping people lead their lives financially, physically, mentally, relationally, and spiritually? I want to hear a testimonial from first McKenna and then Forbes.
I actually don't know.
She just popped in. She doesn't know. She literally just heard me speaking.
Well, then let's just go ahead and go straight to you, Forbes, because I want to thank the two of you.
Here's what you set up. And they've got people like Sharon Lecter and a couple of other friends involved. And they've gone to a great deal of effort to put together a 2-day transformational leadership content. And I think one of the things, thank you for doing this, because we don't necessarily have to be at events. We can now tune in. This is going to be heard all around the world. I think what McKenna and I represent is honestly kind of mother and daughter. Can you pass on to the next generation? Can you have a much better communication? Can you be in love? I have discovered through all the trainings that I have done, and this goes to leadership and everyone out there, the true meaning of love, of being selfless, of wanting more for somebody else than you ever wanted for yourself. It's got to be the most beautiful feeling. I didn't have that for most of my life. I played the blame game, or I suffered, or I didn't understand. They don't teach this in school. McKenna, did you learn relationships in school? No, but by the way, one of the things we're talking about is college. And
I get asked the question all the time.
Because you're a senior right now in high school, and it doesn't look the way it did when I was in school. Like COVID's a little different.
Yeah.
Do you go to college?
It really depends. I mean, if you're going to go be like a lawyer or a doctor, like, yes, you need to go to college. Those are things you need to learn. But if you're going into business, I was looking into business, and I actually had a marketing student intern for our company. And he was in his junior year, going into his senior year of college. And I asked him to do some basic marketing things that I know how to do. And I'm 17. I've been known how to do them since I was 12. And he didn't know how to do them. He was like, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of this before. And I was like, well, what are you learning in school? And he goes, well, I'm learning theory. I'm learning terms. I'm like, terms? You're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on terms? And so then I was like, okay, what do they teach in business? And I talked to some people, and they teach theory, which is nice. And then everyone told me, every business person I talked to, I was like, well, you went to business college. What'd you learn? They go, oh, college won't do it for you. If you want to learn how to be in business, you need to go be in business. That's the only way to do it. And so I was like, oh my God, what am I going to go to school for? What do I need school for? And so right now, if you ask me if I'm going to school or not, I don't know. But I definitely think that if it's between spending $180,000 on school or between conferences and summits to learn how to actually make money with people who've done it and are willing to share the information with you, I would do the summits, because I'm 17 years old. I've been in this for 5 years, gone to summits, been in forced courses, done it all. And I hit 6 figures in 1 month of business. And if you're ready to do that, which I know everybody is, like, if you're not, like, what? I go to summits, learn how to do this from people who've done it before. They're willing to teach you. So,
and by the way, this little girl was born in Los Angeles. That is where we are. That's where she's from. She's spent her first 4 years there. I miss my Los Angeles. We're out here in Tampa, Florida at the moment. After 25 years, I sold my LA house, and I miss the whole concept. What I love about what you're also doing is it is not one aspect. It is not that we're fit that makes us successful. It's not that we're doing well. It is how you combine the spiritual, the physical, the mental, the environmental, the family aspect. If there's a hole in any of your buckets, you start to leak and you don't even realize it. And so having this holistic concept, the range of people that you put on this summit, my hat is off to you. There are some pretty spectacular people. And my advice to you is keep listening. What McKenna has learned, and actually some of the leaders in this summit are some of your mentors like Sharon Lecter.
Mm-hmm.
That is how she learned business. That's how she learned relationships. Turns out it wasn't actually in school. So we'll see how all this turns out.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for sharing that incredible, authentic, and real moment that you guys had with each other, with the audience. And Forbes, I'll talk to you really soon. Looking forward to doing some big, exciting things with the two of you in the near future.
Awesome.
Guys, thank you guys so very much. Reach out to me on social media if you want this girl. She's not available for hire. She's mine.
Awesome.
Bye, you guys.
What a powerful, and authentic experience that they were gracious enough to share with us. If you're just tuning in, this is the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. We have so many exciting things that are about to appear for you. But before we do that, let's watch a quick clip, 30 seconds of the LA Tribune.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Welcome back, guys. And of course, we're going to spend a little bit of time now with you, Goldie, actually, and just wanted to get a quick recap of how is it that so far you have been feeling checking in so far with the event?
You know, I was not expecting to have it be such a, I guess I should say, a ping pong match, because you have such strong personalities giving their take on life and leadership and business and so many different backgrounds that we're hearing from. You know, I was feeling very motivated by Joe basically, you know, telling us how to hold people accountable at our businesses. This isn't something that you really hear about every day. There's just so many people that are just like, it's feel good and just go with the flow. You know, like the other doctor was saying, just go with the flow, everything will be fine. And it's like, Joe's got some definite checks and balances in place for his team, and no wonder he's successful. And after all, Joe, we're here, Mo, to be successful and to learn how to be more successful.
Absolutely.
Got somebody like Forbes, who's just like, I mean, she's just saying it like it is. There was no sugarcoating. I don't necessarily not want to hear about somebody being molested or raped or whatever. Like, that's real stuff that people listening are like, wait a second, that happened to me, or I know somebody that happened to, or there's just been a lot of things today that have been discussed that are normally taboo for other summits. And I guess that is a testament to the Los Angeles Tribune. These ads that you keep playing, real, transparent, raw. We're here to make change, and we're here to be in the forefront.
Definitely. We're raw, we're real, and we're here to change lives. And one of the 5 pillars, Goldie, is the spiritual pillar. And our next quick guest that is going to pop on, who's an affiliate and a friend, actually owns a magazine in that space. And of course, I'm talking about the very well-known magazine Radiance. And Radiance is well known for being metaphysical, esoteric, spiritual, and really being open-minded with a lot of the work that they do. We as a publication, we are a very open-minded publication, and we like to give our platform to people who have different political beliefs, people who have different spiritual beliefs, and we like to allow freedom of speech to be our main vision and our main pillar. So we want to go ahead and welcome one of our friends and affiliates, Scott Ware. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Let's hope that the signal is live and direct.
Nice. Hi, Scott. Thanks for being here. He'll thank me whenever he can hear.
Okay. Scott figures that out though, Goldie. I do want to bring Dr. Natalie Forrest back to the mix. Dr. Forrest, thank you for joining us yet again. What do you feel so far about the 5 pillars being covered, Dr. Forrest?
Doctor, unmute yourself. Unmute your button.
Thank you so much. That's why we need a team. Thank you, Joe, for the teamwork aspect. So I think it's been amazing. And when I see the comments on Facebook, I would say most people agree, because everybody's bringing something else in. There are still some pillars we're going to have to cover more of tomorrow. But everybody's been able to help us realize that it is all connected. You cannot lead in one area and not have the other ones together too. And, you know, I always talk about the fact that you lead a life, your life transfers to business, you lead a business, whatever happens in business goes back to life. It's just all interconnected. And everybody, whether it's Sharon, whether it's Forbes, whether it's Joe, or whether it's the amazing ladies panel, I mean, everybody's been pointing out that it has to be looked at holistically. And the spiritual aspect is in the knowing yourself and being open to everybody's idea. And that's what I loved especially about Forbes and McKenna. Reminds me of my daughter, but it was so important because they were real and they were saying, you know, we can do this, and they were vulnerable. for some reason, you know it, Goldie, we're not supposed to be vulnerable. We're supposed to be strong. And especially as women, we're supposed to multitask and do all of that. And then a man, he's supposed to run the house, even though we're in 2020. That's like amazing. But it is being vulnerable, because how can you learn or grow or evolve if you're not willing to learn? And I think that, to me, is a huge spiritual aspect as well in all of this.
Yes, I liked that people were definitely mentioning spiritual things as well. And I don't know, I think that there needs to be more of that. And if you mention something spiritual that I don't necessarily practice or maybe even agree with, again, it goes back to just listening to their point of view. Like, what's it going to hurt? There's an interesting story really quick I'll share with you before you get to the next person. And that was, there is a gate agent at the Nashville airport, and she is from India. And, I remember her saying one day, she just said, "Could I say a prayer for you?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And she was like, so worried that I wouldn't want her prayer. And I'm like, "But you are." Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, but everybody can use I'll take as many prayers and spells and whatever you got for me. Like, I'm getting on a plane, like, bless me the best way that you know how." And I just want to get back to a place, or grow to a place, where we're just more open to other people's opinions and practices and what they've experienced. I'd say 99% of the time, it's going to add value to your life.
Well, and that's, I love that story, because Forbes and McKenna also hinted at that, right? There is the misconception that there is such a thing as being too trusting. And yes, maybe you need to look at things 2 or 3 times, but when you're trusting, it also means you're open and you believe in the good of people.
Yes.
So whether you use the term bless or spell or whatever it is, if somebody wishes me well in their way, bring it on. Bring it on. I'm all for it. And that is so important, because it's really not about being too trusting in that way. That's where your friends and your collaborators come in and say, "Hey, you've been doing this for 5 years. Have you gotten anything out of it?"
Absolutely.
So that's where you need your friends.
Thank you guys for that exciting recap. Really a great opportunity to reflect on some of the dynamic speakers. I mean, selling $2.5 billion worth of merchandise with just a camera is certainly something that develops some real powerful attributes. So we want to thank all of the powerful speakers thus far that have shared their insights and helped spread this message of leadership financially, mentally, physically, relationally, and of course, spiritually. Now we're going to go and watch a quick video of just a handful of the people working behind the scenes at the Los Angeles Tribune. And then we're going to come back and switch things up and segue into a quick different direction and have our special comedian come in and lighten the mood a little bit while we get ready for the next panel. So let's go ahead and enjoy this welcome from just a handful of the great people at the Los Angeles Tribune.
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Goldilocks. I have a column, Goldie's Corner. It is lifestyles, things to motivate you and encourage you and hopefully help you become a better person. Basically, I write this just to keep myself in check, and then I share it with you. So without further ado, we welcome you and we thank you for being here this year, 2020, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Enjoy.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Bill Janishak, and I'm the health and wellness contributor here for the LA Tribune, and I'm so excited that you're here. I guess we can all agree that this has been a really tough year. And when we all got together at the LA Tribune and we thought, what can we do to make an impact for the rest of 2020, is we thought, it's leadership. And so we handpicked the gurus, the best in their fields, to come out and give you nuggets, make the rest of this year the best year ever. So get your notepads out, tell a friend, share the video, and get out and take some action on what you're going to learn today. You're going to get some great truth bombs, and I can't wait to see how this impacts your life. So until next time, we'll see you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Brodsky, a wellness, nutrition, entrepreneurship, and leadership columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm also the founder of Drink Like Co. and an MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson School of Management. I'm so excited to be here for the first ever Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit of 2020.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I'm Gina Cagle, Energy Healing Transformation Coach and Senior Columnist with the Tribune. My column, The Journey-Centered Life, explores spiritual and personal development with helpful insight and tips to support your evolution. I'm so excited to be here and share this weekend with you, learning and growing and expanding together. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful time.
Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Lene Cook Braxton, and I have the honor of writing a column called Optimal Performance in the Los Angeles Tribune. In my column, I've had a great time interviewing artists, athletes, and other leaders who are quite simply changing the world by using their creativity and gifts. On behalf of myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for joining us and enjoy our Leadership Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. I'm Brenda Jones, columnist here at the Tribune. And through my column, Note to Self, it's my intention to help readers really discover more about themselves, how they think and why they do what they do, how others think and why they do what they do, and then help bridge the gap between the two. Because when you can bridge that gap, you can really make the connection you need in order to reach your highest intentions. So again, on behalf of myself and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune, welcome to Leadership Summit 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Mendoza and I am a lifestyle columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for coming and joining our 2020 Leadership Summit. We are so excited to have you here today and we can't wait for you to hear our leaders, their stories, and their journeys of what they've experienced in their lives. I hope they inspire you as much as they inspired me. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Hi, I am Anshuman Sinha, President of TIE SoCal, and we are partners with the Los Angeles Tribune in this summit. Thank you, Mo, for bringing this and broadcasting this summit to all over the world digitally. There are 20 plus speakers and 7 panels coming to you. Thank you.
Bartlow. I'm a recent Cal State Long Beach graduate and I'm a lifestyle writer. I recently just joined the team here at LA Tribune and I'm so excited to share with you a new series that I'm working on. I know it's been a crazy year and we've all gone through the works this year, but I'm working on a Silver Lining series which highlights businesses, small businesses specifically, that have been working through this quarantine and how they've come out on top. So excited to share it with you and I can't wait for you to see it, and welcome to the LA Tribune Summit.
Awesome. Welcome back. And, we want to thank all of the great, talented people working behind the scenes who make the Los Angeles Tribune what it is, a beacon of hope, inspiration, and authenticity in the field of journalism. So before we start our next exciting panel, we're going to give the floor time to a man who you may have seen on the stage at the Laugh Factory. You may have seen him on stage at different places. He's a comedian. He's a very talented man. Mr. Ray Alavi, welcome, and the floor is yours. Go ahead and take it away. We're super excited.
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
And the floor is yours, Ray. I'm so excited to hear your set. You have such a unique approach to comedy, and we can't wait to hear you give us a little bit of a break from all the deep dive that we've been doing so far, and lighten up the mood a little bit in between our next panel. The floor is yours, sir.
For sure, yeah. There's definitely been too much uplifting going on here, so we got to kind of go at 180 and bring down the mood a little bit to make it more realistic to real life. What do you guys say? I did just get off the phone with Oprah. She did threaten to cancel her membership, but I convinced her to stay on. But hopefully, she'll stay on. Due to the previous comments of her not being legitimate role model. But All right, but in all seriousness, it's been a really wonderful experience, like listening to everybody. So uplifting, as I said, especially in these times. It's definitely been a tough year. Tragedy of human lives, loss of jobs and businesses. But you wouldn't know it by looking at the stock market, though. I mean, just looking at the Amazon stocks and Tesla stocks. Have you seen them? They shot up more in the last 6 months than the Trump slide detector graph when he told us not to worry about the virus. Yeah, but despite it all, the government did step up, though, with those stimulus bills. They really did. I hadn't seen so many minimum wage workers get that excited since going to Bernie Sanders rally. Yeah, even my deadbeat ex-brother-in-law, who was on parole, actually looked forward to getting the mail for once. Yeah, but I'm glad we're getting back to some sort of normalcy here in California, especially here in California. We're getting riots, earthquakes, and fires back, so that's good news. And but all joking aside, COVID-19 made me during the quarantine made me realize a lot of things about myself, and I decided to make a top 10 list as a homage to the great David Letterman, who I really admired. So I have a top 10 list here, which I wanted to share with you guys real quick. And let me see if I could share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, so here's 10 things that COVID made me realize. Let me see. I think so. Okay. Actually, maybe not. Here.
We can't see your screen, Ray, but I hate to interrupt your set and
I'll
be that
do the next best thing. I'll do the next best thing.
Okay, go ahead and do it that way.
Okay, so like here's a top 10 list that COVID made me realize. Number 10, during quarantine, I felt socially adequate for once, knowing that I'm doing exactly the same thing on a Saturday night as Leonardo DiCaprio, which is sitting at home. Number 9, I realized that my fat ass is not due to the office snacks. Number 8, I realized I needed professional help for wanting to hold up a liquor store every time I went in with my mask on. Number 7, after watching every single series on Netflix, I still couldn't bring myself to watch the one about the OCD Japanese chick throwing away people's old sweaters. I just couldn't do it. Number 6, I realized I needed way more picture frames on my desk. Number 5, I realized that the next pandemic should be called Michelob Ultra, so it too could go out of business, like Corona did. Terrible beer. Number 4, trying to figure out how to work Zoom brought down more old people than COVID did. Number 3, I realized you had to come up with a more creative excuses for leaving virtual parties with your boring friends than I got a long drive home. The number 2 thing, number 2, I realized that Dr. Deborah Birx from the COVID task force was actually Daphne from Scooby-Doo. And the number 1 thing I realized during this COVID situation was finding out that Leonardo DiCaprio was actually at home with 3 Vogue models made me feel socially inadequate again. And that's my top 10 list. I hope you enjoyed it and chuckled a little bit or even cried. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Doctor, unmute yourself. There you go, my love.
Of course, I was just clapping. I didn't want to be too loud. My husband always says when I clap, it's too loud. It hurts his ears.
Oh, thank you for preparing all of that, Ray. That was good stuff. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. So now you've gotten a taste of Ray, and he is part of the team behind the scenes. So, we are a very eclectic group.
Yeah, that was good. That was some real stuff. I'm always down for some real stuff.
And now, everybody, we want to move from a little bit of fun back into the issues at hand. And as you all know, we are, as the Los Angeles Tribune, connected worldwide. We're also, of course, collaborating with other organizations, whether it's the Radiance magazine and Scott Ware, whether it is Thai SoCal, whether it is some of the other amazing sponsors that you can also see on our program. Right now, we are moving into a panel that is important for everybody who's dreaming of, wants to, has a small business. Because having a small business and leading a small business is a whole different ballgame.
Definitely agreed. And I'm looking at some of the people that are coming on to the next panel. Are we jumping into that already, Dr.?
Yes, let's go with Mr. Tillman and Mr. Mashney. And I just want to start it out this way. Guten Tag, Axel.
Oh, that's really
Guten Tag.
Oh, we got some German.
I know, I couldn't help myself.
Your German background.
Yeah, I just realized that earlier today that when you came on earlier to check in, I was like, oh my gosh, German accent, of course.
Yes. Also, everybody says Alex or so, because very often it's actually not what your eyes see, but what your brain wants to see.
Oh, very true. Very true. Yes, absolutely. All right. Well, I'll hand it over to you all, and you can get started with discussing small business leadership.
And Alex, I'm just looking at your information and just wow, like everybody on this panel has been amazing. When did you come over from the States?
You mean from Germany?
From Germany, and then Dubai. I see all of this.
1991. I came in 1991, fulfilling a dream that has started in 1985.
Amazing. We've got a couple of questions for you all. If you and then there was one gentleman that didn't make it, and then we have Sam. Correct? I'm making sure I have my guests right, since we've had some things. We're just going with the flow. Mo is here to weigh in and help out.
Absolutely, Goldie. And before I leave, you guys want to take a quick second to thank the two gentlemen who are here with us. Of course, Axel, who is a seasoned investor and has sat on many different panels for startups. Sammy Mashney, who owns one of the best law firms in Southern California, among other business enterprises that he's involved with. So if you're watching this as an entrepreneur, this is really your chance to sneak into the minds of successful people that have really done it. And I can't wait to hear the conversation between the three of you to really deep dive into that. So it's all yours, Gold.
No, I so appreciate that. Like I've got the German, and then I've got somebody from Egypt. Like this is just like the dichotomy is.
It's actually from Palestine.
From Palestine, okay.
But I did go to school in Egypt for 5 years, where I got my pharmacy degree.
Is it different to get a pharmacy degree there to here? Is it much different? Are the needs different there? Is the education that you needed to supplement when you got here? Was it a lot? Was it smooth sailing? I know I'm off topic, but I'm just fascinated by this because you can't mess up on your job.
Yeah, it is. It gets different between one country to the other, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's the person who holds the knowledge who makes the difference, as opposed to where that person got the knowledge.
Well, and for sure, like I said, you have a definite job that you can't make any mistakes. Like you have to be completely.
But that's my former profession. I'm an attorney now. I changed a while back because I got bored with pharmacy, counting and pouring. Said that's not for me. So I want to do something more controversial, where I will, if I fight, I get paid, as opposed to get yelled at and called rude.
And I appreciate you walking us through that. There's some questions that we have because you are experts in the field, one of the questions was for both of you. The state of small businesses is not looking rosy, and this is just the question. It can be perspective. As a small business owner and leader, how are you surviving? And you just automatically said that. You already kind of answered the question, just saying like it's in the power of the mind of the beholder. But how are you surviving during this? Like, talk us through, either one of you that want to jump in.
Okay, well, I'll jump in. Basically, it all depends on the person. If you are one of those who gets up in the morning early, 5 a.m., and you want to make whatever you can of the day, you're excited, you just want to tackle whatever comes across, you want to create whatever you have to do, and you're also, you meet people head on, you look them straight in the eye, as opposed to, let your subordinates handle it. And you also, if you treat your employees better than you treat your clients or customers, you're bound to succeed, because they're the ones who work for you, make the money for you, and they must feel appreciated, respected, and loved. And this is how they give their best. So this is basically one of the things I do to make sure that I continue to succeed.
That's a really interesting point. It's almost, and no offense to you, Dr. Forrest. That's in America back in the olden days when I was growing up. I had somebody that used to say to me that you're treating me like a red-haired stepchild. And again, it's a phrase. Deal with it, Dr. Forrest.
It's okay.
Sometimes the people that are the closest to us, employees, the people that are making it all happen, we take it out on them, or we don't give them the credit that they need or deserve, and we put on a face for the customers only, and then we leave these people needing and wanting what they deserve. And that's a really, really great point. There's something, even if you don't mind me saying, I guess I can say this biblically, that I see some of my friends who practice Christianity. In the Bible, it says that God is here, and then your spouse is here, and then here are your kids. And I see many people in my world where, whether or not it's God or not, it's that the kids are way up here, and then the spouse, who you kind of need to make the whole cog work, the spouse is like the last person, that you're looking hot for anymore. You're taking out on that special date, or you're really being present with. And by you saying, don't forget the employees, treat them better, or, you know what I mean? Not better, but equal, or, really make them shine. I think that's a wonderful point that I have not heard anywhere. So props to you, Mr. Lawyer, ex-pharmacist. I've never heard that throughout the whole COVID on any of the podcasts that I've been on, or panels, or things that I've helped with. I've not heard that point. So that's a very deep and good golden nugget for me. So thank you.
Well, the reason I say this is because when I worked as a pharmacist, I detested the way I was treated by superiors.
Let's talk about that.
For the quote, a professional, but when it came to handling situations with customers, with this mantra that customer is always right, I had trouble with it, because I treat everybody very nice, 99.99% of the people, excellent relationships. Then you get this occasional jerk or whatever who got up in the morning and they had it in mind that they're gonna try to make your life miserable.
Yes.
Well, that's not gonna happen with me, because I'm somebody who will repel and stand up for anybody who is not acting respectful and decent, etc. And I said to myself, if I ever become an employer, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna treat my employees much better than my employers treated me. So that's how it originated in my mind.
I love that. I did a lot of child acting and modeling since I was out of the womb, and got to be very stressful as a 6-year-old child, 7-year-old child, and they were always shifting me to different therapists and people to talk to. But I will remember one saying, when I told her about my past history and some of the traumatic things that had happened, similar to you saying, I don't like the way that I was treated, she came back with me and smiled, and she shined, and she said, that's the gift from the wound. So you took something that was unpleasant, or that you didn't appreciate or like or feel like it was deserved, and said, okay, I'm going to learn something from this, And by God, when I'm in charge and when I have the opportunity, I'm going to make sure that I treat my people like gold. And that's a very strong, powerful message for people that are listening and watching today. If you get nothing else from this leadership summit, get that from it. You know, you treat people like you want to be treated, but especially treat your employees well. Even if you're waking up on the wrong side of the bed and you spill your coffee, treat those employees well.
I'm blushing.
It's a great point, and I mean it from the heart. And now we have the German.
Well, let me jump. Let's Axel jump in, and I think it's important what you pointed out earlier. We're all from different cultures.
Yes.
That's also a very enormously important aspect when we're talking about small businesses. So if I may switch the question up just a little bit for you,
Please.
Axel.
Yeah.
Still answer that one, but being a German myself, I never wanted to be an entrepreneur. So, the way I grew up is like Germans don't really become entrepreneurs. And here we are running small or bigger businesses. Where do you see the difference in cultures and in countries? Because you've also worked just like Sammy all over the world. Where do you see the difference in how small businesses are being run and or evaluated? Or valued?
Questions.
So this is a very important question. And by the way, first of all, thank for Mo and the LA Tribune to have us on today. It's a wonderful experience, and the mission behind the LA Tribune is absolutely fantastic. It was touched upon earlier a couple of times. I listened in the whole morning, and you all do such a great job. Now, coming back to the cultural question, as a matter of fact, yesterday on an interview, I highlighted this. And Natalie, let me ask you a question. Where are the best cars in the world built?
Where are the best cars? Well, as an American, I would have to say in Germany.
Yes, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, BMW, Porsche, you name it.
Yes.
Now, if everything would be equal, then there would be 6 people in Munich at a beer table and would have said 6 years ago, I had enough of BMW, or in Stuttgart, I had enough of Mercedes-Benz. We smell there is an opportunity to actually make a new automotive company in electro vehicles, and we would call it Tesla. Where did it actually happen? It happened here in California, Northern California, where they never built a car before. And the only automotive breakthrough that existed in the last 60 years for a new brand to establish happened here, and not naturally where it should have happened, in Germany. The ecosystem is there. They know how to build cars. All the engineers that Tesla needed came from Germany. All the designers came from Germany. So why didn't it happen in Germany? For one, there is a infrastructure and a legal system in place that prevents entrepreneurship. Yes, you are encouraged to do something and you can grow a little company, but another Bill Gates would never happen in Germany. It is too difficult. I was sitting on the board of directors here of a company, and when one deal fell through for 1 year, we financed them from the investor side for 1 year and pushed about $4 million in debt ahead of us. Under German law, the guy would have been in jail, and the whole board of directors on top of this. Then when you fail, you are done in Germany for 30 years. Natalie, am I correct? You are brand marked for the rest of your life, basically. Here you say, oh, I hope you learned something. Let's give it another try and another opportunity.
And that also goes back to what Sammy was saying to some degree when it comes to how do we treat the employees, right? There again is a cultural difference. Whether we talk about the way that we're treating them culturally or we value them. And so the relationships are very different and very much impacted by our culture. Now, both of you have also talked about, your experiences. Axel, you just mentioned this experience with this one company. Can you, because we're into sharing here as well at the Tribune, right? Can you point at some challenges that you faced and how you were able to overcome them, maybe before you ended up running the bigger businesses and the bigger dollar amount businesses that you're having right now?
Natalie, I came from Germany, and I initially thought this is just an extension of Europe, right? They're all ex-Europeans, and boy, was I wrong. How different America was. It was about a 10-year phase where I had to adapt to American lifestyle, American jokes even to the degree. Our German jokes don't even translate very well. And, I'm actually in the process of writing a book, De-Germanification, How to Succeed in the startup world in the United States of America, right? So I had 2 positive exits, for I can clearly tell you they were accidental. It was fate, karma that allowed me to have success over here. And then on another exit, I met 2 brilliant people in a company. One was the senior VP of sales and the other one senior VP of marketing. And there I learned how to unblind myself from the European way of thinking, how to become correct. And that's what enabled me to become one of the good going-to-market strategists to help other companies to see how to position themselves.
Awesome.
I have a
what
question.
about you? Yeah, sorry.
Somebody was going to say something. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask Sammy if he can also share, but you go, Goldie.
Well, I've got something for Sammy too, so I'll bookmark that. I'll let you ask your question to Sammy, and then I'll go back over here and ask the Japanese thing.
It doesn't take too much to get me to talk, so I will. Well, I tell you what, I personally, this may be a cliche, but there are no problems in my world, in my dictionary. There are nothing that cannot be solved, period. Regardless whether it's physical, whether it's metaphysical, paranormal, etc. I have a solution for it in my head. Now, and I also take I use the turtle as my model. That fable about the tortoise and the hare. The hare is running around, jumping, and etc. He's fast, he's good, etc. And the tortoise is going slowly but surely forward, not wasting any time. This is my approach to life. I'm somebody who has the energy of the hare, but the movement of the tortoise. So I keep going forward, 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 and I make sure not waste time on anything. Basically, if I see myself sitting idle, doing nothing, I feel guilty, like, I'm cheating myself, so that's my approach. And to me, whatever people label as a problem, to me, it's a challenge. I want to go forward.
Yes.
I want to do it. I want to prove that those who distract me to be wrong. So I have this challenge in me that defying the odds, keeping going forward. And that's the fuel that keeps me going. And if I face what some people consider a problem, I'll go around it, go under it, go above it, find a way to do it, and just keep going forward. The whole idea of life is movement, constant movement. And movement does not necessarily mean just physical movement. No, mental and intellectual movement. You have to be going forward. Any moment or minute you are still, you're sitting, then you might as well be dead. You're very close to being dead, because dead people and dead things do not move. So if you're not moving, if you're not progressing, you might as well be dead, or you're dead temporarily. So I always make sure I move forward and up in a 45-degree angle. You imagine that, forward and up 45-degree, and not stop. And that's what keeps me going forward, and I'm able to overcome obstacles.
I love that. And Alex, hold on one second. As long as Mr. Gabber over here is on a roll, I will ask another question. Now, I will be honest with you, sir. I stepped on my glasses this morning, and I apologize for missing my notes that I can't really see that you are no longer a pharmacist, but you're this bad-arsed attorney. And you said I got bored and I shifted into something else. I would like to just a few minutes. Alex, hold on.
Okay.
Examine that for minutes. And here's why. Because you're on this panel, both of you, for being exemplary leaders. The COVID was not going on when Sammy decided to not be a pharmacist anymore and transition into being an Esquire. What made you do that? And why I ask is because there are people out there like myself who are lost a bunch of money over the last 6 months. It's okay. I had to pivot and adjust and reinvent and recreate because I was forced to. Were you forced to, or did you just decide to do it? Or let's talk a little bit about that transition because that can help a lot of people that are watching right now. And then I want to ask about Alex something.
Well, personally, I was not forced to. I was single and completely and totally bored and disgruntled of being a pharmacist.
Okay.
So I said, okay, what am I going to do? Okay, I'll apply to law school, and I just applied. I did not decide to become an attorney.
Okay.
So I was accepted in one law school. So I started going there, and the first 2 months, I realized like I was feeling like a fish in the sea. I swear to God, I felt like right there. I was asking questions, talking, annoying some of my professors. But to me, it doesn't matter. I have to express my mind, my views, regardless. Let me just silence this phone.
Yes, sir.
Regardless of what others think. My mind, wants to intellect, is a verb, So 4 years night law school while I was working graveyard shift as a pharmacist at Walgreens in San Francisco in the gay district. And then I took the bar, and I did not take a bar prep course. And I did it contrary to what others were telling me. You have to do this, you have to do that. And I always stray away from the crowd, from the herd. Whatever the herd and crowd saying, I'm all the way to the extreme. That's just how I have been all my life. So they're gonna tell me, oh, Sammy, you're gonna flunk the bar, you're gonna do this. Now, okay, that's fine. We'll wait and see. Then I passed, and they did not make it. Then they came up with what they call the Mashney method to pass the bar, which is basically I fought that last fourth year with a professor. She was like a bully, and I did not take her bullying. So I challenged her in class, and then she told me, leave the class. Oh, no, I'm not leaving. You leave. So she went to the dean, told the dean, he either leaves the class or I'm not going to teach it. So I left it. I did not take that course, period. So I went to the bar, and I did the test, and everybody said, you're going to flunk, you're going to flunk. So I made it, and they said, oh, Sammy's the Mashney method to pass the bar. Flunk Miss Dempsey's course, and do not take a bar prep course. Then I opened a law office. I did not work or intern for any attorney, period. I've always done things flying by the seats of my pants because everything I do is based on two important ingredients. One of them is deep, exhaustive, nauseating analysis, and the other one is fierce determination. When I'm so determined, nothing will deter me unless I see myself going downhill. Then I have the pragmatism in my mind to change course and keep going, and that's what I continue to do till today.
A great story, and I want you to think on when I ask Alex this next question on how your story can impact and help people right now. Pandemic coming out 2021. I want you to process that, think on it for a second, and I'm coming back over to the German. I just love Germans. You have to understand. I've got a special thing for Germans.
Me too. I love German culture, and everything German.
And I love your sense of humor. And there's another culture that I really, really love. I speak poorly, but I can still speak it. Been to Japan many times, and I see that, you are mentoring startup companies, including a $20 billion Japanese corporation. You said that you're writing this book, and once again, the name of the book, something of a translation for Germans. What's it called?
De-Germanification.
De-Germanification. Don't you think there's a similarity with the Japanese culture? Because what I picked up on that you were saying about if you mess up in Germany, like you're basically out. Like I know the highest concentration of suicide is Japan because the pressure on those kids to learn. If you don't have it down in an amazing job by the time of X amount of age, you're dead, literally. Like they're hardcore. How is it? I mean, you have to be
an incredible leader, Alex, to be able to be coaching the Japanese, because I know that culture inside and out, and that's no joke, and neither are the Germans. Like, there's no, oh, attaboy, attagirl, it'll be okay. It's like, you're done. So how is it being a leader? What can we learn from your leadership to the Japanese people and the company that the $20 billion is nothing to shake a stick at? Let's talk a little bit about that, and something from your story I want to resonate with the people listening on how that can help them, because that's hardcore.
So for me, leadership is not just that you're putting yourself on a pedestal, but that you have a very firm and good opinion that you can express very well, and that you can accept also differences in other people's opinion. Yeah.
Yeah,
you need to be flexible in the degree, but you need to hold true to your convictions at the same time.
Yes.
And I can say that, of course, when I gave the advice there, it was initially ignored, and they paid the price for it in the long run because they had their own process. And I can understand, you see, I'm no longer German. First of all, I'm American because I gave up my German citizenship. I had to, but I never was German because I never felt home over there, because the way I think and the way I operate was very anti-German. And over here, people tell me, oh, you're so much more humorous, and so you're loose. I think the Germans are much more this particular way. And I say, yes, that's why I had to leave. It was quite natural to me that I had to leave the country. And so I have learned to still look back. I had also to deal with the Russians. So the Russians and the Japanese have adopted a lot of the German starchness, which I personally don't like, but I understand where they are coming from. And that is the great cultural divide that I was able to make as a bridge and say, by the way, yes, I understand the way you are thinking. It's not far away from the way I was raised or I was born, but this is not the way how you're going to succeed in the United States of America. And that is the biggest obstacle. And when they are doubting you, that's where your skills come in. When you say, no, you need to trust me, because I have done it now many times in the US. I have consulted several hundred companies over the time, some of them maybe only for a few days, some of them over weeks and months. And every single one has something to show for that they have listened. And that's where the leadership basically comes in.
Absolutely amazing. We were talking about that on a different panel, actually, the ladies panel. I guess I had a little card when I was 8 years old that said that someday I'm going to marry either a German or an Indian. Because I don't know. I've always been drawn to foreign people because of the exact thing that you just said. Like, you don't have, and I can say this because I'm an American, born and raised. You don't hear people saying, I want to amplify my leadership by listening to my neighbor or by learning from an opposing opinion. Here it is the great divide. It's like either this or that, and either you think my way or it's the highway. And if you don't think that, I don't even want to hear you, get lost. And then it's just this huge divide going on right now in so many ways. And that is not pro success. That is not the way to grow anything. And if you want to just be a successful jerk, selfish jerk, and just, think about you, well, don't do that, because you're not going to be successful. You've got this guy over here saying, I'm going to treat my employees, I'm going to put them on a pedestal. And you have this person over here saying, I am going to listen to opinions of other people. Oh, what does this guy know? He's only coaching a $20 billion Japanese firm. You just said the things that you are suggesting and the things that you are teaching and implementing, proof is in the pudding. You're taking home the money. They're taking home the money. It's working. So you might want to listen to what these two gentlemen are saying. Going back over to you with your method of doing things, your turtle in the hair. Give us some advice for people. Give us some advice for people that do feel displaced or lost right now in business.
Well, just quickly as an aside, I really respect and adore German and Japanese cultures because they have a high degree of efficiency and productivity, and mannerism,
Yes.
good manners. Unlike we have here a lot of elections, etc. But Japan and Germany, the people there are generally nicer, more cultured, more respectful, more generous, all these things. But to answer your question, it's which I transiently forgot. If you please remind me what was the point, if you don't mind.
Dr. Forrest, you remind him. You're the doctor. I'm down reading for the next question.
I think we were talking about cultural differences and appreciating the cultures, and I'm going to switch it over a little bit, because one of the things that you mentioned early on, Sammy, and that I think Alex, it's not it, Axel, because you keep saying
Alex.
You said Alex. Think of Axl Rose. That is in your
German. You need.
It's okay. It's okay. We talked about this before.
My glasses. I apologize. I can't see. Don't get mad.
It's okay.
Axl Rose.
It's okay.
I got you, bro. Here we go.
But I want to bring it back to the idea of customers, and I want to bring it back to our current situation, because I know we can talk about the amazing successes that both of you had in your own lives and for the companies that you have helped in whatever field, and both of you being able and being flexible enough to adjust where you were going. Right now, a lot of small businesses in particular are facing this current situation, and the current situation is impacting their business directly. So whether it is that they may have to let go of their 1 or 2 employees, whether they cannot serve their customers the way they did before. I mean, I'm thinking about all the changes. So from that perspective, if a small business owner in that kind of situation came to either one of you and wanted to know, what is your advice? I'm trying to survive right now. I'm trying to sustain my business, and I don't know what else to do because of the current situation. I don't want to fire my people, but I don't know what to do. I don't want to lose my customers, but I can't give them what they want right now. What would your 1 or 2 pieces of advice be?
Okay, well, basically, it really depends on the type of industry. Like the food industry was hit very bad, like restaurants and things of that sort. But I know friends of mine who operate restaurants. Some closed and some continue to thrive. And basically, it's just how you treat people. How do you let people know that you're still operating? How do people like you and love you and would want to go to your establishment because you've treated them very well in the past? You leave them with good vibes. You're always honest, straightforward with them, as opposed to somebody who think that they owe you something for coming and doing business with you. So, this is like a classic example of the thing that says survival for the fittest. And the fittest here is not necessarily the one that's strongest physically or militarily. No, the one who is strongest socially. How you deal with your friends and things of that sort. For me personally, as an attorney, we did not close a single day. We came and actually the first day we came, I parked my cars in the back to make sure that if they're going around seeing what businesses are open, they don't see cars. So I'm kind of like I was operating in secret as if I'm selling drugs.
Okay.
Which reminds me of my pharmacy days, and then we had masks. We dealt with people. I sent emails telling we're open for business. So I did not just sit on my, behind and wait for things to happen. I was constantly, as I said earlier, moving forward and up at 45 degrees, and that's the thing. You have to keep moving. If you don't move and you expect things to happen, then you're gonna die soon. That's just my point.
Axel, what are your thoughts?
Axel.
So the current situation emphasizes every single mistake that you potentially could have made or every single good things that you have done. I'm a big proponent that you do the homework when you have company, small company, startup company. And the homework is that you understand who your market is, what you're selling, what the value proposition is. Now, if you're a small business right now, you cannot help your employees long-term if you're going bankrupt and you close your company right now. So to answer your specific question, if you are facing a cash flow crisis, then you may have to furlough your employees in order to save the business when the business comes back up again, to actually bring them back on again, because otherwise you can't help them in the long run. These are hard decisions to be made, but each individual situation is different. We cannot just give global advice, but given this particular example, if there is no more money there and you barely survive on your own, you need to keep the business for your employees going, or you can never get them back.
Right.
So that is my opinion. Then the second thing is what you said is basically pivoting, right? So you couldn't have people in the restaurant any longer. You had a choice to just close forever or open up a new way and engage with some of the delivery services and deliver food, because that was always legal, but you had to change the way you were doing it. You had to learn how to package things. And those people did well in the meantime, still in the restaurant business.
Good point.
Yeah. And I think that is very important. Now, here's sort of, I think, the trick question that I know when small business owners come to me and they're faced with this, some of them don't know how to tell their employees. And there are different, again, going back to the beginning, there are different cultural ideas, right? Do I tell my employees that we're looking at bankruptcy? Do I tell them it's just a furlough? I want to keep you. How do I help them, and how do I make sure they understand and want to come back? Because that piece of vulnerability is not a given for all small business owners, right? So how do we address that open, honest conversation that might need to happen? And I'm asking the two of you because you are clearly experts in creating and maintaining a team. So whoever wants to go first, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Axel.
Okay, so honesty. I think in life, when you are actually starting to make up stories, eventually it's going to bite you in the rear end, right? So, and ultimately you can actually, if you stick to honesty and the real story, you can never go wrong. You always can repeat the same story correctly. If you actually make up a story, you forget which story you told, and eventually the thing falls apart. And there is a German saying that, translated means lies have short legs. They cannot run very fast. It's very funny. It culturally doesn't translate. People don't laugh as much as Natalie does right now, but you need to imagine this, what this proverb actually means. So that is my advice. Stick to the real true story that is coming along, and that you cannot make it otherwise.
That's great advice for any application.
And I will have to echo what Axel said. I mean, in not just in the business, in everything you do, credibility is your capital. If when you're talking, like some people, they say, when they're lying, when their lips are moving. You don't want to be that person. You want to be the person when your lips are moving, they know you're telling the truth, the brutal, honest truth. No matter how awkward, no matter how it hurts, it may hurt in the short term, but in the long term, it's therapeutic. It's good for everybody. If you build any house on a deck of lies, this house will crumble and the consequences will be severe. My dad, my father, rest his soul, he always told me when I was a little kid, and I was a very mischievous kid and problematic. I'm still like, although despite my age, every once in a while, you see me doing something mischievous, because it's the child in me that will never age, that constantly tell me, do this, do that, So my dad always told me, the tail of the dog, he said that, the rope of lying, will end at some point. So no matter how you lie, at some point you have to face your lies. And it took me a while for me to understand that. And this is what I do 100%. Like whatever happens, goes bad or etc., I immediately tell the person who needs to know without beating around the bush, without creating excuses, without being evasive or anything of that sort. And at the end, this is what gives you a good reputation, and people will respect you and would want to do business with you.
Dr. Forrest, you had said something, if I can, and that was great. You inspire me to my little blonde head just over here writing away. Dr. Forrest, you had said people that, small businesses, and then you asked both of their advice, and I'm listening to both of these brilliant men give it. And something that I wanted to end on, a recap, and you can agree, you can agree because it's good, is that, that the power is truly within you. And people are going to love, it's not necessarily what you're selling or how you're selling it. Like, again, back to the respect, both of you, the honesty, the transparency. They're small business owner, big business owner. They're gonna love you. And when you know, like, people find value with you, they're gonna like whatever new way of delivery you roll out, or just treat them with kindness and respect, and give your people a call to action. Be honest with them, as Axel was saying, and say, you know what, everybody, this is new to me. I'm a little scared. I don't know what to do, but here's a call to action. Could you come in on Sunday night, or would you mind sharing our website with our new delivery service with 3 people? Or give people a simple, precise call to action that doesn't overload them. Maybe it doesn't even cost them any money, but a simple share, or tell a neighbor, or no different than telling people on this stream right now to share it with some people and let them know about the value that the Los Angeles Tribune is providing today, or share it on your Facebook wall. I think sometimes in our panic, we forget the obvious, which is ask for help and be really honest. Like both of you are saying, like, you don't have to look pathetic, but be honest about what you're feeling, and people will help you. They will support you.
Absolutely. And I think what we see here is that both Sammy and Axel are more than willing to give you some advice if you just ask, right? The other piece that I want to throw in, Goldie, I think you did an amazing just wrap up of the advice that we've gotten so far. But it is, and Sammy pointed at that specifically just now, but also Axel earlier, the creativity. That as a small business entrepreneur, you need to be creative. You need to not just be open-minded, but you need to be creative. So if one way doesn't work, and both of you said, if one way doesn't work, try another one. And so I want to thank both of you. I believe we are able to share your information, of course.
Where can we share the information? Like, do either of you have programs right now that you have an online course or a book that you're writing? Or before Dr. Forrest wraps up, like what is something that we can promote for you?
So from my angle, you can find me at alpha-consult.com on my website. That's all you need to do. You can then write me, and I will see what I can come up and talk to you about. I don't have a book yet. I don't have anything else to promote. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm just helping people and startup companies to succeed so that people can actually live and fulfill their dreams.
Huge.
For me personally, and thanks to Mo, who saw something in me that I knew I had it all along, but I failed to develop it. I want to become a public speaker. I know I have something to say, not just about business. Business to me is a side interest. I'm interested about how to tell people how to straighten up their life, organize their thinking, see the world in a different way, and remove anxiety without taking drugs or speaking with therapists, how to live till 150 years. All these things are going, and with more, I'm going to try to develop it. But I'm working on a book right now. It's called The Accidental Mission. I know it sounds like an oxymoron. You can also find me on the internet by just Googling Mashney, M-A-S-H-N-E-Y. You'll find my on Facebook, website, and etc. And maybe we can talk more. And thanks.
And I just want to say the two of you are so modest. First of all, both of you are not only mentors to the people watching this at home all around the world, you're also my personal mentors, especially you, Sammy, having conversations with you. The talent that you have to give someone a transformational experience just by way of talking to them is really something that is one of a kind. There are a lot of people that want to be inspirational or motivational speakers. There are a lot of people, and Natalie and I know a lot of them, that want to be in that space. And consequently, they may live 20, 30, 40 years chasing that dream and never having that natural knack, that natural talent that you have naturally. So for you not to use that, Sammy, for you not to use that God-given gift you have to transform people would be a shame and a waste of talent. And we at the Los Angeles Tribune, the team behind all the people at the Los Angeles Tribune, will not allow that to happen. So this is just the beginning of a new chapter and a new journey in your life. You've already been a successful entrepreneur. We also want to take a quick second to thank Mashney Law for being one of our affiliates of this program. And Axel, you will also be involved in a pitching segment of the Los Angeles Tribune coming soon. We're not going to give too much information about that, but we'll give a tease to the crowd. And I just want to real quick give a final word to the both of you, because a lot of people watching this right now, Axel and Sammy, are aspiring entrepreneurs and people that are kind of at that point in their life where maybe they still have a job, or, you know, maybe they're still doing a 9-to-5, but they have a passion, they have a dream, they want to go into business for themselves, and they need someone that's already done it successfully to help give them something that could help instill that confidence to take action. So I want to start off with Axel and then you, Sammy. Right now, you're talking to the aspiring entrepreneur watching this.
So what's coming up? You hinted it. We don't want to give too much away, but we will have monthly events here in Southern LA as soon as we can go also in physical spaces again. We will definitely do this, because for me, there is a lot of things to be said to get out of Zoom and meet people again. Yeah, if we go into the spiritual world, karma and aura, all of this cannot be caught on the Zoom space. And we will have, together with the LA Tribune and an organization I'm involved with, the CEO of Pitch Global, we will have regular monthly events here in LA. And this is what I'm giving away so far. And there's more to come in the partnership. And I also are enthusiastic about the mission of the LA Tribune. This is really going to my heart, and it will change the landscape of the media tremendously. And that is really what we need, because we need, and the mission of the LA Tribune is honesty. You know, we're coming back to honesty. Honesty in the messages that we are giving out. And this is what I'm very enthusiastic about. Now, for the entrepreneurs, I understand it's difficult times, but there's more money being invested in companies right now than in any other period before. And Natalie knows what I'm talking about when I say, look at what happened after World War II. The Wirtschaftswunder, the economic miracle that happened because everybody was ready to grab the bull by the horns and to make life happen again.
Nice.
And once this whole thing is over, you will see a boom of business of unprecedented growth. And this is what we can all be looking forward to. And there is no better times than now to prepare, to lay the foundation, to come out of this and have the great success afterwards.
Great attitude. Thank you for that. Sammy?
Right now, my daytime job is an attorney, counselor. So, and I do speak with people about other things besides legal problems. People come to me sometimes, and I just sit down. I enjoy discussion with them, what's ailing them, what's troubling them with their life, and I help them to rearrange thoughts in their minds, to analyze things to the smallest possible components where they're able to deal with them, as opposed to dealing with a bigger problem. In the next year or so, you will be seeing me doing public speaking. Because Mo is my operational coach, you know how to get there, and I really enjoy it. Believe me, my passion is to be in front of people, telling them something, whether as an actor, which I did when I was younger, or as somebody who is able to simplify concepts to people and help them see them in a much easier way, as opposed to this huge dilemma when they're facing these problems. And to me, it's common sense, but to others, maybe it's not. I will help them see common sense when it's visibly before their eyes, but they're unable to see it.
Got it. Great. Both of you, thank you for your wealth of knowledge and experience and information. Here comes Mo. There he is.
Well, I just want to say thank you yet again, because really you guys have shared some gems and shared some pieces of wisdom. And this was a great introductory for a lot of people in the LA Tribune global community that may not have heard of the two of you gentlemen. And I'm really excited to see where this will go, because from a startup perspective or from a personal development perspective, we're really excited to see the upcoming transformational work. So again, want to thank you two gentlemen. And if there's anything else you'd like to say, feel free to go ahead. If not, we do want to thank you gentlemen for your time as we continue with this 2-day event to helping you lead your life, lead your business, lead your life financially, mentally, spiritually, physically, and relationally.
I'm just leaving Goldie with one piece of information. I have appreciation for part of your career. At one point in time in my life, I managed the second best known heavy metal band from Germany called Accept.
Okay, so Wolf.
Sorry?
So you know Wolf Hoffman.
Yes, of course. I know Wolf Hoffman.
I was playing with their new bassist, Martin Montek. I know all those guys. So you were
Small world.
Wait,
but I think Wolf doesn't want to know me anymore, because I found him on LinkedIn and I invited him to talk about the past. I met the other day one of our tone studio guys from Wuppertal in Germany again over the internet. And unfortunately, he connected with me. And he told me Wolf is actually living in Tennessee now. And so I said, oh, great, I connect. And he never wanted to. So
What
let
about
the past be the past.
Are you friends with Michael Wagner?
No.
Okay. Were you friends with Michael Wagner?
You're not friends with Michael Wagner. Everybody knows Michael Wagner.
Why not?
I know that whole camp.
What a small world. What a small world. This is what happens when you have two global people that meet at the same time at the same place. And Goldilocks has been traveling the world since she was a teenager. So super pumped up, super excited. Again, if you do live in the Southern California area and you do need legal advice for anything, go look up Mashney Law Offices. They will take care of you from A to Z. So we want to just reiterate that again. Thank you, Mashney. And Sammy, what's the website that they can find to get in touch with your website?
It's mashneylaw.com. I'm also on Facebook.
Incredible.
Mashney is spelled Mashney.
Well, we want to thank you. We want to thank you guys so much. And Goldie, great job on the panel. And we're going to go ahead and watch a quick clip until we go on to our next segment. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. Okay, bye-bye.
My pleasure, Axel. Thank you, Sammy. Alrighty, guys, this is the Los Angeles Tribune Summit. Let's go ahead and watch a quick clip of some of the team members that are working hard behind the scenes, and we'll be right back.
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Goldilocks. I have a column, Goldie's Corner. It is lifestyles, things to motivate you and encourage you and hopefully help you become a better person. Basically, I write this just to keep myself in check, and then I share it with you. So without further ado, we welcome you and we thank you for being here this year, 2020, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Enjoy.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Bill Janishak, and I'm the health and wellness contributor here for the LA Tribunes, and I'm so excited that you're here. You know, I guess we can all agree that this has been a really tough year. And when we all got together at the LA Tribune, we thought, you know, what can we do to make an impact for the rest of 2020? Is we thought it's leadership. And so we handpicked the gurus, the best in their fields, to come out and give you nuggets to make the rest of this year the best year ever. So get your notepads out, tell a friend, share the video, and get out and take some action on what you're going to learn today. You're going to get some great truth bombs, and I can't wait to see how this impacts your life. So until next time, we'll see you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Brodsky, a wellness, nutrition, entrepreneurship, and leadership columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm also the founder of Drink Like Co. and an MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson School of Management. I'm so excited to be here for the first ever Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit of 2020.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I'm Gina Cagle, Energy Healing Transformation Coach and Senior Columnist with the Tribune. My column, The Journey-Centered Life, explores spiritual and personal development with helpful insight and tips to support your evolution. I'm so excited to be here and share this weekend with you, learning and growing and expanding together. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful time.
Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Lene Cook-Braxton, and I have the honor of writing a column called Optimal Performance in the Los Angeles Tribune. In my column, I've had a great time interviewing artists, athletes, and other leaders who are quite simply changing the world by using their creativity and gifts. On behalf of myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for joining us and enjoy our Leadership Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. I'm Brenda Jones, columnist here at the Tribune. And through my column, Note to Self, it's my intention to help readers really discover more about themselves, how they think and why they do what they do, how others think and why they do what they do, and then help bridge the gap between the two. Because when you can bridge that gap, you can really make the connection you need in order to reach your highest intentions. So again, on behalf of myself and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune, welcome to Leadership Summit 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Mendoza and I am a lifestyle columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for coming and joining our 2020 Leadership Summit. We are so excited to have you here today and we can't wait for you to hear our leaders, their stories, and their journeys of what they've experienced in their lives. I hope they inspire you as much as they inspired me. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Hi, I am Anshuman Sinha, President of TIE SoCal, and we are partners with the Los Angeles Tribune in this summit. Thank you, Mo, for bringing this and broadcasting this summit to all over the world digitally. There are 20 plus speakers and 7 panels coming to you. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Holly Bartlow. I'm a recent Cal State Long Beach graduate and I'm a lifestyle writer. I recently just joined the team here at LA Tribune and I'm so excited to share with you a new series that I'm working on. I know it's been a crazy year and we've all gone through the works this year, but I'm working on a Silver Lining series which highlights businesses, small businesses specifically, that have been working through this quarantine and how they've come out on top. So excited to share it with you and I can't wait for you to see it, and welcome to the LA Tribune Summit.
All right, and we are back. Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit, helping you lead your life financially, mentally, physically, relationally, and spiritually. And the next guest, I know you and I are both excited to welcome him on. He is somebody that really has revolutionized how people see media. And before we get into that, Brenda, I want to talk for a quick second about what the Los Angeles Tribune stands for. And of course, Brenda, you're one of our columnists, and you know right now we live in a time period where media is controlled by so few people. So independent publications that are agenda-free, independent publications that refuse to accept any money from corporate America, from political action committees, independent publications that are of, by, and for the people, like the Los Angeles Tribune, one of the last remaining national brands that's still independently owned. We see it as our duty and responsibility to help honor other people that are out there doing the work necessary to get the truth out to the people. So Brenda, before we get into it, how excited are you about our next guest, and what do you think about really the mission and vision of what we're doing today?
You know, the word excitement does begin wrapping around what this is for me, just a pinnacle of just my journey in this as well. And having something like the Tribune, where if you've looked at any of my articles, you've seen that I kind of take the less popular opinion and follow along with the footsteps of people like the speaker that we're going to have today. And it's really been my honor and my blessing to be affiliated with the Tribune, where we get to have that voice still at a time where our voices are really being not only limited, but silenced.
Absolutely. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring him on. He is, of course, Emmy Award winner, host of The High Wire, perhaps the most important news show of 2020. Dale Bigtree, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Summit. Dale Bigtree, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
I'm absolutely honored to be here, so thank you for having me.
So, Dale, you know, this has been a really unique year. And as somebody that has a background in media, you at one point in time were mainstream. You were, of course, an Emmy Award winner. You produced a popular television show. And suddenly, a lot of your work started to get removed and you experienced censorship. How bizarre was that for you this past year as somebody that has a background as a mainstream figure to suddenly go through that whirlwind of being censored?
Well, my censorship actually didn't just begin this year. In fact, I'm watching other reporters and journalists and people trying to tell the truth go through what I've been through for the last 4 years. Of course, I left the CBS talk show, The Doctors, where I was celebrating the best that science and medicine has to offer. And then all because I found the story of a whistleblower inside of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that came forward and said they were committing scientific fraud on the vaccine safety studies. Well, you know, that's where I think I was most surprised that that was the third rail, probably of all third rail discussions or investigations you could ever do to challenge the idea that vaccines are perfectly safe and perfectly effective. Immediately got me kicked out of Tribeca Film Festival. Our film Vaxxed was accepted at Tribeca. We were kicked out of the festival. We were attacked by CNN. Every major newspaper outlet or propaganda outlet is now really how I see them. All of that pharma funding that we see in those television commercials is really deciding what they believe and what they say. And so that censorship has been going on. You know, we had bomb threats in theaters where we're just trying to play a documentary that was just simply putting doctors and scientists in front of cameras to tell the truth. So when this pandemic hit and we saw the agenda, I think, being driven around this, not hearing both sides of the stories, not hearing scientists from all sides discussing a coronavirus. Was this different than other coronaviruses in the past? So many scientists are being silenced, along with those of us trying to give them a voice, that are saying this lockdown is more dangerous than this virus will ever be. It's going to destroy more lives. We've seen these incredible debates over hydroxychloroquine, really a one-sided debate. The body of science is showing that not only is it safe, more and more studies showing it's safe, but that it's also incredibly effective when given at the moment of diagnosis of this coronavirus we've been watching. So, of course, yes, I've been censored. My YouTube channel was shut down. But I watched Adam Schiff over, I think it was almost 2 years ago, write a letter to Amazon and have our documentary Vaxxed taken off of Amazon, and letters to social media outlets like Facebook, all coming from political entities that are demanding that certain stories and truths not be told. That, I think, is one of the greatest attacks. We're watching the greatest attack on freedom of speech, on our right to assemble. And journalism, I think, is in its dying breath here, which is why it's such an honor to, I'm shocked I'm even here. I'm shocked that, you know, we hear that the LA Tribune is free and follows the story where it's supposed to go. But I, frankly, am skeptical of everybody. So the fact that I'm here right now, I just want to say kudos to you to standing up for free speech. It's really important right now.
Thank you so much, Del. And the battle is much deeper than just journalism. You know, looking at your Wikipedia page, a little side note, it looked like your father was a pastor at Unity Church. It also happens to be the same church that I go to. So we do have a spiritual connection in common there. So it's no surprise. It's no surprise the two of us are on the front lines together, really as warriors in inspiring others to remind them that it's okay. And in fact, a lot of the things that we do at the LA Tribune is inspired by the high wire. And I want to go ahead and bring one of our columnists, Brenda Jones. Brenda, how do you feel about the state of where we are today and how Del Bigtree's movement and people like him that are really on the front lines fighting for all of us, how important is that for us? And go ahead and just, converse a little bit with Del on the subject matter.
I mean, I've been there from the beginning. I knew of Del back in the days of Vaxxed. I actually met him 4 years ago next month when he was presenting at Taka upstairs and I was training in NLP downstairs, and I ran up on a break really quick to grab yet another copy of Vaxxed to give to one of my trainers who was in from another country because they couldn't get it. And so I've been on the front lines, but having someone like Del come in and put a movie like Vaxxed out there, because I was always that weird mom that didn't do the things, that did things different with my kids. And then all of a sudden that movie came out. And then all of those friends that had thought I was weird, who then unfortunately suffered some of the consequences of not following my tracks at the time, were telling me about Vaxxed because they had injured children. And I was there because I was the injured child and I prevented that for my kids. So having someone like Del come in and really help lead the charge, where so many of my friends were doing what we could as the little guy, but to have something like that really take the front runner, and then having him pulled from Tribeca, which was probably one of the worst things that could have happened in the movement at the time. It's just been phenomenal to watch. And then to be able to have mutual friends and get to reconnect with Del, with Stephanie Fetzer earlier this year, which is why we're here today. It's been everything. My kids, before the shutdown, the Vaxxed bus came back. I didn't get to see the Vaxxed bus 4 years ago. I did get to see it in February when they brought it back out. I did get to sign the outside, and my girls got to sign the inside.
Absolutely. And, as the two of you know, it's an uphill battle to put the truth out there. And with so much competition, so much misinformation, so much money being pumped into other establishments, resources that as independent publications, we simply do not have. We do have the truth on our side, but we may not always have the financial resources. What do you say, Del, to other institutions, other people that want to make a difference, other independent media platforms that are feeling the pressure, that are feeling the burden? How do you keep them inspired to keep on going? Because I know the entire Los Angeles Tribune team is watching this, and we are one of the handful of national brands in the world of journalism that are still independent. We have not been purchased by any major conglomerate, and there's only a handful of us left. So what message do you have to all of the columnists that are watching this to keep on fighting for the truth?
Well, I mean, I think I would say that journalism has always been one of the most powerful instruments in any society to move forward. And journalism is the first thing to be attacked when we are losing control or losing our freedoms in any society. So therefore, I think journalists by nature, we are attracted to what we do as warriors for the truth. It's often not easy to be telling the truth. And I look back to the founding of this nation, how important it was to have the fourth estate, or the fourth branch of government, to even be referenced that way by our founding fathers like Jefferson and Ben Franklin and John Adams, saying, if we do not have a free press, we will not have a free people. And so I think we've got to always, remember why we started, why we got into this. And the heroes we looked at, the Woodward and Bernsteins, and the breaking the gigantic story, whether it was in a war or in a presidential campaign. Our job is to take the road less traveled, to ask the really hard questions, the uncomfortable questions, no matter where that leads us. I was just listening to President Trump bringing in, the new Supreme Court justice, and he described the law that a justice is supposed to follow the law wherever it takes them, not be driven by their own ideologies or race or creed or religion, but driven by where the law leads. Journalists are supposed to be led by where the truth takes them, any investigation, wherever that goes. And what I want to say is we're actually winning. We're seeing TV dissolve and fall apart. The censorship that's happening on the internet is because of the success that we have had in bringing the truth. You have to remember, I look back at this sort of shift in throughout time. We look at Nazi Germany. they would just, my father once said to me, well, look, if we're really losing the country, you'd watch them destroy the media and destroy the news. It's like, no. We live in a new age where they buy the news. They bought up CNN and MSNBC and Fox. They purchased the news so that they have one story, one idea, brainwashing the public. But then the internet came and gave us this opportunity to tell the truth, to share their real stories, to get those real stories out there. And because of that, you're now seeing censorship. Now they're trying to buy up this, the social media platforms and take control of the internet. But that's a sign that we are doing our jobs correctly. If we're under attack, then we must be making a difference. So I try to say to people, don't be depressed. This is the battle we signed up for. We are fighting for truth in a way that has not been under attack for, decades, if not centuries. And our job is to hold that ground, hold that line. And so if you are being attacked, if you are feeling that pressure, if you're finding it hard to raise funds and hold the paper together or hold your magazine together or in our case, our internet talk show, then we've got to dig deeper and remember who we're here for. We're here for the future generations, that they may have freedom of speech, that they may be allowed to discuss anything at any time with each other and not be afraid of their own voices. And so I just say, I look at the moments I'm being censored when I lose my YouTube channel. I just think I must be doing something right, that they would take that drastic an effort, that they are incapable of having a debate with me, of refuting the things I'm saying. Now they're just going to muzzle me. They can't muzzle us, and they can't muzzle all of us, which is why I think we all need to stand shoulder to shoulder together in a way that we never have before.
Absolutely. And we are shoulder to shoulder with you. And we know that you are shoulder to shoulder with us. And you brought up a good point about how these major conglomerates are just purchasing media outlets and have been doing it for decades. I want to take this opportunity to go on record. The Los Angeles Tribune is not and will not ever be for sale. We are 100% independent, and that is the way we will remain, because the truth is what we stand for. Now, some incredible points that you made, and I want to double down a little bit on something that you said that is important for people to hear. That's that we're winning. That's that whatever's going on, however you want to call it or frame it, is not going as planned. And consequently, right. I just want you to double down on that for a little bit. One, to encourage people and let them know that, this is not just David versus Goliath. I mean, the power is with the people. And so if anything, we're not the underdogs. We are the people with the power. And I think a lot of times the masses, because of all the misinformation, forget that. And that's why it's so important for you, for us, for all other outlets that are out there in the space of speaking the truth for the people. It's good to constantly remind them of that. And I'd love for you to just expand on the fact that we're winning, to let people know that it's not all doom and gloom.
Well, for instance, the issue that I'm really focused on is obviously vaccine safety. I started a nonprofit after I made Vax because I wanted to take the investigation deeper. I had so many people asking, is this just the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine? Is it only autism that's the issue? That was really the central discussion of Vax. I wanted answers to those things. So I'm one of the few journalists that has spent over 4 years now investigating mostly one product when we're talking about vaccines, and really one word. We hear that vaccines are safe and effective. Well, we have been investigating safety. How are they saying it's safe? I also have, I also have a legal team where we sue when the government's not answering our questions or not responding to our FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests. Then we sue until we get the information we need. So this pandemic landed right into my wheelhouse. I mean, my own mother-in-law said, it's incredible, Del. 4 years ago, you embarked on this discussion that nobody was having, and now it's the #1 discussion in the world today. Of course, we're talking about rushing a COVID-19 vaccine onto the market. And suddenly we're watching even mainstream journalists terrified at the prospect of injecting, whether it's an mRNA vaccine that's going to send a synthetic DNA message throughout your body, or an adenovirus that's carrying a gene to mutate your gene structure in your cells. All of these things are terrifying thoughts. And for the first time ever, really, it's as though these journalists have finally woken up to the idea that this could be dangerous. So to talk about winning from my perspective, all the way back, like just back in June 10th, I looked it up, the headline said that 7 in 10 Americans will get the COVID-19 vaccine. By August 10th, the statement is now 2/3 of America saying they will not take a rushed COVID-19 vaccine. That's the power of what we've done. Even though CNN has been pushing this vaccine, MSNBC has been pushing the vaccine, Fox has been pushing this rushed vaccine, but our message and more people like you guys spreading that message of what are we talking about? This is made by pharmaceutical companies that have paid out hundreds of billions of dollars for murdering innocent people by knowingly putting out a product they knew wasn't safe, whether we're talking about Oxycontin or Vioxx or Benben or talcum baby powder, which we now know they knew had asbestos in it the whole time. These are the types of stories that we need to stay on top of so that when the world looks like it's getting confusing, we bring the reality that we all know. We are being lied to. Where there's billions of dollars to be made, we must be skeptical more than ever that those industries are actually looking out for our health. So all of this shows we now have a very divided nation, but what you're seeing is a rise in the intelligent people really starting to ask the right questions about this virus. Is it truly deadly? Is a quarter of a 1% death rate worth shutting down and destroying one of the greatest nations and all the work our grandparents and their grandparents before them did to give us this great nation? Is this worthy of destroying that? What are the treatments? Are they available? What is hydroxychloroquine? How dangerous is this for those that are 60 and under? And we are now seeing Dr. Scott Atlas speaking out from the White House saying the science is clear that we do not need 90% of us to get this virus. We are looking at, between 60 to 80% of people already have cross-reactive immunity because of previous colds they've had. This story is something we've been sharing for 6 months. Only now we finally have Scott Atlas there on CNN, on MSNBC and Fox stating these things. So these are the shifts that happen. But it's sort of like the river underneath the ice. The ice may feel like there's nothing moving, but underneath it, that torrent, that is that independent voice that you guys represent, that I represent, that we must stand for, because eventually that ice breaks and that dam falls and we start seeing the truth everywhere and it cannot be stopped.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And just to let you know about the domino effect that the high wire has is we actually published the study that Dadier Raoult was talking about months ago, before it became mainstream, before there was a debate on Fox, NBC, ABC. One of our journalists saw you talk about it in the very beginning of the pandemic, and we were the only publication in the Southern California area to objectively talk about that study. I mean, here is the world looking for a solution, and Del Bigtree is standing on a building saying, hello, there's actually something here that can help you. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but for the love of God, at least look at it. And so when we go to a place where we can't even say, at least take a look at it, that's when you know there's something fishy going on. And what that is, I don't know, but I do know that we need to at least ask the right questions. And so consequently, this 2-day leadership summit is about leadership, leading your life. And this is not just a business conference. This is not just a networking event. This is really a event for us to go deep into what it means to be a leader. You have been an example of that, especially over the course of this past year, where I have gotten to know your work in stepping up as a leader, because in challenging times, you either sell out or you step up, especially if you're a public figure. And you're one of the few that have stepped up. And I want to just double down on that a little bit, Del, so you can talk about what that's been like this past year. What has that been like on a personal level, internally, not just as far as what the show has done, but for you as an internal journey, so the people watching all around the world can really relate to know that when you stand up with your truth, when you stand up for what's right, good things can happen.
That's absolutely right. And I have to say, I feel like one of those truly blessed human beings walking on this planet today that has been allowed to follow a dream. I always, my father was a minister, as you said, and my father always said, whatever you do, celebrate humanity, tell the truth, be honorable. And so that's really been my driving purpose. And to watch this issue that, really had no voice 3 or 4 years ago, or was really struggling to be heard, to now see every headline discussing vaccine safety and to find ourselves in this position now is really incredible for me to have been a part of that and now find myself in the middle of it. I'm also so blessed that people have followed me. My executive producer on the High Wire came over from the doctors to work with me. And one of our top field producers that we send out to do interviews has came over from the doctor's television show where we all work together at CBS. And more people are reaching out saying, can we join your team? Because what we represented, all we're doing is what we dreamed to do when we were on CBS, which was to be able to follow a story wherever it leads, which is just not the case anymore in television. Your sponsors have so much power over what you want to do, which is why I couldn't investigate a whistleblower inside of the CDC, on a medical talk show, because Pfizer would be upset. Sanofi Aventis would be upset. The CDC will get upset that we would be outing an insider inside of, that health department. And so what I've gotten to do is what everyone dreams about, which is to follow the questions as they come up inside of my heart, my soul, my mind, the questions that don't make sense, and reach out around the world. And to now, in the middle of this pandemic, I've interviewed some of the top scientists around the world on this issue that are now reaching out to the High Wire and saying, I didn't know who you were. Somebody turned me on to your show in the middle of Germany or out here in India or in England or Australia. And I've been watching and I've recognized that your science is spot on. I don't know how you're doing it, but I want to be a part of it. I owe that to a brilliant team around me. But more than anything, and I know you know how important this is, it's the people, right? It's the donations that have come in from the people that appreciate free speech, that appreciate that even if they don't agree with me, that they know Del is going to ask that question and take it all the way to the end. And one of the things I do on my show is I produce my sources. Our show, we send you a message so that you can read every single peer-reviewed study I'm talking about, every article I'm talking about, so that you can come to your own conclusions. I am so tired of mainstream media with this assault of opinion and not a single source anywhere that I can look up. But it's because the people wanted that we now find ourselves in this studio you see behind me, that people have made this happen. It's people that really care for free speech, that are really saving our future generations, saving the Second Amendment, saving the First Amendment, saving our Constitution. That's on the people. And the voice of media is the most important voice there is. I think the greatest danger in the future of the United States of America, and really around the world, but here in this country, is the news, the fact that we no longer have objective news, that what we're getting is propaganda driven by industries that fund all of the people that are speaking. We can't hear, Rachel Maddow can't tell you the truth if she goes against the pharmaceutical industry, because her paycheck comes from that. Same thing with Anderson Cooper. These people work for the pharmaceutical institutions. So when we find ourselves now in a pandemic where pharma is so intertwined, whether it's their work at the WHO or Bill Gates and billionaires, they're going to make billions of dollars off of a vaccine that they're saying they're going to forcibly inject into us. It is really a dangerous time to have media that is funded by the very industry that stands to make hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars over these decisions that will take place over really the next 12 months. So to be at the center of that, to be bringing the truth, to be working with people like you and knowing that you're following our lead and we're reading your articles, and together we are triangulating the truth for the people. I think that people recognize that, and I hope that they're supporting, the LA Tribune the way that they're supporting the High Wire, because without the people, we are not here. This is the battle. We don't need a physical war. There's not going to be a physical civil war. I hope not, at least in this country, but it's a war of thought and truth. Are we going to let the voices of the people speak, or are we going to be controlled by a small group of billionaires, that are going to decide what can and cannot be said on platforms around the world? But it's critical that the people put us here, and I'm honored that they support me so that I can continue to do this work.
And I couldn't have said it better. And absolutely, really, it comes down to the people. I asked you to remind people the power that they have, and you did such a great job of that. In fact, I know everyone watching is now pumped up and fired up. And consequently, that's what we need right now. The modern day war is not the kind of war that people have experienced at different times of our civilization. This is an information war that we're in.
Yes.
And when you are in the information war, you are a warrior. And I'm calling at this 2020 Leadership Summit, those of you out there that know the truth, to do your job, to do your part, to stand up if something does not feel right with you, to say something, because complacency is not something that is, I'm going to keep it PG, but let's just say if you're being complacent, you're not the smartest tool in the shed. Right now is the time to stand up. Right now is the time to really speak your truth, speak your mind. One of our senior columnists, Brenda Jones, has a question. Go ahead, Miss Brenda.
So Del, knowing what that journey was like, what do you say to that person who's sitting on the fence right now, where I was a few years ago, where they're hesitant to take that stand?
I would say that I am living the dream because I took that stand. I think that our danger in journalism, if we're speaking about journalists, or I guess anybody stepping forward and taking the risk, is, to me, you live in a divided world. Then you have a war going on inside of you. That can lead to physical and health issues. We know that if you're divided inside yourself. I don't think you can lie to yourself. I think you know what you're supposed to do, and every day you don't do it, it eats away at you. And I think as we stay conflicted in whether I should tell this story or whether I should move forward and take the risk that I'm feeling guided to make, every time we override that, I think that we are fighting our own destiny. I think that what I would say, my experience is, I believe a lot less in the idea that this is all just free will. I think that there's something, whether we sort of in some sort of an agreement as a collective unconscious mind, we have a duty and a job to do, and we can fight it as long as we want. We can fight it and be ill and sick and divided our whole lives, or you can finally accept, you know what? I know there's a task upon me, and I'm going to step forward and do it. And I have to tell you, the moment I did that, my life has never been the same. It's very different than it was before. I used to say I had, long-term visions and dreams. I'd board it out, like where I'm going to end up or what's going to happen. But the moment I really got involved with Vaxxed and recognized I was about to walk away from my TV career because the things I was going to do, I knew that I was going to hurt my ability to go back to that world. But the second I made that choice, it was one of the easiest decisions I've ever made. And I've really lost a lot of the duality in my life. I always thought, like, every time a good opportunity would come, it would always seem like there was another opportunity challenging it. Like, it was always a fork in the road. And I just thought, why isn't there just a singular path, like one opportunity? That's how my life has really worked. The moment I think, stepped into my destiny and answered that calling that was inside of me. Now my decisions, it's like you're stepping out into space. It's very scary, but you get used to this step just appears out of nowhere. And the story takes you, and your inquisitive mind takes you on a journey, and the answers start lining up. It's really magical. It's magical the moment you really step in and find that courage to do what you're supposed to do. And it doesn't matter whether you're a journalist. It doesn't matter if you're, a mother with your kids or something that you want to guide your children to do. Or I say to people that say to me, what am I supposed to do, Del? And I say, you're the only one that has the answer to that. You could do exactly what I did and it won't work for you. And that's why I have trouble with these self-help books. Okay, it worked for you in this specific set of circumstances. The one thing we need to get is you know what you're supposed to do. I believe there's something much bigger going on, but you've got to wake up to it. For instance, I'll say to people, if you see a pregnant woman in a grocery store and you think, you know what, that you get that hit, I should go talk to her. I should ask her, what is she doing about her prenatal vitamins? I should discuss vaccines with her. Ask her if she's seen the inserts of the vaccines themselves that her doctor is going to refuse to show her so that she can be more informed on that decision. You got to do it. You can't override that feeling. And to be clear, I don't walk up to every pregnant woman I see. I only walk up when something inside of me says, go to that person right now. I don't override that. Maybe it's a call to that senator. I feel like I should call my senator. I feel like I should set up a meeting with my assembly member today. You're not going to feel that every day, but the day you do that, because that's something that cannot be stopped. That's the power and the movement of humanity working together. That's where we become that one body. We're all just cells in this body, but we've got to do our job or the body doesn't survive. And so that's what I want to represent. The moment I think you step into that, I live in a space now that is relatively fearless. I have brilliant people I work with every day. I also, I'm here to live in the moment, and the moment is powerful. And I try to be as true to that moment as I can. And I think if those that are out there listening thinking, I know what it is I want to do, I've been too afraid for too long, forget about it. I mean, I had a family, I had 2 kids. Luckily, my wife supported me when I walked away from my career. And we've never been in a better place as a family. We've never been in a better place, in the work that we do, and my kids. So I think there's power in doing what you're supposed to do. Follow that calling, and we will have that evolved and beautiful world.
Absolutely. And, I think there may have been a slight technical
I
difficulty.
think my camera's going to be back in a second. What are we
It'll come back, but we can't hear you. There you go. Welcome back. And your message is so powerful. If someone just closes their eyes and listens anyways, it'll resonate just as well. So if the camera goes off, don't worry about it, because your words that you just spoke, Dale, they're words to actually meditate on anyways. So, if it goes off, it's all good. And definitely, what you said really embodies what we're doing with the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit, specifically listening to that nudge, that voice, that intuition, whatever you want to call it, something from your subconscious mind, your superconscious mind. I don't care what you call it, whether you have a practical approach or whether you have an esoteric approach. Either way, listening to that and perhaps, of course, more importantly, acting upon it. What do you say to the people that are listening to it but not acting upon it? Because I think it's plentiful right now. I think there's a large number of people on this planet that do feel, well, something doesn't quite add up, but let me just go about my business. And if I just go about my business, it's kind of like playing bumper cars. If I just kind of mind my own business in this lane, no one will bump into me. And unfortunately, they don't know that leads to their inevitable demise. What can we say to, seeing as this is the Leadership Summit, to help them realize as leaders that you can't just be in the corner of your bumper car? Those days are long gone.
Yeah, when it comes to leadership starts with yourself, right? Do you lead your own mind? I mean, that's something that, I personally have a meditation practice, that I would recommend for everybody, whether it's just sitting down and being quiet, whatever you want to call it. We need to lead our own mind. And part of that is the danger of television. We so often just sit and let this mantra, of we're sick, all those commercials, whether it's restless leg syndrome or plaque psoriasis or only pharma can save you. We are giving ourselves too much of that brain confusion all the time. We really need to take time to sit and be quiet. That's part of the tool. That's one of the great tools that I've always used when I have to make an important decision. I brain it out. I do all the reading. I talk to all the people. But in the end, after I've taken in all the information, I would say a true leader needs to sit and get quiet and clear your mind. Clear your mind of all of the chatter, all of the fear, all of the ego, all of the different information that's coming to you. Clear your mind and then see what thought prevails. What is the one? When you clear it all away, what is the one thought that says, you know what, that's what I should do? That is how I move. I mean, I can only say that that's how I come to the conclusions and the decisions I do. I try to create a quiet space like I did before coming on to speak here. There's a lot that I want to say, but in the end, I try and throw it all away the moment that I know the camera's going to roll and say, let me just be clear and try and be there and present for the statement or the thought or the idea that needs to prevail today. And every day it's different. We manhandle our dream. I think that, right before I found Vaxxed and that changed my life, I've been doing a lot of soul searching for a couple of years. And I remember there was, I was trying to get a movie made in Hollywood while I was working on the doctors and all these things. And I finally just recognized that I was holding myself hostage by the 18-year-old image of myself. When I was 18, what I dreamed I was going to be and what I thought my life was going to look like really affected me to almost 40 years old. For more than 20 years, I was being held hostage and shackled and missing the opportunities that didn't seem like they were going to lead me to what my 18-year-old self had told me I was going to be. Now, of course, as soon as I recognized that and threw that in the garbage and said, you know what? My life has been great so far. I've had great experiences. As they say, life is what happens while you're making plans. But when I really let go of that limited idea of who I was supposed to be and where I was going, something far more spectacular. What I find myself in here and what's going on in my life now, I could never have dreamed it. And that's why you've got to get out of your way. You've got to lead by leading yourself first. And how do you do that? You've got to get everybody else's voice out of your head. Very quickly, I think parenting is so important. And I want to give a shout out to my parents because it's part of what allowed me to have the thinking that I have. When I was in third grade, I would walk to school with my sister. It was a few blocks away. And one day we walked home for lunch and I came through the door. And my mom said, "What happened to the shirt you were wearing to school this morning?" And I had a piece that I'd made in art class the day before. We'd used dyes and wax, and I had written the name of my gymnastics team, the Flyers, on my T-shirt. And when I went to school, I said, well, I went to school with the shirt on, but Craig said it looked stupid, so he lives right next door to the school. I just borrowed one of his T-shirts. And my mom pulled us out of school the next day. I was homeschooled from that moment until I went back into school at 10th grade. And she said to me, I will never raise children that care what other people think. You really loved the shirt you made. It was your creation. You believed in it, and you let somebody else change your mind. I want you to always have a strong mind. So I was lucky to have parents that really, fortified that in me and instilled that in me. But if I can right now to everyone out there, you need to wear that shirt if you believe in it. And you've got to put all those other voices aside. Get clear. You cannot be a leader if you are not the leading voice in your own mind.
And that is such a powerful statement there. And I don't think it's an accident, by the way, that somebody that has been one of the most impactful people in the world of media this year also shares the same beliefs of Stoics and statesmen and mystics. Since time immemorial, we have heard from some of the greatest minds of humanity to sit with that silent voice, to take a break from all of the chaos externally, to really do that deep dive within. I mean, there's a reason why in ancient Greek it said, know thyself before you entered those gates. So I don't think it's an accident, Del, that you just so happen to share the same philosophies personally as some of the greatest mystics and statements of all time. And you also happen to be someone that's making an impact today in the modern era in a modern way through modern media. So definitely, I think that that's no accident. And I want to go ahead and defer to another one of our columnists, a senior columnist with us, Dr. Bill Janishak, who I know has a question for you, Del Bigtree. Go ahead, Dr. Bill.
Hey, Del, it's nice to meet you. Actually, I don't have so much as a question as a statement. So this is being seen by, I don't know how many thousands of people, but this is a leadership summit. And I hope people are recognizing the physical representation about leadership, because you were taking a very hard road, when you started this whole thing, and you've changed. You and probably Robert Kennedy Jr. have set this whole thing up, the whole vax and education. What I, from your scientific mind, when you were looking in, nobody can stand with you and have a conversation because you always win. And I'm so enlightened by that. Because as a chiropractor, you know better than anybody that we've been beaten up for 100 years talking about these principles. Yeah. But we were kind of like the stepchild of healthcare. And it really wasn't until you stepped up that we got to talk more about the vaccinations that we've been talking about, us and naturopaths and some acupuncturists, the left wing of medicine, I guess, came up. But even more importantly, this is the first time I heard you talk about like the mental philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
And this being a leadership summit, seeing how it all comes together. You're talking about, you know, the suffering that happens when you don't follow your purpose. And that's, I think it's Maslow that gave that the Jonah complex. That if you don't follow your complex, you're going to end up in the belly of a whale somewhere suffering until you follow through with that. So I just want to give my deep appreciation for the example that you've given, the work that you've done, the physical fact that you show leadership in such a light that it's inspiring. And so everybody right on the fence, you know, we talk about the silent majority in the country right now. I'm hoping people are going to listen to you and no longer be silent. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done. I'm blown away not only by your work, but as the person you are.
Thank you very much. You know, it's I want to make a slight correction when you said that no one can stand with me because I always win. It reminds me, I had a friend years ago when we were in college. He said, you know, Del, you always have to be right. You always have to be, you know, you have to win every argument. And I said, I don't have to win every argument. I just usually do. And there's a difference. You know, I think I'm a person that loves debate. I love the conversation. And there are times when I have, you know, found a person that, and I think, you know, you go back and forth. I'll have a thought, then you have a thought. But usually I find the things that I cared about throughout my life, I had more chess moves down the road that I thought about. So I tend to win a lot of the arguments that I'm involved in. But it's not that I have to. You know, I really do. And I think this is important too, because I think this idea of winning, that we have to win, that actually can be an intimidating thought. And it's hard as leaders to move forward. The truth is I really love the journey towards the win. I love what it takes to get to the final end of a discussion. And frankly, I love it the moment where somebody actually does teach me something I never thought of. And I'm the first one to admit it. You know what? You got me there. I'm going to have to rethink, you know, what my perspective was. And that's a beautiful moment. It's how we learn. It's how I've expanded. I've done more expanding in my mind, I would say, through conversation than I have even through reading. It's really meeting brilliant people that know things that I might not know and challenging them. They challenge me. For instance, I mean, I had a really great opportunity to debate Alan Dershowitz, you know, one of the great constitutional lawyers in this country, over the issue of vaccines. He said that he believed the Supreme Court would uphold, should they have a law that they could tackle you and drag you to a hospital and forcibly inject you with a COVID-19 vaccine. Yeah. He said that he would support that. Would love to be the lawyer to defend that in the Supreme Court. So I reached out to him. I challenged him, said I would like to challenge you on that discussion. You can find it on our website, thehighwire.com. It's a 30-minute discussion. And I think in the end, you can tell how much he enjoys. And that's what I think great minds, he enjoyed learning something that day. And he said that he did. He said, you know what? I am going to have to look at my thoughts now. And I appreciate this debate. This is a debate that needs to be happening. It's a powerful moment. So we can't be afraid, no matter how great we are. And in Alan Dershowitz, he's one of the great trial attorneys of all times. Yet he was able to proudly say, I've learned something here, and you have made very good points that I'm going to have to really assess. And so that's what leadership is. And the reason I think that I got there, I don't think that conversation would have gone the way it did if all I was thinking was winning. The truth is as a journalist, I am really naturally curious about why the person that's opposing me believes what they believe. I'm not here to just sell you what I know. I want to truly understand why you think you know what you know, or where it comes from, so that I can have understand the soil with which I'm going to plant some seeds. And usually my goal is to plant some seeds of questioning and doubt that will leave you staring at your ceiling until you start asking the questions I've been asking. And so I just think it's important as leaders we recognize that, sure, the win is glorious, but it's the ride to the win that makes us winners. It's the ability to listen and to really recognize our opponent. And I look back to my Native American roots. My name Big Tree comes from my mother's side of the family, and Mohawk warriors are in my past. But, looking back to that and saying, you know what? we've got to recognize the warrior across from us and appreciate them too, or there's no chance that we can win. So it was something that was triggered, and the idea of winning, it is true. I win many of the discussions that I have, but that is not the necessary component. It's just the symptom of really being curious.
Well, I did see that. I did see that debate you had with Dershowitz, and I think that he definitely respected you quite a bit, because Alan Dershowitz is not used to losing a argument, and you not only held your own, but you there's no way for him to go. So definitely that was fun to watch. For anyone out there that likes to watch sparring, if you like Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, I definitely recommend you go see that, because I could go and watch the Thriller in Manila, or I could go watch Dershowitz Big Tree. I'm the kind of guy that would choose Dershowitz Big Tree, but to each their own. So that was definitely a delight to see the other day. And definitely to everyone out there, visit thehighwire.com, subscribe to it. The Los Angeles Tribune will always support independent media outlets that are out there on the front lines. You have our word, Del Bigtree, that you're not alone in this fight. And consequently, one of our columnists, Dr. Bill, who just asked you that question, he's on the front lines every day in his practice. He's dealing with patients every single day, and you could hear the raw emotion in his voice. You could hear the integrity and honesty in his voice. And that's just one person that happens to be one of our writers that you have impacted and your team has impacted. So kudos to you for continuing to do everything necessary. And Brenda, I know that there's something that you wanted to tell Del Bigtree and wanted to take a few minutes to speak with him and all of the people watching about not just Del Bigtree, but also for all the people behind the High Wire.
So Del, we've talked a little bit back in February, and just to come up to speed now with everything that we can do with the Los Angeles Tribune and supporting the High Wire, for the courage that you showed 4 years ago in the production of Vaxxed, your bravery to stand up for so many families across the United States, including mine, and so far beyond, including those who maybe aren't even aware of it yet. All your relentless devotion in bringing the truth to light, your integrity in journalism, and your immense commitment and dedication to this fight, and everything that you've risked and that you continue to risk along the way. On behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, it is our distinct honor to present you with the Los Angeles Courage in Journalism Award.
Wow. That's incredible. Well, I want to thank you. Like I said, I think it's amazing that you're even having me on this broadcast. These are dangerous times for truth tellers. And so to stand with a publication that has been around as long as the LA Tribune, having stood for something that I'm just new to this. I've been on this journey for just about 5 years, really fighting this. Up until then, I was just one of those people that works for CBS and did what I was told. But stepping out did change my life. It's been an incredible journey, and one that I will continue to appreciate and feel blessed by. But it is incredible. It's an incredible honor right now to be given this award, because I don't do it for recognition, and I know that the LA Tribune doesn't either. Real journalism is simply, and really it's selfish, right? I follow my own questions. I want answers, and I happen to have a career that allows me to go to the best in the world to get those answers. And so as much as people will say, well, this is altruistic spirit, it's true. I know that the work that I do is important and affects people's lives, but I do it for myself. I do it for my family. I do it for my continued dream of free speech in the United States of America that is really, really being jeopardized now by some very small-minded people with a lot of power and money. Something that and I think about, everybody thinks that their issue is the most important issue of their lives, and it is to them. But I think, how many issues has Los Angeles Tribune dealt with through the years? How many reporters that took on their pet issue but followed it all the way to the end to bring the truth when no one else, when all the corporate media wouldn't go near it? You guys have been here a lot longer than I have, and so it's an honor to be standing on the shoulders of the Los Angeles Tribune in this moment. and to be recognized for the work that I've done. And I want to also thank my incredible team that makes all of this possible. From my executive producer, Jen Sherry, my COO, Catherine Layton, who holds this whole business together, Patrick Layton, my head of creative, and Gavin and Cole, all of those out there that make this happen. I'm not here. I represent a bunch of hardworking individuals that care for the truth as much as I do. And so for all of them and for this team at the High Wire, this is an incredible honor, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Well, certainly, Del, the honor is ours, and we really feel that it's the least that we could do. And in speaking with the team, we had a conversation that said, if we can spend one afternoon to encourage Del Bigtree, even if it makes 1% of an impact, we're going to do it. And so hopefully we achieved our goal. We said if we could just inspire him to keep on putting up the good fight just by 1%, then the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020 will be deemed a success. So I don't know, has it impacted you at least 1%? I know the team wants to know the answer.
It absolutely has. You know, we don't do the things that we do for awards. And the award just represents all of you. What it is for me is knowing that that we're in the trenches together and we're not alone. And I think that that's the thing that this leadership summit represents. It's what, you know, the Los Angeles Tribune represents. But it's not the award. The award is beautiful, but it's knowing that enough of you at the Tribune care about what we're doing that I know that we will win this. I know that, you know, you can stop one voice. You can shut down one person, but you cannot shut down a team. You cannot shut down a battalion. And that's why I'm going to be more encouraged than ever, because what this award represents is that we are being heard by other journalists I respect. And I know that you don't go there easily. This is a very tough subject. I know that you're doing your investigations based on what I'm saying. You're not giving me a free ride, and nor should you ever. But to know that the due diligence you put behind your journalism has led you to understand that I really am speaking the truth, and that our team really is uncovering the truth, as uncomfortable and as inconvenient as it may be to recognize that vaccines truly are dangerous for some people, and those some people need to be protected. Our government, our legal system is supposed to protect every individual. Journalists need to support and protect every individual. I do not believe in an accepted casualty. I will never murder anybody for the greater good, and that is what our medical system right now is accepting in itself. I demand higher. I demand a better science. I demand an investigation into all those that are injured by vaccines. And I think if those investigations took place the way they should, we would find that those numbers are far higher than anyone is willing to accept. I will continue to march on, but tomorrow I will march in a different way, because I know that there are a team of brilliant reporters out there that are standing with me. And by the way, I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. You're going to hear more from me as we work with you to break some of these bigger stories that are coming into through the work in the
Absolutely. We are super excited. The team at the Los Angeles Tribune and the team at the High Wire, we're super excited that you announced that partnership. And I can't wait to see what this chapter of our lives and our careers, and really as a civilization on this planet, if I could say it like that, entails. Because I know that as long as we keep moving forward, moving up, the inevitable victory, if you want to call it a victory, however you choose to see it, will happen. Yeah. And we definitely have a lot of work ahead of us. So it's an honor, brother, to stand next to you shoulder to shoulder and go out there into the trenches with you to ensure that integrity, authenticity, and truth is still alive in our field. And with that, I'm going to do a quick pivot. We know that we're towards the end of this segment and we want to be respectful of your time, but another one of our senior columnists and one of the executive producers of this event, Dr. Natalie Forrest, joining us for just a quick question and a little chat with you, Del Bigtree. Go ahead, Dr. Forrest. The floor is yours. Dr. Forrest, you happen to be on mute. This is 2020, so it happens to everyone at least once a day.
See, I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's
I
no
guess
problem.
my voice was just silenced, not saying anything. I had just a quick question or observation. You may have heard that Axel and myself we're originally from different countries than the United States, and what has always struck me is that flu vaccine, because in Europe we don't do flu vaccines, right? Unless like you're very old or something like that. And so I always wonder, how is it possible? And you have the insight. I'm a historian, so I ask why all the time as well. So how do you think it's possible that so many people in the United States have come to believe that this is a life-saving needed vaccine versus in other countries of the world where we see it's not being used?
Well, I mean, the easiest answer for that is that we're one of the only countries in the world that allows direct-to-consumer marketing by the pharmaceutical industry. So they can sell us these ideas, right? They can advertise on our news stations all the drugs and the vaccines that they want us to take, and put a big ribbon and a bow on top of it so that we believe in it. And it's constant, it's over and over and over again. And I really hope that people go home after this today in this moment discussion with me, and watch your TV, watch your commercials, be more aware of what's taking place there. But when it comes to the flu shot, it's interesting. It's one of the arguments I've made, because we'll say the science is settled. Well, if the science is settled, why are we not all doing the same things? If you look at Sweden and Denmark, they get half the amount of vaccines that we're getting here in the United States of America. In England, they don't give a chickenpox vaccine because they know that leads to shingles and outbreaks of shingles, because a lot of people don't know this, but because of the chickenpox vaccine, we now have a shingles epidemic, because as adults, we need to come in contact with our children getting chickenpox. It's a booster shot that's done by nature. By being around your children with the chickenpox, you have a reboosted immunity to the chickenpox virus, or the varicella, that keeps you from getting shingles. Well, now that we vaccinate all our children with chickenpox vaccines, we don't get that reboost, and now shingles is everywhere. Everyone's terrified of it. England knew that. They knew that was the case, so they don't have a chickenpox vaccine. The flu vaccine, ironically, right now is being pushed really, really hard in America. I actually think all around the world you're going to see this push by the flu vaccine, because this pandemic has been about really aligning everybody and harmonizing the vaccine program for the entire world, which means it's really about getting an adult vaccine program mandated on every human being on this planet. I've warned about this for years. This pandemic, I even said there's going to be a pandemic. There's going to be some sort of virus they will use to scare us into compliance, so that we will all sign up to forced injections outside of our own belief system. But flu, very specifically, I just did a whole show on it this week. The flu shot is never proven to be effective. In all of the biggest studies in the world, they have never proven that a flu shot actually keeps you from getting the flu. And in fact, there are studies that show that you develop other upper respiratory issues at a higher rate. There's a big study done in our military just last year that showed that military personnel that got the flu shot had a 36% increase in developing coronavirus. That's right, coronavirus. So right now, the CDC is pushing flu shots, and really that could put us in more danger, because they're calling it the twindemic. You don't want to get the flu and coronavirus at the same time, which, by the way, we've had flu and coronavirus in the same season every season humanity's been on this planet. So there's nothing brand new here. But this push for a vaccine that now in multiple studies has shown that it raises your risk of developing other illnesses like coronaviruses, rhinoviruses, and things like that. People should really beware. And it is important to point out that other countries know this. And this is something that's really hard living in the United States of America. We grow up in an education system that blows so much sunshine up our behinds that we're the greatest nation in the world. We're the greatest minds. We've got the freest speech and the freest news and the greatest scientists. And the truth is that we are really living in a very, very dangerous bubble now, and people don't realize it. We think of ourselves as being better than China or better than Russia or better than North Korea. But those countries, all of those citizens know that their news is lying to them. They know that it's propaganda. we are in a great danger because our news is now complete propaganda telling us what we're supposed to believe, not necessarily what actually is true. And so we hold ourselves to this idea of being free, yet we really now live at a time where we're not recognizing that we're being lied to. And you're seeing it in the pandemic. I have friends in France saying we're walking around without masks here. Like we're not in the same terror that you're in America. Yet if you're in America, you think the whole world is masked up the same way we are. Because this bubble, this media control, there's a glass bubble of the United States of America right now, and it will lead to our demise. I believe right now China is on the verge of taking over the world. They're the only nation that's fully out of lockdown with the ability to produce and manufacture the way that they do. And we are locking ourselves in our basements and destroying our economy. We will regret that till the end of time. So I'm glad you brought it up. It's really important, Americans, to recognize that we are vulnerable as everybody else is. In fact, we are more vulnerable. And my investigations have shown that data collection when it comes to science is far better in other nations. I can find out how many people died in Italy last week, England, all over Europe last week, all of the death rate. I can't get that data in the United States of America until 2 years from now. Those are the types of things that are putting us far behind the rest of the world when it comes to scientific integrity, transparency, and our ability to evolve. And that's just one aspect of we've got to sort of, I believe we live in a great nation, but we're only great if we continue to stand up and fight for truth and transparency. And if we let the media lie to us about what's happening in the rest of the world, then we will find ourselves in a very uncomfortable position of following instead of leading.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Del. It's from a historical perspective, what always comes to my mind when I think about the United States is the fall of the Roman Empire. And I'm not trying to be, very, I don't know, naysayer, but the Roman Empire fell from within. It was perceived to be this big open nation. And I think there are a lot of limitations on what you can and cannot say in the United States, not just media-wise, but even when we talk politics, right? Do you really share who you're voting for or not, or will you get kicked off your job, or will somebody look at you differently? So I think the work that you're doing is not just important when it comes to vaccines. The other aspects that you mentioned, either historically and, of course, the need for critical thinking, but it's also, you sort of threw that in when you said your Native American background, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the most important things in the world today is the awareness of, I want to say, going back to nature, because everything that we're experiencing is really self-made. And so if we then go back and take a step back and say, okay, what is out there that can actually help us, that doesn't have to be manufactured, doesn't have to be genetically manipulated, how can that help us? And when you threw that in, I was sort of thinking that way more holistically, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that that's really important. That's part of, I think, the war that's going on here. And there's a scary, unification between the pharmaceutical, industry, the medical establishment, and Silicon Valley. That moving into a future world of, and we hear it, right? Microchipping and being microchipped, being tracked, our cell phones, finding out how close we are standing together. We are watching people dragged out of the stands for breathing the fresh air that we grew up in on this planet, being tased and beaten all around the world and here in the United States of America, as though something has just happened, as though we cannot breathe the air. And there, I suppose if this was Ebola and people truly were dying at high rates, maybe some of that might be warranted, though I can't imagine ever agreeing with it. But when you have the body of scientists that are coming out against Tony Fauci, against the CDC, all around the world, speaking out against these measures, calling this nothing more than a cold that is being misdiagnosed or misappropriated when it comes to death in hospitals. Never before have we seen stage 4 cancer patients being listed as having died from COVID-19 or the flu. We always said complications from stage 4 cancer, complications from heart disease and heart attack. If you're in a hospital because you had a heart attack, It doesn't really matter if you have a flu or a cold. Any of those things are going to kill people whose immune systems and bodies have worn down to that level where they cannot fight off a common cold. That is what this discussion no one in media is having right now. And it's so important because we're destroying our world around this. But so you're right about all of that. And I appreciate your voice and that perspective. And we have to do something about it. We really need to wake up right now in this country and get back to recognizing that everybody's fallible. We have to have humility, right? The strength, bravado is not strength. True humility is where strength comes from. And understanding that we can always fail. It's always possible to fail. If we lose sight of that, we lose sight of that historical reference of Roman empires and Nazi Germany's, then we are doomed to repeat that history.
Absolutely. And you know, Del, we want to be respectful of your time. So in conclusion here, just want to give you the floor and let you send a final message to all the people watching as we wrap up this incredible time that we were able to share with you. Del Bigtree, the floor is yours. Just as a final note, whatever direction you want to take it for, however long you want to take it.
Okay, well, I'll keep it tight because I know that you guys have a lot to get on to also, and we've had such a great discussion. I want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune, not just for this award or this moment, inviting me into this conversation, which is such a dangerous and volatile conversation in this country and around the world today. It should not be. We should be able to ask questions of the pharmaceutical industry. This is an industry that has paid out hundreds of billions of dollars for killing people through lies about their safety. Multiple products, we've all seen it. We've seen the destruction of life and the absolute arrogance that takes place in this industry. So of all the industries, we should not be allowed to ask questions of. This is not one of them. And now when you see this industry in a really stronghold of our health departments, and you know, let me make this point. Pharma is outspending oil and gas 2-to-1, the number one biggest lobby in the United States of America. They're also the biggest lobby in virtually every government in the world. When you think of the idea that we fight wars in the Middle East for what oil and gas pours into our government and our government's officials buying their presidency, buying their assembly position or Senate position, and then you say to yourself, pharma is spending twice that. Twice what other people get wars for. What is it pharma wants? Pharma wants you. They want ATM machines, 7.5 billion of them around this planet that they can inject anytime they want and make money off of it. This vaccine is one of the most dangerous vaccines ever attempted. I don't see any media establishments really asking the question about immune enhancement, the issue that you'll find on the high wire almost every week that killed and destroyed the animals in all of the animal trials of a COVID vaccine, a coronavirus vaccine, up until this year where we started rushing this product. These are huge decisions. We have arrogance and financial interests that are pushing an agenda that very well could wipe this species off the planet if we make a mistake. The greatest mistake that could ever be made is putting two words into one sentence. Those two words are rush and science. When we rush science, we have made some of the greatest mistakes throughout time we have ever made. This vaccine has the potential to not protect, but to make us more sick and kill us when we come in contact with the virus. I'm not making this up. You can look at works by Peter Hotez, one of the great vaccine scientists in the world that has been working on a coronavirus vaccine. Paul Offit, these are people that are usually against me that now agree with me. This is not a vaccine that can be rushed. This pandemic needs to be questioned. We need to ask ourselves, is this air moving in and out of the sides of the mask that I'm wearing or the mask that I'm watching under everybody's nose? Are we really doing ourselves any advantage? If I see the people touching their mask all the time, isn't that more dangerous than not touching my face? If they're touching their mask and then touching the grapefruit you're about to buy or the door handle you're going to touch, isn't it possible that the vaccine is spreading the virus more than if we did not wear the mask at all? These are questions we must be allowed to ask without being attacked. If you are behind a mask and you feel it is compromising your spirit and your soul and what you believe, You must do something about it because there's a cancer growing inside of you from holding back your rage and your anger over what appears to be one of the greatest lies ever told. But most importantly, we cannot let illness take over our bodies in our own conflict, just as we cannot let illness take over our societies around this world. We must not be depressed right now. We think of the famous line, I don't know if it's actually Buddhist, I've seen arguments about it, but that idea that may we live in interesting times. That is the greatest benefit a life can have, is that the times be interesting. Well, they've never been more interesting. And what I would like to say to everybody is I believe you chose to be alive at this time. Your children chose to be in your family and with you in this time. This is a moment. This is a birth. This is not an end. This is a birth to that future, that evolved spirit and mind that we want to believe in. We have had to fight for freedom before. We are fighting for freedom again. Our founding fathers told us these moments would happen. They said, if you get complacent, you will lose what we've built here. You must be vigilant. You must be powerful. And you must never shirk your duty to stand for freedom and truth. And that means speaking to everyone you can. Speak your truth. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid, whether it's a conversation with someone in your family at a dinner table, or the decision to write an article, or to step in front of a news camera. Whatever it is you're being guided to do, that fear that keeps you from doing it is going to eat you alive, and it's going to eat away our notions of freedom. It's going to dissolve our Constitution. We must stand up. We must recognize that this is not an end. This is an opportunity. Every regime that has ever fallen tried to censor, tried to control, used tactics of martial law in order to win and hold on to the people. But once the people are waking up, it cannot be stopped. We cannot be afraid in these times. We have to recognize these are signs of our inevitable win and victory. You chose to be a warrior alive today. You chose to be a leader. You chose to be a part of this conference right now and discuss leadership. That is not by accident. You are chosen. You are going to choose our future. And we are going to stand together in that horizon, in that new dawn. I know it's going to happen because every one of us is going to do the right thing. And whatever that is, it doesn't have to be big. It doesn't have to be bold. It doesn't have to be visionary. It's just the next step. One step after another is how we get to the promise of a new reality, a beautiful and maybe even backwards looking natural reality where we are more in concert with the earth and the environment and the air that we breathe. Certainly we have lasted this long. Our bodies know how to survive on this planet. We must get out of the way. We must get all the pharmaceutical ideas, the institutions that have their place, to remember how powerful we are as beings, as immune systems, and step forward in our truth. Thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune for all of your work and this great moment and the honor that you've bestowed upon me.
I don't know what to say, Dale. You left us all breathless with that. Thank you, speechless rather. Thank you so much. I think just in conclusion, what I'll add before we let you go is this is just the beginning of a great strategic partnership where we will support you and we know that you will support us. So this is not the last that the folks out there have heard of the Los Angeles Tribune and the High Wire coming hand in hand to go out there into the trenches and bring power back to the people. Thank you so much, Dale Bigtree.
Thank you.
All righty, guys. So now we're going to go on a short break before we start the next segment. But before we do that, I want to encourage everybody watching to go to the Los Angeles Tribune official Facebook page. We don't know how much longer it'll be on there, but for now it is. So go ahead and like it. Also find us on Instagram at Los Angeles Tribune. We do have a giveaway for all the new people that like or follow us on Instagram today. So please like us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram at Los Angeles Tribune. Go ahead and do it now. And we can't wait to continue to serve you. We are 100% free from financing from corporations, from the pharmaceutical companies, from political action committees. We are of the people, by the people, and for the people. So support one of the final last remaining national brands that's still independent. We have not been bottled up by a big media conglomerate. We're not just a statistic in a P&L sheet. We are real people bringing you real news, making a real difference. And we are not for sale. Yes, there have been offers from media conglomerates to purchase us, and we refuse to do that because we will remain one of just a handful of national historic brands that are still 100% authentic and independent. So with that, here are a few more videos from some of the people at the LA Tribune thanking you, and we'll be back with the new segment in about 15 minutes.
I've had the privilege and honor of working with people in building very successful businesses, well-known brands, and personal fortunes. Through that process, I developed the personal success equation. It's what I have used in building my own global brands like Rich Dad and Talking Children's Books. It's a process, and I want to share that with you, what you can do today to accelerate your success and create your own personal success equation. So visit right now, www.personalsuccessequation.com, and get started.
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Goldilocks. I have a column, Goldie's Corner. It is lifestyles, things to motivate you and encourage you and hopefully help you become a better person. Basically, I write this just to keep myself in check, and then I share it with you. So without further ado, we welcome you and we thank you for being here this year, 2020, the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Enjoy.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Bill Janishak, and I'm the health and wellness contributor here for the LA Tribunes, and I'm so excited that you're here. You know, I guess we can all agree that this has been a really tough year. And when we all got together at the LA Tribune, we thought, you know, what can we do to make an impact to the rest of 2020? Is we thought it's leadership. And so we handpicked the gurus, the best in their fields, to come out and give you nuggets, make the rest of this year the best year ever. So get your notepads out, tell a friend, share the video, and get out and take some action on what you're going to learn today. You're going to get some great truth bombs, and I can't wait to see how this impacts your life. So until next time, we'll see you.
Hi, I'm Victoria Brodsky, a wellness, nutrition, entrepreneurship, and leadership columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm also the founder of Drink Like Co. and an MBA candidate at UCLA Anderson School of Management. I'm so excited to be here for the first ever Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit of 2020.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I'm Gina Cagle, Energy Healing Transformation Coach and Senior Columnist with the Tribune. My column, The Journey-Centered Life, explores spiritual and personal development with helpful insight and tips to support your evolution. I'm so excited to be here and share this weekend with you, learning and growing and expanding together. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful time.
Welcome to the 2020 Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. My name is Lene Cook-Braxton, and I have the honor of writing a column called Optimal Performance in the Los Angeles Tribune. In my column, I've had a great time interviewing artists, athletes, and other leaders who are quite simply changing the world by using their creativity and gifts. On behalf of myself and the Los Angeles Tribune, thank you for joining us and enjoy our Leadership Summit.
Hi, and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit 2020. I'm Brenda Jones, columnist here at the Tribune. And through my column, Note to Self, it's my intention to help readers really discover more about themselves, how they think and why they do what they do. how others think and why they do what they do, and then help bridge the gap between the two. Because when you can bridge that gap, you can really make the connection you need in order to reach your highest intentions. So again, on behalf of myself and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune, welcome to Leadership Summit 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Mendoza and I am a lifestyle columnist at the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for coming and joining our 2020 Leadership Summit. We are so excited to have you here today and we can't wait for you to hear our leaders, their stories, and their journeys of what they've experienced in their lives. I hope they inspire you as much as they inspired me. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. Hi, I am Anshuman Sinha, President of TIE SoCal, and we are partners with the Los Angeles Tribune in this summit. Thank you, Mo, for bringing this and broadcasting this summit to all over the world digitally. There are 20 plus speakers and 7 panels coming to you. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Holly Bartlow. I'm a recent Cal State Long Beach graduate and I'm a lifestyle writer. I recently just joined the team here at LA Tribune and I'm so excited to share with you a new series that I'm working on. I know it's been a crazy year and we've all gone through the works this year, but I'm working on a Silver Lining series which highlights businesses, small businesses specifically, that have been working through this quarantine and how they've come out on top. So excited to share it with you and I can't wait for you to see it, and welcome to the LA Tribune Summit.
All right, and welcome back to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit. I have with us someone who you just saw in that video. She's an incredibly talented writer. She's one of our columnists. She's been out there in the trenches, really during this pandemic, meeting people, talking to people, getting stories from on the ground. Of course, I'm talking about Caitlin Mendoza. Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune on the front end. How's it going, Caitlin? How have you been feeling so far with the summit thus far?
It's going good. It's been great, like seeing our speakers like speak and tell their experiences, like how they got started. It's such an inspiration to see even during these hard times, like things can like, you know, really come all together. I know like with entrepreneurships or like, you know, just starting your own business or being like just a professional, like in a corporation, like you just never know how things are going to take you. And it's just great to see like all successes. So. Yeah,
absolutely. And we know that you're going to introduce our next guest. Of course, we're heading into the section of the Tribune Summit where it's the nonprofit section. So we're highlighting and we're giving our platform to nonprofits that are making a difference in the Southern California area. Of course, the Leadership Summit is all about giving back. So we thought that it would be appropriate for us to give back time for nonprofits that are active in the business community, active in the startup community. And so I know, Caitlin, you wanted to go ahead and take some time to introduce our next speaker. But before you do that, I want you to take a minute and let the people watching know a little bit about your column, and the future direction that you're taking your writing with the Tribune.
Yeah. So I kind of started off just kind of like, you know, figuring out what my first article was about. So what I ended up doing first, and I know like you kind of inspired me to write my first piece. When I lost my job back around the new year, I was like, you know, I was really looking for a new job. I was applying everywhere, sending cold emails. And, you know, eventually like around March, I was like in the verge of getting a third interview and I really thought I had it in the bag. But then COVID came and shut everything down in LA because that's where I'm based in LA. And so pretty much like agencies weren't going into the office anymore. They were working everything remote. They were putting freezing on hiring. So it was just like, it was a mess. No one was hiring, not even remotely, because no one had the money because like agencies were losing clients. So just kind of coming up with a way to make money. You know, like I had my experience to go into Lyft, but then I stopped doing Lyft when the pandemic happened because I didn't want people in my car. So I started doing like DoorDash, Postmates, and then I started getting some freelance work. So I wrote about my experience with that and I actually got a lot of responses from like either like past like college people I went to college with, high school with. It was pretty crazy. Like everyone said like, you know, I feel what you're feeling right now. So that was really cool.
It was a powerful experience. It was a powerful article. And for those that may not know, that was the first time that we saw Caitlin's writing. In fact, it was a submission that she sent to us, and it really talked about the struggle of the millennial. And she's been with our team ever since, because that really reached out and it went viral, and it had hundreds of thousands of people that read it and resonated with it. So for those that are wondering, they can go to the Los Angeles Tribune and read that article. It was really a powerful testimonial, because a lot of times the struggle of the millennial is not really seen by the media. So it was really powerful. When we read that, we said, you know what, we've got to bring her on and make her part of the team. So thank you so much for the hard work you do, Caitlin. On behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team, we want to recognize you for being one of our pillars and one of the most powerful people that we know. So thank you, and keep up the good work. And I know now you want to take some time to go ahead and introduce, for the Los Angeles Tribune nonprofit segment, the powerful speaker that we have. Of course, I'm talking about the president of Thai SoCal, but please go ahead if you have the full bio ready for the introduction.
Yeah, so we're going to be interviewing Anshuman Sinha. Sorry if I said your name.
Anshuman Sinha.
I'm sorry, yeah. So I was looking at the SoCal Thai, their mission, which I thought was really cool. It's to foster entrepreneurship through the mentoring, networking, education, funding, and then with a focus of giving back to the community. And the focus is generating and nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs, which is so big now, because I feel like everyone wants to start their own business. I'd love to hear more, like an example of how you guys have done that for other people.
Thank you so much. Appreciate being online here. 6 hours, 11 minutes, 24 seconds. Wow, Mo, you have done this great event digitally, bringing to the world. I have been listening to the great speakers since early morning today. They are awesome. So much world of knowledge here. A Saturday well spent. I thank the whole Los Angeles Tribune team, Natalie, Mo, Anisha, everyone there bringing this great summit to us. And then we're doing it live. And I'm sure we are also recording it, and it will be available not only to the whole world, but also to the Thai member. So I'll take a few quick minutes just to talk a little about Thai. As Mo said, we are a nonprofit organization. The Thai Global, it started in 1992 in the Silicon Valley by some very prominent Indian-based or Indian entrepreneurs who were here in US. And again, this is a nonprofit organization. We have grown so much. The Thai SoCal is the first chapter out of Thai Global, which started in 1997, 23 years ago. And since then, we have been bringing great events and helping build, startup founders, entrepreneurs, helping businesses getting to the next level. We are in 14 countries. There are 61 chapters all around, 15,000 members, and 3,000 charter member. Charter member, I would like to stress upon a little over here. They are the special group of people, invited group of people who are successful business owners and entrepreneurs. And they provide mentoring services. They provide investment to upcoming startups. So it is a great community of entrepreneurs by entrepreneurs. Having said so, post-COVID or in the COVID, we had to go online. And, we have been doing our events through Zoom and some of the other platforms. We are bringing great speakers. During COVID, we started doing Thai SoCal Angels pitch events. 4 startup pitching happens every month on the 3rd Wednesday of the month. And so far we have done 6, and we are in active negotiation and deep dive with some of the startups to help fund those. There are 43 members in our Thai SoCal Angels Fund. It is over $1 million fund. Shankaram, who is the chair of that, I hope he'll join us tomorrow on this event. And today also, we have 4 startups coming here and telling their stories. So how many startups do we have? Happy Again or Shore Meets, Humexa, and V Rotors backstage? If that, then we can bring them in, and then they can tell their story. So this is a little different. We are not doing a pitching event. Hi, that you have done at Thai SoCal. This time, what we are doing, this is a great platform for you to not only talk to the viewers here in Los Angeles,
but all over the world. Talk about your startup. What was the idea behind it? How did you start? Take 10, 15 minutes, just talk about your startup. What were they struggle? How did you overcome? So that, the new people who want to get into the startup world, they get some learning exercise right here. Thank you.
Should I start?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, sorry. So hi, my name is Anya. I'm the founder and chief scientist of Happy Again Pet. And I started this based on my science. I was a scientist and worked in cartilage tissue engineering when my dog, Tony, got arthritis in his shoulder and he couldn't skateboard, which that was his biggest passion. And I needed to help him. And I never had the idea to start a pet business. But when I helped him and he was back in a week, I realized that that's a big pain point for pet parents to actually help their pets to have no joint issues and can move freely for many, many years. So that's a product that we patented and are now selling in our on our website, but have it available for all pets. And that's when the journey started to build a business to help all our dogs to live a better and healthier life, and not only through nutrition, but also through all the whole health, meaning the mind, the body, the exercise. It's all built in together, and we're actually creating a lot of knowledge for people to read and to get more experience and more knowledge about their pets, and not only listening to the big players like we just heard about the pharmaceutical industry, but more from just real science and transparency, and make the right choice so your dog can live a better life. And struggling as an entrepreneur, I mean, female founder, it's just it's been a tough journey, but it's also a really rewarding journey, because you do what you dream of and what you really want and what you're passionate about. And even if it's the day-to-day life is not always rewarding, but in the end, I really love what I do and I would never do anything else.
That's great.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes, so now we can talk to Humexa. Caroline.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having me today. This is a leadership summit, which I think is actually very appropriate for Humaxa in context. So as a leader of an organization or as a leader of a team, when things are business as usual, typically you can walk around and talk to the people you work with, find out what they need and what they want to be able to engage and perform the best that they possibly can on the job. Under COVID-19, that gets a lot more difficult, especially if your teammates are working from home, not everybody's in the office, people maybe are spread out or even distributed globally. So of course, we at Humaxa had no idea that COVID-19 was going to happen, but our technology is an AI assistant, kind of like Siri or Alexa, that talks to employees to try to figure out what they need and what they want, and then offers to take action for those employees right in the flow of work. So what used to be very easy to just kind of walk around and find out what people needed, now you can use this digital assistant to help figure out what people need and what they want. And one of the things that's very interesting is the data that we're seeing is the more sensitive or the more awkward the topic is, the more likely people are willing to open up and give authentic feedback to this digital assistant. So if you can picture, if you're talking to Siri and you're asking for directions, that's not really a sensitive topic. But if you're in the workplace, then maybe it would be good to know, do you feel safe at work if you've come back to the office? Are the proper precautions being taken? Are people staying at least 6 feet apart? Or it could be another topic entirely. Do you feel like we're doing a good job of making people from diverse backgrounds feel valued and feel included here? If you're talking anonymously to a computer and you say, hey, I think we're doing a pretty good job, but we could be doing even better. Then this digital assistant will try to figure out a little bit more. Gosh, okay, Carolyn, yeah, what do you think we could be doing a better job of? Do you think that there's people who are being overlooked? Would you like me to deliver some recognition to people that are being overlooked? So it's simultaneously helping make the work culture better while it's also gathering all this data and all this information for the leadership of the organization to help make the work culture better and better and better. So I founded Humaxa with my co-founder, Guillermo Borges, back in 2017. And we launched the product last December. We've been growing. We have about 10,000 people on the platform today. And we're just super excited to see that people are adopting it. That was one of our biggest concerns was, are people actually going to talk to this digital assistant? And of course, there's always the skeptics in the group, but we are seeing that it's making a positive impact amongst workplace culture, especially highly distributed remote workforce. And of course, that's all the more relevant right now because of the COVID-19 world that we live in today.
So, Caroline, tell me one thing. Is your platform available outside the company also? For example, I'm working for a company and I'm not very happy over there. Is your platform available to talk to someone like, in this case, a digital assistant, to get some answers, which will help me psychologically?
So you can install the assistant in any workspace. It doesn't need to be internal. So we actually have a couple of communities, topic around certain topics. You can install the software on a community that is not internal to an organization. At the end of the day, somebody has to care about the feedback that you're giving. So whether it's the leadership of an organization or it's the person who organized a community of practice, at the end of the day, somebody has to care enough to look at the data and say, here's where we could be doing better, or here's some gaps, maybe knowledge gaps. Maybe there's people who really wanted to grow their career and couldn't. The data will show that too, but somebody has to care enough to be looking at the data. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. So now let me go back to Shormi Desaya. Nice to see you here. Can you talk a little about your startup? How did this idea came to you? Where are you in your entrepreneurial journey? I think you are on mute.
You're right, I was. I was so confident. I'm like, yes. No, I can't agree more on waking up and doing things that you care about, and that's really important at this time too, because things are almost paused in the world, and this is when you realize what's important to you, and the workplace is one of the most important things that can get your goal happen. And my name is Desai, and I'm a co-founder of True Meat, and True Meat is a mushroom-based meat alternative, and it actually started in my kitchen, cooking for my mom, actually. And, this idea of meat alternative didn't actually start until I studied global sustainability and saw the numbers, the data, and the scientific support on how we're actually impacting our environment. And it was really sad to see those numbers. And I thought, I want to do anything that will be part of the solution. And because I'm from Thailand and we're so abundant of foods, and I thought this could be the solution, because we can't, no matter what, we're always going to be living with, we're always going to be eating. We're always going to be consuming something. So the recipe of cooking for my vegetarian mother started because we were exploring a lot of shiitake mushroom in the meals, and I thought this would be a great idea to turn it into a meat alternative. So the first recipe that we were trying to test was mushroom patties. And it took us 2 years to get the recipe right and the consistency right and the size right. And I thought the US is a great market, and it's a great, if something needs to change, this is a great place, because it's just a big place of mass production too. And there are a lot of meat alternative brands out there, and I think they're really amazing. We want to be part of this. We want to ride with the wave, and we want to make a change together with all the other plant-based brands that are emerging. And we've never seen the numbers so big, especially since COVID started. Immunity is one of the most important things. You want your family to be healthy. You want yourself to be healthy. And at this time, we just want to be alive. We want transparency in our foods. And our mushroom meat alternative is only made of 6 simple ingredients, and they're all non-GMO. There's mushroom in there, soybean flour, soybean oil, and this is the binder to keep it together. There's salt, pepper, and just a little bit of sugar. And that's about it. The rest is you created in your kitchen. And we were able to launch the products earlier last year by our own footwork. And it's been very challenging as entrepreneurs. And it's, a lot of ups and downs. And I think the most important thing is when you look at the end of your tunnel, your goal, what do you want this to be? Why you do this? This is the most important thing. Like, you need to wake up and ask yourself why. And I know all entrepreneurs do this. This is what keeps us alive. And it's been very challenging. I had a background in architecture. I did a lot of interior design. I had no knowledge about food industry. So it's been a lot of learning, experiencing, and trying to get on top of the game, getting knowledge from people who are experts, and trying to work with talents. So this is the very challenging part of life, of entrepreneurial life, and I think it's wonderful. I can never wake up and be so fulfilled doing this, even if it's very tiring, one of the days.
Great. Thank you for that. And Neil will be presenting his startup right now, and after that we will get into some Q&A. So please be available on the floor. So Neil, can you start your presentation, please? I saw him coming and going, so I know he is on backstage. Okay, so while we are fixing the technical difficulties and bringing Neil online, let me ask you, ladies, what gets you motivated each morning to go and start working for your startup? It is a lot of hard work, raising fund, running your company, taking all aspects, business aspects, from accounts payable to receivable, if you are already selling, going online, doing digital marketing. How you manage your day, what keeps you motivated that, yes, I have to get on this today and I'll finish it off?
Yeah, whoever wants to go first, go ahead and just.
Well, for me, it's super easy because I just want to see that result to help dogs walk again. And if I see those comments of my clients or customers writing, "Thank you for this product. My dog's like new. He's running like a puppy." That is like such a reward that you just do anything and you deal with all the problems and you just want to get there and be able to get the product to anyone and do more than that. And that's very rewarding. So I think overall, that's for me the reason I get up every day.
So I know you said you were working in like science. Were you kind of like in a veterinary, or like you just kind of fell like in that kind of work with animals? I know you said it was your friend's dog, or was it your dog who like hurt his shoulder so he couldn't skateboard?
Yeah, it was my dog, but I'm a biotech scientist, so I work actually in tissue engineering. We grew cartilage in the lab to avoid animal testing. We built 3D models to drug test, like rheumatoid arthritis or other things, to avoid the animal testing of big pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, because you don't want to like risk it on an animal and then they're going to get hurt or anything like that. Totally. But that's really cool how it was your dog and you were able to change, like, because so many, like my dog, he's like getting older. He is like, you can tell he like gets tired. His leg kind of gives out from it, but he's usually able to get right back up. But it's just like, you see dogs like, they're getting older, just kind of like people too. So it's like so sad to see them struggling like that.
Yes. And actually our product line starts with puppy age, because if you do the research, they need everything and all the building blocks from their growing phase, where they need much more protein than in the adult phase. And then you want to maintain that state. So we actually extended our line to puppies, adults, and seniors, because it's very late to start when you see an issue. You should always prevent.
That's kind of like you want a healthy diet all through life, because if you just start it like when it's too late, it's almost like too late. Like you want to have it like a lifestyle, not just like when you need it. So.
Exactly.
Great. Someone else tell your story.
I can go next if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So my answer is actually very similar. So I have spent my entire career focused on helping organizations maximize their human capital. But throughout my career, what I noticed was all of the tools and technology out there really focused on helping the employer only. And of course, it's, the employer often is the time who's purchasing the tools or the software. But our goal was to make something that really could bring value both for the employee and the employer. So we literally built a tool that I had wanted for my entire career. So not only is it gathering data, it's trying to help employers help their employees, it's also giving the employee the opportunity to help themselves right in the flow of work. So if I feel like my professional development is stalled out and I am not getting the promotion that I'm looking for, I can go to this digital assistant. It's an anonymous conversation. Say, I need help. I need you to connect me to someone who can help me develop my leadership skills or help me be a better public speaker. The assistant will recognize that, will find someone for me, connect us up, and facilitate that conversation. At the same time, even though it's an anonymous conversation, it's giving data to the employer saying, look, your people, their careers are not taking off the way that they're expecting. And if you want to hang on to your best people, if you want to make sure they're engaged and being as productive as they can, here are some things you can do. So we kind of attack it from both directions. That's why I love it.
Right.
I think that's interesting too, how you want, this is something you would want for yourself. And I feel like that's kind of what starts a bit like, starts your creation. Like you want to, like, I wish I had this while working. You're like, no, I'm going to make it. Like, and that's what happens. Like you get inspired that way, saying like, I don't want someone, because most likely if you're going through it, someone else is going through it. So that's why like someone needs to stick up and like start creating something like that.
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, so we have Neil here. He is going to talk about his startup. He has done a lot of progress in that and a great concept. Neil, the stage is yours.
Great, thank you. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, it's great to be joining you. Great to be part of this incredible panel with these amazing founders. And thank you to Thai SoCal. Thank you, Los Angeles Tribune. Yes, my name is Neil. My startup company is V-Rotors. And in this time of COVID, boy, all of us really have not been able to travel, have we? And we have a solution for you. And we do that through remote robotics. And what I mean by that is that you are at home, you use your PC computer, and you can travel in real time in a remote location through an actual drone. And it's real time, it's ultra low latency, and your friends and your family can actually join in with you. It's super easy to use. So let me tell you how it works. So you're on your computer, you download our application and you press the takeoff button, and the drone launches into air in the remote location. Again, that could be anywhere in the world. And you can control that drone in real time just using the controls on your computer, and you have a chance to be virtually present then anywhere in the world. We are further extending that not only terrestrially, but also into space. So we are working with the US Air Force, with NASA, and with commercial space companies to take this into space as well. So as you can imagine, on orbit, we need to conduct real-time on-orbit operations for refueling, repair, and even removing debris. And so this is a further application. But what it means for us in Los Angeles is we really want to take you to the moon. So today we can take you anywhere in the world through drones. You can sign up on our website, vrotors.com. Tomorrow, we want to take you to the moon so that you can actually experience what it's like to be on the moon, actually engage through a robot on the moon, and have your chance to visit a place where you might otherwise never have a chance to visit. Let me tell you a little bit about our background. So I myself have worked at NASA JPL in deep space trajectories to Venus, to Saturn, and to Jupiter. And I also have innovated small launch vehicles at a company called Orbital near Washington, D.C. My co-founder was creative director at a local LA company called Niantic, where he led the development of Ingress, which of course led to Pokemon Go. And the reason why that's so important is because we actually overlay, using augmented reality, virtual objects into the real world. So not only are you, for example, traveling through a resort in Bali, but you're it's annotated. There are markers and descriptions of what you are watching as you're conducting your virtual travel. And same thing in space, visibility depending on lighting and where you are on orbit. If it's dark, we use that augmented reality to create that visibility for you. Let me close by just describing a few of the projects that we're working on. Obviously, there are enterprise applications just as much as there's some really interesting tourism applications. We are working with Dish Network to automate the inspection of cell towers through their telecom infrastructure. We're working with Honeywell to automate their future air taxi fleet. We're working with a company called Maxar. They're the ones behind the maps of Google Maps to integrate 3D maps so that you can actually operate in a rendered environment as much as you're traveling in the real world. And finally, we're working with the Israeli aerospace industry to automate their next moon landing. So if you remember, they had a failure last year, and now we're helping them automate that.
Wow. Very exciting, Neil. Thank you so much. And I imagine with all those exciting things, the funding process must be going very smoothly for you. So super excited to have you join us.
Thank you so much.
And we want to highlight the women entrepreneurs a little bit more before we sign off into our next segment, because really the Los Angeles Tribune is about empowering everybody. So I just want to quickly close with the women startups. Let's start with Shroom Eats. I actually have heard of the product, and a friend of mine shared with me the product before, so I had a chance to actually taste it, which I'm super excited about. But before we do that, thank you, Neil. We're going to close with the women entrepreneurs. We appreciate you. So talk a little bit about what inspired you to really start this company, to give an alternative way of consuming food for people, because I tasted it. It's fantastic. And I just want the founder to talk a little more about it.
Well, the environment was definitely my inspiration. And after cooking for my mom and, working a lot with shiitake mushroom, not only my mom was super happy about it, my friends came over and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe this is not meat, because it has the texture and it really absorbs the flavors. I did the studies on shiitake mushroom. It takes much less land, water, and time to cultivate than meat. And I thought this is a great idea to put it together into meat alternative. So that was the idea to start. And in addition to that, more and more people are loving how it tastes. And we want the food to still be satisfying, whether or not you're a vegetarian or a vegan or carnivore. As humans, we still want to enjoy life and we still want to enjoy eating. But at the same time, how do you maintain the health of yourself and your family? So I want people to enjoy Shroom Eats. I want to reduce carbon footprint. I want people to still be happy cooking and eating at home. And we don't only work directly with retails, but we also provide to food service and we have e-commerce. So we want people to access these products and be happy at home and cook a lot at home and just make a much more positive impact to the environment too.
Great.
That's actually Oh, sorry. I wanted to say something really quick.
No, go ahead, Caitlin.
It's just super cool because a lot of the series I've been doing for the Los Angeles Tribune, I've actually been interviewing a lot of vegan restaurants, just because I'm not vegan, I'm not vegetarian, but probably 80% of the time I do eat is plant-based, and just because I just think it's so important. And I just love how all the restaurants say we're not forcing people to be plant-based, but it's if they make if they make a decision once a month to eat like, you know, like a vegan burger versus like actual meat, like, you know, they're still making a difference in the world. So it's just like choosing that over like, you know, like animal product, like it still makes a difference even if you don't want to be that as your lifestyle. But I think people don't realize like how much like this being plant-based does help the environment. So I just think it's just such a great thing to be involved in.
Absolutely. And, you know, sometimes you just never know what you choose on your plate can impact so much further down. And I'm really glad you tried shroomies. I'm really happy to hear that.
I want to try it next too. So
yes, please.
Yeah.
Awesome. So thank you guys so much. Again, this was actually designed to be the Women's Startup Panel, but tomorrow we have a more inclusive startup panel with everyone. So we're super pumped up and excited about that. So thank you so much to the ladies. We sincerely appreciate it. And of course, Thai SoCal, the nonprofit, is helping startups, especially startups that are founded by women. I know that's an initiative that Anshuman started this year. Anshuman, can you talk a little bit about that initiative, giving spotlights, giving platforms like this to encourage the young woman entrepreneur to take that leap of faith and know that there's people out there that will support them? Anshuman, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mo. So what Thai is trying to do here is to bring in great startup events. And this is why we started the Thai SoCal Angels Fund. Obviously, we are inclusive there, but we are trying to give the platform to the women startup founders and bring them on to pitch in front of our investors. And also, if they're looking for mentors or need any kind of marketing services, news outlet, will provide all those services to them. Because what happens that raising fund is very difficult, and then raising funds for women startup is even more difficult. People still feel that I'm not sure how good leaders they are, and we are trying to fill that gap by showing the world that this is what they have accomplished, and this is all what they can do. So bring them on, expose them to our events, and also help making them connections with the other angel investment group and VC groups for their funding needs. And with Mo is one of the chair of my diversity group, and we are planning some big diversity event this year also. Thank you, Mo.
Incredible. So let's just close quickly with Carolyn and then Anja. Go ahead, Carolyn. Final thoughts.
Oh, I just really appreciate the chance to speak with you all. As I've mentioned, we really built this product to serve a need that we felt ourselves and that we were hearing from clients before making the leap to entrepreneurship within the corporate environment. I think that almost anybody can appreciate how difficult it can be within an organization to feel like you're heard and feel like you really have the ability to change a culture within a workplace, to make it as positive, as open, and as productive as possible. And so that's really what drove us to create Humaxa and our AI assistant affectionately named Max. So thank you.
Well, we're super excited about the future of your company, and definitely keep us updated over the months and years so we can share that with our global audience. And again, Anshuman, I just want to commend you for doing this initiative to help women entrepreneurs. And I want to commend all the people behind Thai SoCal that are working hard to give these opportunities to make sure that, and as I said it earlier, as men in business, it's not always our fault. But I always say this when I'm on stage, it is our responsibility. Just because something is not our fault does not mean it's not our responsibility. So again, thank you all so much. And we certainly appreciate Desaya and Carolyn taking time to share information about their companies with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that is going to wrap it up, folks, for the 2020 Leadership Summit. I am just going to go ahead and thank everybody that has worked behind the scenes. We have been going live now for 7 hours straight. But I just want to go ahead and let Brenda, Natalie, Anshuman, and Caitlin give a final word as we wrap this up. And again, this is day 1. Don't forget to miss day 2. Day 2 will be tomorrow at, I believe, 10 a.m. if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Forrest. And
yes,
if you liked, what I will say is, if you liked the day 1 of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Summit, you're going to love day 2. You definitely don't want to miss it. We've only done about 5% of the value that we plan on giving you. The 95% is actually tomorrow. So with that being said, thank you all so much. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it first to Brenda, then Natalie, then Anshuman, and Caitlin, you're going to have the final words of the 2020 LA Summit. Go ahead, Brenda.
Thank you, Mo. So with that, we hope that you got those golden nuggets that everybody's been talking about all day long, and that everything is just resonating around in your brain as you hit that pillow tonight and everything starts to click. We are so excited to welcome you back again tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific. And I will pass this over to Dr. Natalie. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Brenda. And everybody who is watching, has been watching, thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for sharing. It is 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, once again. And also, remember that if you have not signed up through tribunesummit.com, you may not have access to all of the goodies that you possibly missed today, or when you may be eating lunch tomorrow. Today was awesome. We had amazing speakers who showed their experience and their vulnerability, whether it was Sharon Lecter, whether it was Forbes Riley and her daughter McKenna, whether it was Del Bigtree enlightening us. And no, I'm not forgetting Joe. He is in-house, but he is so much bigger than in-house. And everybody gave us nuggets. And then the panels. The interaction and just the overall ability to share their opinions and to share their experiences. That's really what we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are all about, sharing experiences, and by that, helping you, assisting you, showing you that there are multiple ways for you to do your thing. So I'm excited about today. I want to thank everybody in the back who you may or may not have seen, but there's a whole amazing team supporting this. I'm glad that Thai SoCal is collaborating with us, and I'm just going to hand it over right now to Anshuman. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo. Thank you to the whole Los Angeles Tribune for bringing this great leadership summit to us. And as Mo said, it is only the 5% that we have accomplished today. 95% is for tomorrow. Please do log in sharp at 10 a.m. Great panels are in the lineup. With that, Caroline.
Okay. Well, everyone, thank you so much for coming to day one. Make sure you come to day two, like Brenda and Natalie were saying. I hope you were inspired by all the women who started their own entrepreneurship. I think it's great, even being a woman myself, it makes me inspired maybe in the future to start my own business. But until then, we'll hear all the wonderful stories tomorrow as well. But have a good day, guys, and we'll see you at 10 a.m. Pacific sharp. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We have earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.